Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for there it is. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list at main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to earnings. Everybody is going right back to the earnings data. We got a little bit more economic data today. However, the hangover of Bank of Japan and any of the volatility last week, it does not look like you are getting that over the weekend. So, we're going to have a lot of data here. We are going to be hearing from a lot more companies. Again, the other like 25% of the S&P 500. We did hear a little bit from China, but all eyes are what happens with the yields, and then can we end this summer in earnings all on a good note? You're going to find out soon, Chad. So I hope you're ready, but good morning. What's up, baby? Happy Monday. Are you guys ready? Oh, what's up, Chad Adonia? What's up, Najee Wolf? Happy birthday, baby. What's up, Smars? Oh, dang it, Najee. I was trying to get it. Good morning, baby. What's going on? Dan Kingsley, baby. Carissa Hines. Donnie Wong. Eduardo. Good morning. What's up, Mohi? What's up, man? LT Lauter, baby. Tyree Brown. Wandering Music. Candy Upton. Oh, good morning. What's up, J Max? What's up, Justin Franklin? Good morning, Dan Royalty. What's up, Candy? What's up, Mr. Harris? Oh, 10% Alex in the house, baby. Good morning. Oh, Mr. Silverio. That's what I'm talking about. Mr. Creighton, good morning. Sipping on gin and ghost. Lay back with my mind on the yield curve and the yield curve on my mind. What's up, Saeed? What's up, Enzo? Good morning, Alejandro. Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, Dustin, Carissa, Car Plaza. Oh, what's up, B Dizzle? What's up, Mr. McAllister? Darcy, good morning. Keanu, good morning, baby. Oh, what's up, Rami? What's up, I am BJ? Good morning. What about the Twitch? Good morning, Destroyer. My Grand Exchange. Oh, he's here, baby. What's up, Live Light? S. Jones, Angeles, Woodrow, SoFi, side grind. I can't say it. Pingo, Woodrow, Sasha Gray Matter. Dr. Suede, oh, Arya. What's up, Payday Devo? Charlie and the Tree. Oh, good morning, baby. Oh, my goodness. Let's go. New to trading, getting in. Let's go, baby. Set aside a trading account and a long term. Ask the 10% boys. Ask the 10% boys. They will tell you. But Chad Adonia, good morning. I hope your morning and day is amazing. But before we kick this off, if you're not familiar with the watch list, that's unfortunate for you because then you're going to ask about some plays today. However, we have the random comment generator. We got to do this. So I don't know when I last refreshed it. Let's go. 5 plus 3 is 8, I believe. Get YouTube comments. Thank you for participating. Lord bless it. Let's get the random going. Let's get the random going, baby. Love you guys. Oh, rando play, Baba. October 23, 145. Let's go Forever Young. I'm with it. There you right off the bat. Another Baba play. That one, wow, that was the first time. That's a good sign. Usually we'd have to fight for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking it. Forever Young, Baba cost. That's the random. That's what I'm talking about. It's my birthday. Let's go, Elcom. Happy birthday. Oh, we had some over the weekend, too. God bless you, baby. God bless y'all. We're the weekend. We got some coming up. It's a party. I'm just telling you. From like August till September, the Chads turn up. You know how many September Chad birthdays there are? I don't know if they feel me, Chad. I don't know if they feel me. But let's get to the news. Let me not waste your time. Stocks waver as risk appetite cools and the yen slumps. U.S. equity futures struggled for direction as risk appetite cooled from last week's rally. The yen weakened after the Bank of Japan made their first unscheduled bond purchases in the month. Stock market activity was subdued on Monday, with investors taking pause from buying that sent the Nasdaq up more than 2% last week. Heineken slumped more than 7.2% after the Dutch brewer reduced their earnings forecast. Palantir jumped U.S. pre-market amid growing optimism over the software company's exposure to AI. Gains in contracts for the S&P and Nasdaq and Europe were limited to about 0.2. It's the start of another busy earnings week with Apple, Amazon, and a bunch of others reporting in the coming days. There's key economic data on the way that will provide clues for the outlook for interest rates, including U.S. July non-farm payrolls due on Friday after a policy decision on the Bank of England. The narrative that markets will be focused on is going to be soft landing or not, said Vivek Powell, senior portfolio strategist at BlackRock. We'll learn more about that once the upcoming data indicates rapidly cooling inflation is indeed starting a broader trend or continues to be volatile. The yen dropped 0.7 against the dollar after the Bank of Japan announced unscheduled bond operations to buy debt. The Bank of Japan seek to contain a sell-off after they said on Friday they would allow the yen to rise above the 0.5 cap or the yield. The year's advance on Wall Street suggests that U.S. equities are taking the same path they did in 2019, which was one of the best years for the S&P over the past decade, according to Morgan Stanley Michael Wilson. The benchmark is set to close out the fifth month of gains, the longest winning streak since August 2021. The data we have today suggests to us that we are in a policy-driven late-cycle rally. Wilson, a staunch equity bear, wrote in a note, the latest example of such a period occurred in 2019 when the Federal Reserve paused and then cut rates on their balance sheet expanded toward the year end. These developments fostered a robust rally in equities that was driven almost exclusively by multiple and not earnings, as it had been the case this year. In other individual news, Johnson & Johnson slipped pre-market after a federal judge said they cannot use a unit bankruptcy case to press cancer victims to drop lawsuits and accept the settlement. Ford dropped after a downgrade at Jefferies. MetLife gained after Bloomberg reported that the Singapore Eastern Holdings insurer is in talks to buy the company's Malaysian venture. Carvana fluctuated after analysts at Jefferies turned bearish on the online used car retailer. And then Japan remains focused for traders. On Friday, Governor Ueda said the central bank would allow the 10-year to rise above the ceiling. That potentially paves the way for future normalization of the implications of a wide range of global assets have heavily been exposed to Japanese money. Not bad. Not bad. We have a lot this morning. Good morning. Oh my gosh, I know, right? 2 more months till Halloween. Dude, the year's almost over. Isn't that wild? Welcome, baby. That's it. It's the last day of July. It's the last day of July, Chatadonia. Late cycle rally. U.S. equities are tracking the same path they did in 2019 when investors saw a 29% return on one of the best years for the S&P 500 over the past decade. Yeah, that's according to Morgan Stanley's staunch bear Michael Wilson, who noted a rally a few years ago was driven almost exclusively by a multiple and not earnings. Wilson correctly predicted the sell-off in stocks in 2022, though his bearish outlook is yet to materialize this year. He said his team is open to the view that the economy could eventually enter a new upturn cycle. Still, we'd like to see a broader swath of business cycle indicators inflect higher, breadth improve, and front-end rates come down before adjusting our stance in this regard, Wilson added. So weird. So, again, Michael Wilson, very big bear. He's starting to sound bullish here, but let me get the thing over. Over the weekend, it was this. So, Mr. Hartnett, this was the Bank of America. This is the other bear at Bank of America, and he was just talking about everything being an overshoot. So maybe we go over this today. It was a very big note, but pretty much two of Wall Street's biggest bears. One took a very bearish view over the weekend. That's what I'm showing you right here. And then the other view by Mr. Wilson there is that this is looking like 2019 and that we are going to melt up. Yeah? We'll see. Oh, yeah, it's August 31st. My bad. I'm in July. You know, something along those lines. China's support. China is seeking to boost consumption to spur the economy's recovery. Although the government has stopped short of providing direct fiscal support to consumers and companies and increasing spending, the nation's top economic planning agency released a wide-ranging policy document on Monday, which focuses on removing government restrictions on consumption, such as car purchase limits, improving infrastructure, and holding promotional events like food festivals. Latest figures show consumption-related growth is waning in China. Survey data showed services across activity in July and June, while separate data from China Beige Book indicated consumers cut back on spending and everything but travel and restaurants last month. AI hype. Investors are betting a great tech rally of 2023 as staying power, with 77% of a 514 survey response saying that they plan to either increase their exposure to tech stocks or keep it steady over the next 6 months. Yet they're not going all in on artificial intelligence. Half are disinclined to pay out of their own pockets for AI tools to aid their personal businesses or life, while a majority of firms aren't planning on using them for trading or investing ahead. Right now, the near-term hype is it's over its skis, said Ted Mortensen, a technology strategist at Robert W.R. Baird. Trucking giant Yellow shuts down operations. Yellow, one of the oldest and biggest U.S. trucking companies, shut down on Sunday, wrecked by a string of mergers that left it saddled with debt and staled by its standoff with Teamsters Union. The 99-year-old company is known for its cut-rate prices and has more than 12,000 trucks moving freight across the country for Walmart, Home Depot, and many other small businesses. What Yellow couldn't deliver, despite swallowing rivals, getting union concessions, and securing government bailout, was consistent service from customers or profits from investors. The Nashville company sent out notices to customers employees saying that they are ceasing all operations at midday Sunday. The Teamsters said that the company notified the union it intends to file for bankruptcy. It would be the biggest collapse in terms of revenue and jobs for the fickle U.S. trucking industry. Though customers say disruptions should be limited, many shifted their cargoes to rivals in recent weeks, hastening Yellow's demise. Competitors said their volumes jumped last week. Glencore buys Argentina copper stake in $475 million deal. Glencore has agreed to buy out its partner in Argentina copper project, $475 million deal in commodity giant and mining company seeks exposure to the metal. Glencore will pay Pan American Silver, will buy their 56% stake in the Mara project. Pan American said in a statement, Glencore already owned the rest of the project. Old Yeller. Oh, the psychedelic stock universe is shrinking despite the hype. Psychedelic companies aren't living up to the hype and are starting to consolidate as a flood of money into companies seeking to win regulatory approval of drugs like LSD, psilocybin, and ayahuasca dries up. The psychedelics renaissance, fueled by Michael Pollan's 2018 book, How to Change Your Mind, is still going strong, with pop culture references and underground use thriving. Legal change is set for the stage for some growth in the past year. Oregon has set up a framework for the legal industry, and Colorado has decriminalized such drugs, yet most psychedelic companies are trying to get them approved through clinical trials. So far, there are no major breakthroughs and stocks have suffered. The advisor share psychedelic ETF is down 53% from its 360-day high last August. Oh, what's this? Why do I have this up? Oh, yeah, here's your pre-market movers. Oh, that's because of this. And then here you go. You got a big list. I still got more for you. Baby. Don't you worry. I hope you liked the video. Did you guys like the video? Are you feeling in a likey mood? I hope you're feeling in a likey mood. You know what I'm saying? It's good, but I got a couple more for you. S&P futures are up 0.2 Monday. Pre-market comes after U.S. equities finished higher last week. Stocks are on track for another month of good gains in July, with the Dow and S&P up 3%. NASDAQ nearly up 4%, and the Russell up nearly 5%. Treasuries are somewhat weaker across the curve. Dollar is up by 0.1, with the yen weaker in the story. In Forex, gold is down by 0.1. Bitcoin futures flat. WTI crude is up 0.9. Path of least resistance seems higher on soft landing, tight labor, and resilient consumer. On the other end of the spectrum, bears are focused on the lingering tightening bias and higher for longer messaging. U.S. economic calendar today features the SLOOS. Again, that's the survey operator. Remember that after the bank stuff. That is actually today, but nobody cares. And then you get Chicago PMI. Overseas, China manufacturing PMI a bit better than expected, but still in contraction for the fourth straight month in July. China's top economic planning agency detailed some recently announced consumption-related initiatives. Eurozone July flash CPI largely in with consensus, and then quarter two GDP a little bit better. Continued pickup in U.S. soft landing expectations this week, and China stimulus are expected. Another weekend of busy stuff in terms of macro and micro. JOLTS jobs opening, non-farm employments, and then ADP in July. Both July ISM manufacturing and services are out next week, as well as the latter likely to attract more scrutiny following the softer than expected flash service PMI and some earnings season hints. Over the 160 S&P companies representing nearly 30% of the index market cap are scheduled to report this week, including Apple and Amazon. Let's see. I think I got a couple more. China signaled fresh efforts to boost consumption, though they stopped short of direct fiscal support while major cities pledged to aid the property market. China's NBS PMIs were mixed for July with decent manufacturing, 49.3, up from 49% in June and ahead of the street's 48.9. Biden administration is hunting for malicious computer code. It believes China has hidden deep inside the network controlling power grids, communication systems, and water supplies that feed military bases of the U.S. and around the world, according to American military intelligence and national security officials. The U.S. will provide Taiwan with $345 million in weapons, marking the first time the Pentagon will send arms directly to the country to boost their defenses amid rising concern about assertive Chinese military activity. Lagarde said ECB has made great promises in their fight against inflation, and she called Q2 GDP numbers from Germany and Spain quite encouraging. Europe's July CPI was in line at 5.3% on headline, but came in a bit hotter at 5.5 flat versus June above the street's 5.4 forecast. The core CPI in Eurozone really hasn't descended from the peak of 5.7 in March. Zelensky warns that the war is coming to Russia after Moscow hit drone attacks. Gradually, the war is returning the territory to Russia as it is symbolic centers and military bases. This is inevitable, natural, and absolutely fair process. London Telegraph. Kashkari says inflation outlook is quite positive and now appears the U.S. will avoid a recession, but he's not sure how the Fed is done to hiking rates. AI programs come under further scrutiny from content creators, website authors, and other content creators as they're increasingly demanding compensation from generative AI programs feeding off of their work. Blackstone, BREIT, is selling assets to raise liquidity for redemptions and to hold data centers for the boom in AI computing demand. Walt Disney is up. Former executives return as advisor to Chief Bob Iger. So Bob Iger's bringing on his dream team. That's why they're going up. So here's some more pre-market movers. I still got a couple more for you. Lower debt, greater resilience. Reliance on fixed rate has made U.S. economy more resilient in the face of rate hikes. Poll finds out most characterize economy as struggling or uncertain. Developers providing an increasingly number of supply of apartments, but they are largely clustered in a few high-end growth areas. Excess savings built up during the pandemic dwindle as inflation and interest rates rise. Eurozone economy returns to positive growth in Q2, but underlying weakness remains. German retail sales fell more than expected in June. They fight off monthly declines since March. Commercial real estate investors navigate through post-COVID and higher rate regime shifts. Shipping and industry vulnerable to downturn amid report $90 billion spent on new shipping order giants. China manufacturing PMI remains in contraction, threatening growth prospects for quarter three. China seeking to boost consumption, but is stopped short of direct consumer support. China's Beige Book survey shows consumer spending slows. Big Chinese cities are set to implement measures to better meet the needs of homebuyers in a bid to boost property sector. Global investors cautious on piling back into China until more details given on property sector stimulus. China shifts on big tech, ending more than 2 years of crackdown on the tech sector amid a slowing economy. Confidence in soft landing has underpinned S&P strength, with traders increasingly turning their backs on downside prediction. Dollar weakness as a Fed nears a peak rate could help earnings growth for U.S. multinationals. Coming government treasury sales, BOJ YCC tweaks are tamping down optimism for a bond market rally. Trucking firm Yellow shut down operations ahead of an expected bankruptcy filing. Banking industry working group votes for accounting standards that limit banks' responsibility for activities financed through their stock bond underwriting efforts. Walmart spends $1.4 buying the remaining stake of Flipkart. Other earning mentions in this week in the press are Google, Meta, Boeing, Procter & Gamble, and Pinterest. Former PM Medvedev says Ukraine recaptured annexed land, no other option but to use nuclear weapons. Moscow targets by drones for the fourth time this month, and Saudis are working to build international consensus for Ukraine peace plan. I think I got more. Jeep looks to veer out of sales ditch. Analyst Biogen's new boss delivering, but stock isn't pricing in yet. Walmart pays $1.4 billion to boost Flipkart sale. Wall Street's Procter & Gamble, Colgate Palmolive start moving units. Apple, Amazon, Starbucks to report impact earnings week. Mining tech startup raises $28 billion or $28 million amid critical mineral push. BlackRock clashes with hedge fund giant over control. China-founded rivals Shein and Temu ramp up for American war on shoppers. Elon Musk's latest mission, rev up the electricity industry. Cannabis industry confronts billion-dollar threat, and Uber's grand plan to go all electric in London ran into a gridlock. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, you heard the nuclear one? Let me get that for you. I don't know what the fuck that said. It says former Prime Minister Medvedev says if Ukraine recaptured annex land, no other option but to use nuclear weapon. Source is Reuters. That was here earlier today. Where the fuck is it? I have to use ad blocker, they say. Here's the link. They playing us. Yeah, apparently we'd have to... Wait, continue without supporting. We'd have to use a nuclear weapon if Ukraine offense was a success. So, yeah, that was this guy. Nuclear posturing over the weekend. But, hey, markets are green. I don't know. I don't know if that counts for anything. But, Chattadonia, we got a couple of pre-market movers here. So, I'll go over these, and then we will go over your plays. Actually, how are we looking on the time? But let's see what we got here. Palantir up 6.7 on nothing. Neo is also up 6.7 on nothing. ON, they're up 4.1. Looks to be something there with earnings. PKX, you saw that one run up there again. Toast as well, they're up 2.7. Adobe's up 2.5. Morgan Stanley upgrade. EQ&R. UK PM Sunak confirms hundreds of new oil and gas licenses. They're up 2.5. Chevron is up 1.7, probably as a sympathy. SEDG, they have a joint venture with Allen and Bros for holding for solar adoption in Saudi Arabia. They're up 1.8. GDRX, TD Cohen gave them an upgrade. They're up 9.6. ACHR, they're up 9.2. New contract with U.S. Air Force. Wayfair and Sweetgreens up over 7% on Pumper Sandler upgrade. Earnings out of Symbiotic, they're up 5.5. IMGN up 5.3 on earnings. Again, a bunch of other earnings. SoFi's up 3.9 as well. ACHR, they're a sympathy to Joby, which is up 3.6. APLS is up 3.5 on earnings. IONS up 3.0 on a city upgrade. BNED is up 16%. They had a refinancing agreement. EQSE up 14% on nothing. ANNX is up 9%. Archer trial results of ASRS 2023 highlighting potential ANX 007. Tupperware up 8%. That was a squeezer from last year, still going. BigCommerce, they're up 7.3%. New Google Cloud AI powered e-commerce features. ION is up 5.8. Sol is up 4.4. Sale of first RTB solar power projects in Germany. Stocks that are lower. TME, Tencent City downgrade. Stock down 2.5. ASX is down. XPEV down 2.2 on a downgrade. Johnson & Johnson, they're down as management's secondary bankruptcy case dismissed. Morgan Stanley downgraded CRM. They're down 1.6. RBC downgrade. CSX down 1.1. And Jefferies said with a heavy heart they downgrade Ford. CMRE, they're down 3.4 for no reason. CPRI downgraded by JP Morgan, and then CKPT, Checkpoint Therapeutics, down 18.1, registered direct offering, and then CTXR, CRL for Lympher, and 2L, CTL. FDA cites CMC issues, down 12.5, and then OC bought deal offering of 6-7 million units at 2.25 per equity unit. Stocks down 9.3%. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So Chattadonia, there's your pre-market movers. I think we got a couple more. I know I got a couple more, but I don't know if they're still on. Yeah, we got some time. I'm going to go to the bathroom, get ready for some plays, and get ready for the bell, baby. Welcome to Monday. What's up, Chad?
Emerging markets beginning to cut.
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trader Fraternity.
Economies. So it doesn't surprise me that much that we're seeing crude respond to that, but growth simply hasn't slowed down the way people were anticipating even a few months ago.
So not as Jim Bianco, to both of you, thank you. To set us up for the trading week still ahead, going into payrolls on Friday, 200k the estimate, by the way, and going into earnings on Thursday from Amazon and Apple. At the moment on the S&P 500, about 7 minutes away from the opening bout, equities positive by 0.2%. Coming up in the morning calls and later, Citigroup's Stuart Kaiser making a case for sticking with big tech ahead of those results from Apple and Amazon later on in the week. That conversation up next.
I just want to see the first ad. Oh, yeah, ETF. Great timing, baby. Great timing. We're bright and early. Chattadonia, not much time. We got a Baba as the random play. I told you a couple of my plays. Actually, I still have some more for you. But Chattadonia, you got about 7 minutes till the bell. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Let's go. I need a like on the video too. You guys got a wire ready to go? It's okay. I'll just leave it for the Twitch, man. I'll leave it for the Twitch. I know they ready to go. What's up? What you got for me? I need a good play. I need some good plays, Chad. Let's go. Watch it. LRCX, ASML, AMATS, SPX, SoFi Law, Buy More, Fiverr, Spy Call, Apple Call, Riot Shares, Gas Generators, Long Term Baby, TLTW, Selling Palantir, Starbucks Put, Sell Calls, Palantir Calls, PayPal, Apple Calls, Square, SoFi Calls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach Baby. That's what I'm talking about. Spy Calls, AMD, TLTW, Peach Plays, Go Gamers, Peach, Visa, Bio, QQQ, Peach Calls, Tesla Calls, Scaling In, SoFi Cover, we need that Chicle, ES Scout, Microsoft Puts, let's go baby, Ionis Squeeze, AMD, Palantir, Beyond Long, Go Summer, Bio, Meta Calls, CHLK Energy, Pre-Market, OG Peach, Tesla, Josh Calls, Spy Calls, GM Puts, McRib Leaves, AMD, Bio, Peach, July, Peaches, Scaling In, Tesla Calls, Meta Calls, Josh Calls for 2024, Mara, AURC, Peach Puts, Santa Claus Rally, Payo Law, Google Calls, PlaySense, Eden, Fruit Loops, PayPal Calls, Tesla, GNRC, Horn, let's get it, Scalping ES, QQQ, Riot, Neo, Oracle, Short Pickleball, CGC, Baba, Enphase in the final play. Starbucks Calls and F350. Wow, let's go, baby. God bless you. We even had the peach in the middle of it. Oh, that's what I were. Wow, beautiful timing. Happy Monday, Chattadonia. So I got a couple of plays for you. I'm going to be watching Airbnb, PayPal, and Unity. If you watch the watch list, you know exactly why. So those plays are going to be up there. Uber as well. They are running and getting active. There's a lot of travel today or through this week. So watch out for that. Adobe, they got to upgrade. People were talking about them with, what's it called? With AI, then ACHR, they had something, which was that the cloud agreement, then Wayfair as well got one. ACHR, Wayfair, All Pumper, Sandler, then YCL, 3M, and Johnson. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's game time. And we only have a couple of minutes left. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. God bless you and thank you for your service. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation. And big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local community and giving back, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the coaches, the nonprofits, the janitors, the garbage men, anybody helping out, giving back. God bless you and keep it up, baby. I hope you know you're appreciated. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go, Chad. Oh, good morning. Are you kidding me? It's Monday. That's it. One more day, Chad. And then it's August. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to vets. Let's go. Happy Monday. Let's close out July. I know the casino is about to open. Shout out the long term. We still have a lot of earnings, man. Bro, I'm telling you, even making the watch list yesterday, I was looking at the calendar. There's just a ton of earnings this week. So I hope you guys are ready. Not only did we get a lot of the earnings last week, but there's still like a good 30% of the S&P. And then we start touching on a lot of industries. I think like not even half of your long term has already reported. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to get wild out here. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. Good morning. Drop that thumbs up on the video to unlock your special gifts. Otherwise, I'll see you at 1 p.m., baby. But let's get it popping. You got just under or just above 1 minute remaining. CrowdStrike. They had a price target raise. I think right there you guys would have saw, yeah. Price target raise. Microsoft, TSM, Chicle, no Jets. Oh, we sent them, baby. We sent them. We ready to go. We ready to go. Again, there was a couple of things out of China, but I think to start it off here, I mean, it should be all about Japan earnings, and then we get into China probably tomorrow. We do have a PMI data here, so that shouldn't be the most important, but then again, I feel like people want to react to the data. Oh yeah, random play too. Random play is a BABA. It's a BABA October 145 call. We need to log in. Goolsby speaking right now. Let's see. Oh, yeah, he is. He said the effort to get inflation down is working. Don't know if you should skip September. Nothing is on or off the table. Still have months before the next meeting. He said Phillips curve is broken. Normal rules of direct trade-off between inflation and labor do not apply. Yeah, Goolsby just dumped a bunch of statements. So you're getting something right here, and then 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. So a couple of things up again. Fed Goolsby right now. That's actually having some effect. I don't know, though. It's either him or just the overall just cash open there. So keep that in mind. And we are a little elevated. Remember, last week we were making the move towards the 4,600. So right now S&P's green, NASDAQ's green, Dow is red, and then Russell, they're the ones that are down. Let's see. I'm going for the random play now. Again, October, BABA. I put the order in. It's not filling. Uber 52-week high. Again, we rolled over our calls on that, but that's part of all of the travel stuff that we got going on. And then again, bonds are murder. The yen has already faded. We're going to talk about that a little bit today, but that one is part of the story. Then SoFi too. Again, there's SoFi and Symbiotic. They both reported. Bro, my BABA play won't fill. Let's see. All right, I put an order for buy. Always glitch in the morning. Yeah, it's not filling there. We'll give it a second, and then we'll see what's up with it. Symbiotic. I don't know. SYM. Again, Disney's even up there. There's things about Bob Iger bringing back the Dream Team or whatever, something like that. Again, NVIDIA Biopharm has something. So there's Disney. Nice on SoFi. They're doing good. Again, that one is earnings there. Tesla's in the green. I think everything's in the green. SoFi's up 18%. Disney last chance. Microsoft is in the red. And don't forget banks. If you guys remember on Friday, there was a lot of back and forth between the regionals and all that. JPM's running up, actually. Again, Uber is right below 50, 48.15. NVIDIA's on the high now. Then you got Biogen. Dow is dumping. AMD's up. BABA is still in the red, trying to go up. But again, Dow's just right there at break even. Dow's actually going green. So that was the only thing red on the day now. NASDAQ's up 0.26. Russell is the leader. Yeah, PayPal was at like 75 earlier. So again, that is just pre-earnings run up. Remember, Amazon, Apple, just every single thing you could think of. Again, tomorrow morning, Altria and a bunch of other names. So don't forget about that. JP Morgan, banks are still going. That is a big deal. I got even MPW coming up. AAP, chain not working. I don't know if the BABA has loaded up. We were trying to get BABA for the random play. Again, I still have my BABA shares. They're actually staying chill. But we're up a little bit on that. And then Disney's up too. So again, we need to get past 88 on Disney. You're right there. But your Disney shares should be green on the flip. Procter Gamble on the high. Oh, where's the other one? J&J. Again, J&J, 3M. These are all going to be... Damn, why are they both up? So both of them are holding. JP Morgan, Citi, round 2. So again, banks are holding up very, very good. XLE, new high. SoFi's rocketing. Yeah, 18%. They're killing it. Young Teladoc, he's still green a little. So that's not bad. Palantir, again, I don't even think Palantir had new. I think it was an upgrade, but even when we read it, it wasn't that hot. But it's up 18% right now, or 6%, excuse me. It's up at $18. Amarin, where's Bimarin? They're down 0.14, holding up. Apple red. Tesla's trying to come down. Again, SPY's getting a couple candles. We are just still within yesterday's range. That's the crazy part. Seemed very hot, but you're just near the highs of yesterday. 45.91 though. I mean, granted, you're 9 points off of pumping it up again. So, you know, I don't know if you feel it or not, but you're very, very close to a pump it up day, my friend. Coinbase, Airbnb's coming down. Para's on the high. I think they had some news there on Friday, too. Para's up 2.4, or Coinbase is. Citi, Para's up 2.1. Coin and Citi both on the high. I'm still in that Cody play. I'm down $1 a share. But yeah, I'm in that one. They're 50 cents a share because I have 200 shares. And then I got Box last week too. That one I'm down like 30 bucks, 30 cents. And then we closed out of JD and AMD. And those are both recent plays. Tesla's coming down. Baidu is on the low now. I'm seeing a couple of travel names and then banks still. Seeing a lot of Citi. I think I just saw FedEx and a couple of others. Newell on the high. Victoria's Secret on the high. Visa, Skills, Netflix. High ticker's running, man. So you still got a lot of activity there. Yeah, remember, Rita is a buyout. They got bought out on Friday. Airbnb with a Chicle about to go red. Netflix just went red now, or excuse me, Tesla. And NVIDIA is about to break out. AMD still green, but near the low of the day. Yeah, Tesla's going red, and then so is Airbnb right now. Intel. Oh, that one's going red too. And then Yum China on the high. Yeah, Intel's on the low. Let's see what happens to Disney. Intel's interesting. Again, chips, 50-50, Habibi. 50-50. I don't know. Disney, you guys, this is the closest you've been to telling me shit. Let's see, 88 bucks, man. You got 60 cents. You got 60 cents, and it's only been like, what, 10 minutes to start the day? 5 minutes? So we'll find out here. Roku, that was a big one on Friday. Baba is going green, and Baba's at 100. Oh, yeah, where are those at? Is that this week? Damn, they expensive as hell. Yeah, the Baba options, I don't know. Maybe if you like really wanted to gamble, but they're kind of crazy there. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. My average on Diz, we have two. We have like 89 in the long term, and then my flip shares are at 86.50. Pfizer, no Merck. Pfizer, though, if they do drop, that could be a great play. But again, Pfizer, Merck, those are going to be big ones this week. So even keep in mind XLV, anything related. Procter Gamble's going up now. Pub M, Tree, again, more Procter Gamble, 0.67. Dude, gas is crazy. Bro, I filled up yesterday and it was above $6. I was hella mad because I was like, wait a minute. Y'all tricked me into looking at gas prices because that was the first time in almost about a year where I was like, what the hell, man? Yeah, bro. I don't know what the hell happened. I just filled up and it was $6 yesterday. I was like, what the hell? I was like, how? This makes no sense. I haven't filled up at $6. Like, that's what happened last summer. So it went up 10 cents. I'd say it went up like 70 cents in the last couple of weeks. I think my last fill up was like $5.30 and I was chill with that. And I was like, okay, that's cool. But then I think yesterday I noticed it. It was at $6. I was like, damn, that's six. Intel's at the low. Amazon's at the high. Dubs came down. QuantumScape, QS, that was a runner from yesterday. Procter Gamble, Asan, both on the highs there. Procter Gamble's been running all day. Again, Intel at the bottom. SPY holding VWAP. Tesla went red for a little bit. Microsoft staying pinned at red. GFS, Global Foundries. Is that more Square still? LYV, remember there's bad news on LYV? Nvidia, Dash. PayPal. PayPal's up a lot. Again, I hope you guys watch the watch list, because if you're looking for any of those options on like PayPal or some of those runners, I hope you notice the difference between like a Teladoc play and, you know, like a PayPal play or Unity. Very compelling, but hopefully you notice. Meta's breaking out. They're still red, but remember on Friday they were up and then they sold off, and then the next day they came back. Or that was Thursday, Friday. EOP. Kava's on the high. Is that a 52-week high on Kava? $76 on PayPal. My goodness. And then Airbnb is about to go red. Got some cheap PayPal leaps. Abivi's red too. Okay, more Apple, more PayPal. I feel like it just, anything with running, any pre-earnings run-up is going crazy, and then you're also getting some support from the companies that already reported. NVIDIA is going through the high right now. Uber's expensive. Again, Uber's crazy. We covered our covered calls and rolled them over, but just, I can't even believe, I think a lot of people are shell-shocked by this. Bro, Uber's almost back at $50. I mean, our last pickup on Uber was $24. I'm up 96% on the PayPal leaps. So that's what I'm saying. Depending on what trades you're looking for, just be mindful of how that's moved. Baba's coming on the way up. So Baba's kind of all over the place. Watch Baidu and any of the other ones. Uber, Snap, Palantir, Uber. Baba 101. Baba's expensive, 175, but remember we were looking at those plays, the break above 100. They're just, all the premiums are really expensive now. Palantir, baby. It's going. DoorDash at the high as well, too. Again, high ticker velocity, even in the short term, outpacing right now. Skechers on the low. They had earnings on Friday. PayPal finally. Dude, Roku. Man, I saw Roku just printing like 10 times right there. 52-week highs in Roku starting to break out. I think you got Altria on the high, too. They report in the morning. Teledank. Is Teledank? They was chilling out. Roku's going crazy. Teladank's down. Twilio's on the high. I think Roku. Tesla's selling off. Roku's going insane. Roku, QS. I'm even watching Fubo on there. And remember, Fubo is on Friday for earnings. Even PayPal's at 76. That's crazy. Roku's insane right now. I think Roku, without a doubt, that looks to be the most. Even Snapchat's up. What in the hell is this? Laser, Teladoc. Again, watch QuantumScape. And then there's one more, but Roku is definitely Fubo. That's the other one. But Roku is the one definitely taking names right here. Crowd, where's Disney? Disney, man, 50 cents, and then we could start talking about it going up. Palantir. Roku is post-earnings. That was just the one. Again, Roku's earnings was actually good. I know they were still like in the loss factor, but even if then, it just, as long as it wasn't bad, a lot of people were talking about that. I think there was one article this morning, but they were just saying that it's another earnings where they're insinuating that the bar was set very, very low coming into it. Yeah, that's earnings continuation. There's Disney now, too. GNRX, I think they have earnings. Wow, what the hell is that? GDRX? Or did they have? They had something this morning. Yeah, they're up 25%. That was on the pre-market runners. Coinbase on the high. PayPal even going to 76.30. My goodness. It wasn't even earnings sandbag. It's not like it's the analysts, not even the companies. Like, so if you were a company, you didn't even have to sandbag it. The analyst did it for you. So PayPal's just like right at equilibrium over the last 3 months. That's actually insane. Tesla is red. Again, they sold off earlier. They're not down too much. It's only down a quarter, but they are technically red right now. SPY's working its way up. Again, a lot of random names, either earnings continuation or have yet to report, are going there. Roku, another high. Woo-hoo! The yellow trucking thing is pretty bad. I think it is. I mean, people are kind of downplaying it to some degree, so we'll find out. But I think it's just overall not really good. It kind of balances out because you gotta. I know it sounds weird, but there was, that's very bad employment news. But then it kind of balances out maybe some of the negative economic effects from like a FedEx UPS deal. But other than that, we'll see. People are trying to everyone's arguing right now. Impact on the economy, or is it more, sustained to the company level? Roku's still up there. Uber might start picking up. Bro, the Baba plays just woke up. I don't know how. So Alibaba's running, but I didn't think it would. Palantir, Uber, Roku, Palantir. Actually, it is Uber, Snapchat, Palantir, Uber. You try to throw Roku in there, but I think even Snap's going up too. The OG Uber, Snap, Palantir, Uber is hitting. Okta's up 3. Uranium's going up. Good call-outs, Chatadonia. PMIs, Chicago PMI 42.8, estimate 43.4. So Chicago PMI just came in a little softer. That's your first set of data. This shouldn't be our big set-all be-all data. Again, the ISM, the PMIs will probably be bigger, or they will be bigger, and then the Friday, but not bad. 42.8, estimate 43 or 43.3. You have Dallas Fed coming out in 15 minutes. Dallas Fed manufacturing. FDA Baxter received 3 reports of serious injury. Correction by Baxter due to increase in reported false upstream occlusion alarms following software. Check Baxter. Is that BAX or BXT? I think Baxter just got something from the FDA. Yeah, they're down on that. Baxter might get clapped. Hold on. So that's either going to be a drop-in pop or that continues. Palo Alto Networks on the high. Baxter, something with FDA. Something with FDA and 3 reports of serious injury. Just watch it. It's already down 1%. Yeah, keep watch. I'm putting a stream alert on that. BAX, no idea though. I don't have any context to it. I wish I had more for you, but they have something from the FDA. 3 patients or 3 people injured. I'm not going to play it though because I don't know if it's ongoing. But you're getting that early, or you're at least getting it as it's dropping right now. Oh yeah, SoFi is going crazy. I forgot we have our random play. Delta Airlines on the high again. Palo Alto, couple of cyber names. I think even Snow is up. Where's ANET? Doesn't ANET have earnings? Bonds at the high. They're catching a bid today, but they did have, again, the last couple days, sell-off's been nutty. NVIDIA is trying to work its way up there. Everything is still holding. Again, Baxter, 2 candles. Disney was getting to the breakout point. New high on the LT every day now. We'll see. Until it stops. We were talking about it. Yes, remember, I didn't get to show it. I was just talking about it, but it's the curse of all-time highs. Because eventually, one of these times, we will hit the high on the long term, and then it's going to stop going up. That's what OpenFace was saying. So we had a period where every time it would happen, it would just get clapped. So it may seem fun. You're like, yeah, new all-time high every day. But remember, at one point, you would hit an all-time high and then just sell off. Every time you would for about a year. Anytime you hit and then it happened right here, and then right when we broke out of it, that's the only time it got crazy. Otherwise, people are worried about this curse. Gotta watch out. Gotta watch out. Shout out to long term. But that's it. Ever since it broke out this year, this has been our run. Should I put in a bill or T-bill? Wait till it resets, but if that's where you plan, if you plan to hold a little for cash, that's going to be a great one. So, Chad, get ready. Now you can tell me Disney is up. Only for a little. Now you can. Now you can. Okay? Now we can talk about it. So, there you go. Disney's now up. Couple days down, couple days up. You should be up over $1 on your flip shares. So, GG. Yeah, Disney's now up. There you go. So if we get our pre-earnings run, now it's up though. $88. You need to hold that. You hold it. We're good to go. We're good to go. TMF, we have looked at TMF. Again, that's kind of more of a leverage way to go for the bonds. So remember, with like Bill, we're using that as a, just a place to put a little bit of cash as we wait for things. So make sure you keep that in mind. If you do buy any ETF, man, Roku again. Jeez, maybe Disney's going up on Roku. I don't know if this is, no, wait, because does Roku sold them. Roku used to have a part of Hulu, I think. Or is that just Hulu? I don't know, but Disney's going up. Again, you had the Bob Iger news, but now Disney's in the green. This is where we could start to get excited. Yeah, 90's the next level, but 88, just over the last couple weeks, just 88 was the more upside from this little trap we've been in. And then even off the bottom, if you could get off here besides here, 88 was the previous bottom. So 90 will be the next level. We'll see how it plays out. Again, your flip shares should be up now. I'm up at least 2% now, or just under. So I have almost $2 a share on Disney now. Again, you take the $2, it's up. Wells Fargo, Origin. I'm still in the Airbnb put, yeah. Dang, it's already up though. Okay, I made a play. You already liked the video. There, you ready to go, baby? I didn't even look. I didn't even think about it. Let's see, I didn't even think about it. U.S. Treasury yields move slightly lower after Chicago PMI. I need my 1,000 likes though. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see. We'll talk about it here. Bonds keep going up. Again, SPY's even holding. Disney's up another 50 cents. And all that. What's the play? The play is where's the likes, dog? I got so much I'm holding back on you. I got so much I'm waiting to give you, man. But I gotta be patient. The Lord told me to be patient. Be patient. Be patient. But yeah, we don't. If there's no likes, I can't. I told you gotta unlock everything on this. It's like 2K. Have you ever played 2K? You gotta unlock a lot of your player attributes. So I'm just saying, if you want to unlock some of these attributes, hit that like button. It's good for you. Look at that. Boom. You hit 1,000. Look at that. Unlock. You want like loud noises and shit to like unlocked wire. News wire. There you go. See, you got that. Beautiful. New level. That's what you need, a little dopamine trigger. So I just did this for a flip, and I just like halfway flip, halfway J alt. I grabbed 500 shares of Origin. So just so next time he's like, Josh, why are you buying all this trash? And you never fucking even gamble on Origin. Now I could say that's incorrect, J alt. I did gamble on Origin. So I grabbed 500 shares at 440. They got earnings coming up. Again, I think energy's been good, but I do think there's just going to be an earnings run up, and then we could gamble on it. So it's risky. I think it's a small cap, and then we also love J-Alt. So, hey, man, don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. Very small, though. Again, 500 shares, $1,500, or what, $200? $2,500, and then call it a day. It's already up 1%, which is nuts. BAC going. Uranium stocks. Bank of America is going up. Again, Wells Fargo was waking up earlier. JP Morgan. They're all there. SPY's coming down. Marriott? Oh, shit. Yo. Check Marriott. Hold on. Oh, Expedia price target raised. That's probably it. Otherwise, again, Marriott reports tomorrow. But if Marriott goes crazy, they're all, again, I had something on Live Nation over here too. And then there's a biotech Snapchat. Marriott's going crazy, you guys. Check Expedia. I think that could be it. Otherwise, if this is related to Marriott earnings, then there it is. Origin shares. I grabbed 500 at 440. It's up a lot already, though. That's the risk. And again, it's a SPAC, but I'm looking for a flip. Hilton's up 1.2. That's weird. So again, even Airbnb went up, but like, dude, that's a pop on Marriott. So Marriott earnings, Hilton, Hyatt, I believe they're all this week, or maybe Hilton or Hyatt may have already been there. Let's see. They say celebrate autumn with Marriott. No, I'm not seeing anything. Again, all I saw was the Expedia thing. Marriott International University of Maryland Safe Center announced nationwide rollout of hospitality training curriculum for survivors of trafficking. That was an hour. That's the only thing I see on there. And then bonds are coming up. So again, SPY's kind of all over the place. You did get a little bit of data. People are trying to attribute the bond move to it, but I do think everything's kind of minor. SPY's barely green, and NASDAQ's about to flip red right now, believe it or not. So we're actually kind of at an interesting spot. That QS still moving up there. Again, whoa, decent sized cheek lay now. So not only did you were close to red, but that's NASDAQ going red on all of this. And then bonds are catching a bid. Yeah, a little aggressive for Raul. I mean, that was like, what, 0.1% on that candle? 457.61 to 456.90. That was like 3/4 of a point. That was actually kind of big. Yeah, Hilton was last. That was then. It's Hyatt and Marriott then today. Spot call entry. So post to play. All of it. Strike price. Price you paid. How much you have in it. All of it, baby. Thank you. Love you. God bless you. Otherwise, I'm going to be like, what the hell? And then you'll be like, ah. And then I'll be like, ah. We got PayPal. We got PayPal shares. SPY, dude. Those candles getting big. Oh, no. That's Airbnb. But even then, SPY's already down about almost 1 point in 2 minutes now. I wouldn't go too crazy. You're pronouncing Marriott wrong? Okay. That's it. If you guys haven't noted, I don't care about pronunciation. So in this case, I think I'm 1,000,000% correct on the pronunciation. However, I don't even care how you say it. So say whatever you want. However, too, it's okay, guys. It's okay. It's okay. Regardless. You know what I'm saying? So but either or, I think however you choose to say it, just do whatever you need to do. But I'm not that interested. You're curious. I know. I've never heard it. I've never been told. I've said Marriott wrong. That's why I'm saying just whatever you feel is correct, man. Just go with it. Okay? You know, just go with it. If that's what your heart is telling you, just go with it, man. Because something deep down, that's it. That's how I felt with Abby Vi. That's what I do. So I suggest you do the same. Bible. It's time to. That was an interesting move right there. Everything just went negative in 4 minutes. And then the only thing that was moving the bonds and getting you moving there was the Chicago stuff. And then Origin's moving up, so I'll take it. That's our only play of the day. I'm glad you guys liked the video. That's beautiful. Again, Disney's even killing it now. You could actually say Disney's up above 88. U.S. panel recommends limits on FBI access to spying data. They're like, okay, so there's just like a limit to how much you can surveil us. You know? Like, I think we should limit it. Like, obviously, like, you could secretly look at everybody, but, like, we just want to put a limit on the secret looking at people. Yeah, okay, all in favor. Thank you. Tesla 264. Tesla was the first one to give up. Halliburton on the high. Teledank, dude. Little teledank, dude, on a little high, dude. Hasn't hit a 52-week, dude. Little teledank, dude. Oh, dude, you still got your little option, dude? No? Oh, dude, a little 30 cents, dude. A little 100%er, dude. There you go. A little Rob, dude. A little 4-5 SPY 0 day, dude. 38, dude. Let's go. How many you got, dude? You got like 36 of them, or like 12 or 2 or 10? There you go, baby. Post to play, dude. So you gotta do, dude. Buy, dude. Oh, now get the long term, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Carvana. Roku, you said Hundo. Ooh, Carvana with the candle. They were not looking as hot in the morning. But there it is. Again, Roku, I'd say Roku is the crazy one. LVS is on the highs. Marriott's still going. That was weird. Biogen's on the high. Airbnb came down. Again, Snap is back at 11. That's kind of concerning to me. I'll take it. I fully accept it because now we're higher than last earnings. So to give you an idea, you're higher than 2 earnings ago on. You're lower than last earnings, but you're higher than the earnings before that on bad earnings. You can't make this shit up, bro. That's why I'm like, that's what they were talking about. They were saying on Bloomberg, they said, at what point do you just ignore all risk? I said, oh my goodness. Yeah, Snap did the same thing last time, but Snap, it took like a week. That one was just already pretty quick. Again, wasn't Snapchat just last week? I mean, I'll take it. I'm not complaining, but shit. And then PayPal's up 21. Meta's flushing. Oh, hold on. So Meta's coming down here. Can you stop saying Snap wrong? Yeah, I'll just kidding. Was that the joke this morning? Is that like the theme? I'm down. I could go. Let me change my out. I didn't know we were entering in a theme party today. You guys should have told me. I would have dressed up. Snapple. Stop talking. Okay, there you go. Okay. So I was saying I don't know what the theme is today. I'm surprised Bloomberg hasn't advised people to take second mortgages yet. I mean, I don't know though. It's like if you listen, I feel like everywhere you go, even though I'm not a fan of financial media, but like I feel like you hear a little bit of everything. Obviously, everybody has their bias, but like I've heard a lot. So to give Bloomberg credit as much as because I could tell you a lot of the shitty shit they've done recently, but to give them credit, what's his name? Not Jonathan Farrow, Tom Keene. He's up on there every day talking about triple levered cash. So, at the same time, as much as you want to go and say, everybody's bullish and that the media is pumping it, there's people out there, like, again, the host of one of the Bloomberg shows, every day he's talking about triple levered cash. He's talking about holding dollars and why the fuck would you move out of anything when you have that money, getting a good yield. So I could at least give him credit there, but at the same time, I think it's just, we've gone through a lot of themes this year and even off of last year, and it has a lot of the bulls and bears going on both sides. Again, we'll go over the analyst reports over the weekend. Can you start saying lingerie right? Nah. That I'll forever say lingerie. It's cool though. It's crazy though, but I didn't you guys have really good comprehension level. Like I didn't know I had so many, like you guys understand things. So now next time I say 10%, I expect a lot more from you guys now. Because then I'll like, well, 10% after this or no. You smart. You know all the pronunciations. I don't know why you have so many questions when I say save 10% of the top. You know what I'm saying? Just right when you touch it, you guys have so many questions. But y'all know how to pronounce everything. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? That's good. I'm glad to see. Remember, I learn. I'm a fast learner, Chad. I'm a fast learner. Say Rocket Mortgage. Well, never mind. I can say that. You try to ghetto spread Carvana? No, be careful of Carvana. I've been learned. Well, I am, bro. I am. The ticket for the play, just hit that like button. Only play we did today was Origin, and I think we're just holding out to Disney again. We have over $2 a share on, no, just under $2 a share on Disney. So that's up. I'm still looking at Airbnb, Unity, and PayPal. However, I think Unity and PayPal are very expensive. Blankety blank. Can't believe it's been 3 years since I found you all and unresigned, baby. Thank you for all you do. Amen, baby. I know. That was a great call, bro. He was like, should I quit? And he's like, I didn't quit. And he's like, I'm glad I didn't. And then he's been killing it ever since. God bless you, bro. Thank you for everything. And keep up the law, Tarb. And let's go, man. I'll see you in 10. We got 7 more to go. Unity earnings, yeah. I like Unity and PayPal. Those are plays that could run. They have deep option chains. The only problem is that after all of these runners, some of those plays are still expensive. That's the only issue that I have. So other than that, just keep that in mind and you should be good. When's BioMarin? Oh, shit. Is that today? Yeah, BioMarin earnings is today. Oh, we're screwed. Because now we need to get out of that play or not. But I think they're going to do good. I don't want to gamble on it, though. Yale halted up. So that's good to see. Company goes bankrupt, still gets a short squeeze. It's a great sign that interest rates are not working. Bax is going down. That was the play from earlier. We had that one. Again, I didn't understand the news there. I wish I had more context. But they are getting clapped there. Weekly's down 69. Well, hey, you got it early, man. So GG if you're in it. Puebla. PBLA on the high. PayPal still holding up. Again, that's a fire one. RXRX is climbing back. Disney, I could still say it's high above 88. VMA short. Oh, like Visa, MasterCard. Oh, maybe. Isn't there like some consumer stuff and then we're getting the slews today? But I think they were all pretty like marginal. So like I think if things start to turn down, I would go for them. I think the only thing that's going to keep them up is that they're going to try to track behind you're going to try to track behind the bank stocks with like Visa, MasterCard. Apple, Microsoft pop, Fubo. We were talking about Fubo earlier. SPY off the bottom. I mean, even Tesla trying to get a little bit. For Bernard, J&J. Watch 3M if that's the case. Yeah, J&J. No, J&J's ugly. I said watch this yesterday. Again, they got the bankruptcy stuff denied. Netflix breaking out. I haven't seen Netflix go on the high in a minute. Netflix is going up there. Q-Scaler, 3-4 candles. They're running again. SYM. That's positive earnings. They're up 18 now. My goodness. Para? Yeah, Para's up 5.5. We had that one earlier as well. Again, what was the other one? Fubo, 312 up 11%. Boeing pullback. Boeing still at 237. Very impressive. Yeah, Teladoc's going crazy. Teladoc 2.9. Your contracts are back up, but they're still a little bit lower than when we earlier were. Botic is gone. Is that Bostic? There's Tesla off the bottom. Again, SPY right below VWAP. This is right below where we opened up. XOM on the high. I think we have Oxy and a couple of oil names this week. Yeah, is oil moving right now? Because XOM is moving. And you're at 45.85, 15 points off of 46. AMD. I sold out of AMD. So again, I had an AMD run-up play. I mean, it's a little bit higher now, but we sold out on Friday. I'm still holding those Bank of America shares. I'm down on them. Not as much as the peak, but I still have them. The dividend has given us a little bit of money back, but yeah, that play, I think it's still down like 10%. Saudis agreed to another cut. We'll see. Oil stuff might start heating up. 81 is insane, though. I think they were talking about it. I think Brent crude was a 2 standard deviation move in the last month. So in a weird way, like ever since the Saudi stuff, it's been a subtle run up here to pretty much a lag for like 3 weeks. And then afterwards, it just went crazy. QuantumScape still going up. NVAX, again, QS still holding there. 1377. Palantir's about to go up. Biogen's on the high, too. Hood on the high. Dollar General. Airbnb at the low. Marriott still holding. SYM still going. OTRX. This is its 8th high of the day. Or QTRX. Oh, this thing's barely moving, but it's going up in the high. You think AMD is going to do bad? Not necessarily. I like the price they are at. I wanted to make a pre-earnings run-up, but I don't know. It just depends. I mean, if AMD, if they're going to do bad, it's going to be interesting to stack it up against like Intel and all that. But at the same time, like companies like Intel did good. I think Texas Instruments, they kind of warned a little bit. So we're going to find out. But overall, my play, getting in, getting out, has no relation to how I think they'll perform on earnings. I like the price. It was at the last earnings price. I wanted to get the run up. We got like $200 or $2 a share is like $500. So I just got out of it, and now that's it. TLT holding 100. Affirm, I think they had something. Weed taken off again. Bab. MO. Bro, Teladoc is starting to wake up now, so that's good. We got 3.8 on that. The contracts are actually moving up. NCPL. There's still juice. I mean, we're right below 4,600. Coinbase is going up. So after we recover that little sell-off, I mean, you have enough juice to go both ways. But, I mean, you're closer to a new solid level than further away from it. Spotify's on the high. Qscaler's still going. Remember, Spotify had a lot of back and forth from their earnings last week. There on the Great Monday. Good morning, my friend. Welcome to Monday. And NVIDIA, they're lower, but they're trying to get a couple of candles. Again, kind of looks like AMD. AMBA, Spotify, EFX, Teladoc is going. Come on, get the Disney. EFX again on the high, 204. Apple is back in the green, 0.01. QuantumScape still going. SoFi's just holding 1123. SPY below VWAP. SYM. Bro, things up like 19%. ON. Were they down? I think that was on the pre-market as sellers. No, they were up. They just sold off and then bounced. So they almost gave up their gains, but they were never red. That's actually going good. MNK, yeah, I remember Merck too. Pfizer, those are all earnings this week. Vaba. Am I playing? No Apple. I have no Apple plays, actually. I haven't played. I played all the Amazon, Microsoft, Google, but the only one I didn't touch was Apple. Coinbase still going. That's like the 5th high breakout here I've called out. Again, it just randomly throughout the day do its sell, but it's up 4%. So we actually have a lot of runners. J&J's getting collapsed. Remember, bankruptcy news or appeal. Just got my merch, baby. Oh, you love that material. Go work out in it. That's what I'm telling you, bro. It hits. It hits. God bless you, my friend. Good morning. base, couch base? I've ever heard base? Why did that sound so familiar? Couch base? HD Palantir, 52-week high, 1973. How come you aren't long on Roku? I could have made a play for it. We were going to ahead of the earnings, but I thought they already ran up a lot for the long term. I'm just not a fan of Roku. So other than that, they do kind of move hand in hand. That's why I was kind of even thinking it's up. Or that's why I think Netflix is up, maybe because of Roku. Palantir. Yeah, Palantir keeps going. I know you guys love that one, but that's actually nuts. Disney losing the 88 battle. No. Oh, wait, but I'm Mickey. Yeah, I won't lose. Thanks, Bob. That's Bob Iger. He's going to help out. We'll see. Microsoft. Johnson & Johnson. It was on Friday. We were actually here. But the judge denied their second attempt at making a new company to get people to accept the bailout for the talc baby powder lawsuit. So pretty much called the Texas two-step. Judges not letting them do it. It's kind of what's related to 3M. So that's why they're down there, because people thought they were going to have a better agreement on it. Yeah, on my phone, the Twitter app turned into X. It was really weird. I was trying to find my Twitter for 10 minutes yesterday. It's kind of annoying. But then I got it. Microsoft, still towards the bottom. J&J, I'll have that on the top right. They're still dying. Dishes going up here. Tupperware again. I feel like a lot of the small cap runners over the last couple of days are literally just still in the game. Tupperware, so that's up 15%. You watch that run the last 3 days in a row, I'm pretty sure. SoFi, that's earnings. They're holding up 11.38. They're up 20%. Even Team is up. Atlassian. Again, Teladoc, your options. You should have $1,000 net profit even on the free options. So that thing's still holding. AI now, again, Palantir was just hitting $20 almost. And then SPY is back to VWAP, opening candles of the day. Bonds coming back to when they ran up earlier after the Chicago PMI. U.S. total refined oil products rose 2 million barrels in May versus 2.9 in May versus 2.63 in April. BioMarin earnings are going to be today. So it's either we could get out now and take just above $1 a share loss, or we hold it, and then if they give an update on that new brain drug, that is what I think is going to make them go crazy. Let me see if I could get you something. LRCX on the high. Yeah, they're today after hours. Big red. What 9 have to say about Biofarm? They had a target price raised a couple days ago. Scotiabank initiates them. Bank of America cuts price target to 185 from 200. Yeah, there's nothing on it. I might be able to have an earnings preview, but there's nothing on BioMarin. So I think it's just gonna come down to the data. The data of how much they make from that new brain drug. Yeah, dude, Teladoc's on fire. The options are working. Everything's good. J&J starting to go up there again. If it was already running, it looks like it's holding up. So again, UNH is going up there. It looks like Roku, Palantir. Again, Tupperware was starting to move. A lot of those little ones are getting active. O'Reilly wants to die. Airbnb. The Fubu cheap. I haven't checked. Let me I'll go through the chain. Fubo's just a cheaper name. That's kind of what sucks, is that it doesn't, move a lot of dollars. So pretty much it's a cheaper name, cheaper stock name. And the option might move more like Redfin than it would Meta. Does that make sense? So remember, we need dollars, but these are already up. That's up 300%. These ones are a little bit lower. Again, the January chain goes deep. Some of them haven't moved, but anything like these are 5-cent options going for 20 cents now. So they're kind of up there. And then SPY right at VWAP. Clove is up 6. So a lot of runners here today. Again, Tupperware, Palantir, Roku, not just the short list, Teladoc. So they're going crazy. Again, Teladoc options are catching more of a bid. We're not selling off on that. If anything, the only news was the PMIs, and we did drop like 10 minutes later. It was the Chicago data, and then bonds reacted, but for the most part, we're pretty neutral. Fubo's at the high. Well, just go look at Redfin options and go look at Meta and just compare how they've moved. And I think pretty much Roku or whatever one we were just talking about, Fubo, it looks more like Redfin than like a Meta. Even though it had a $50 price target, remember we were looking over the options on those leaps. It was just like Meta, what was the other one? Nvidia. Those leaps went crazy because they went $50, $100 in the money. So although I'm not saying that Fubo is going to be bad, but what I am saying is that there will be a dollar limitation to that contract. So when you compare that to, again, something that moves $10, $20, $30 in a day, those Fubos might move a lot slower. Fed Goolsby says next rate move is open even as inflation eases. All right. Beyond moving back up. J&J's starting to come back down. Roku's just ripping, about to break out. Then you got Tupperware. That's also going. There's Roku. I think you guys keep calling for 100. You might get it. It's just going nuts. This is kind of holding. PayPal's at 76. That's weird. We're down on the 6J. I'm down what? Down $1,100 on it now, after being up 1,100 the day before. So those are clapped again. Everybody's saying that the yen reaction the day before is what batted it down, and then the first purchases by the Bank of Japan didn't shock anybody, but it's very counterintuitive right now. But I'm also thinking it's going to continue. We got to give it there, but I'm still holding the yen. Now we're down on it. Got some SoFi puts. We still have the random play SoFi. Palantir keeps going. Another 52-week high. Dallas Fed manufacturing, 7 minutes. Yes, sir. That could have an effect. Again, ISMs, those will be the main event. Then Friday. But we'll see. The option play of the week, I don't know. Shares. Fuck out of here. Disney. I like Disney. The Disney shares pre-run up now. Like I said, all it takes is one day. It might come back down, but that was probably the only play. Other than that, if PayPal or Unity could get cheap, which I don't know will happen, and then Airbnb, I think you're going to get some there too. For the small account, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you might just be making stuff up now at this point. But other than that, I don't know why we'd have a small account play of the week. But I'd go with shares. Again, I like all those plays I just outlined. I think they've all hit so far. Or yen, that's it. Now I'm down on, now's your time to buy the Japanese yen. So again, anybody who was asking me prior, I was telling you don't buy it when we're up on it. But now this would either be the average down or even give it a day, let it sell off a little bit more, and then I'd go into that now, or the YCL. Oh, the random play. Well, there you go. That's a way. It's not. We don't. It's not called anything else but the random account. But that one was a Baba play. I think they're talking about the random option play. Well, yeah, of course. He's like, what's the play of the week? No, your small account. No, just why for the random play. I think that's a very. You could have jumped, be like, hey, yo, what about that one guy? The one guy with eyeballs, and he has glasses. Just the one named Josh. What? Tesla about to skyrocket. Time will tell. Tesla was the first one to drop off. Today doesn't even look like big tech isn't even playing along. I feel like some of the big tech that was like trailing behind like Disney is like you're kind of up there, but other than that, it's the small names that are going nuts. I've not looked at Foot Locker. Airbnb puts. The question is, how high does it? If Airbnb goes up and rips up another $1 or $2 before the other earnings, I may want to grab more puts, but right now we're set up in a way where it works out very good. Ideally, if we could identify puts right before a turn and catch all the premium, that would be the best. Otherwise, maybe even sell calls, and then I'm going to see what I do with my leaps as well. But I think Airbnb is going to be fire. That's it. If Airbnb has a good earnings, I think Airbnb has $170, $200 potential off of good earnings. And then, however, if they have a bad earnings, we're talking 120s all the way down to like 110 again. So I think either options or shares, either way, the options are kind of skewed. The good part about Airbnb is that the options are all in one direction. So there's no premium on the downside, only premium on the upside. So if you want to go for the contrarian play, you can save a lot of money, and if it ends up being correct, you'll be a lot better off. But I think Airbnb is a powder keg. If it's okay earnings, I don't think there's no such thing as okay earnings this quarter. In the sense that no matter, even if Airbnb's this quarter is good or bad, the driver is going to be how they guide for the rest of the summer and then coming into next month. So that's what everyone's going to be looking at. So even then, that's why I think it's going to be a powder keg no matter what. When it's all said and done, it comes down to Q3 guidance. So if that guidance is stronger or lower, but then again, too, just if they have another quarter that breaks out, it's just like I've been telling you. Everybody's been talking a lot about Airbnb, but it's been a lot of time now. You've been listening to Josh talk about Airbnb for a long, long time. And over every one of these quarters, the price has stayed the same, but they're making more and more money. So the ratios are all changing. So what I'm saying is that it should be all on guidance. And even if something does stay the same, though, I do see that as a material improvement. Once the homeless get into Airbnb tents or in trouble, maybe. Or if just everyone sells their house, Airbnb's screwed. Because that happens. Companies coming out early, usually they got good earnings. And then vice versa. Some people say it's all assumption based. You never know. So like it's just an assumption. Like when people push back earnings, people say bad vibes. When it's good, they say it's ahead of time. They're like good vibes. So not too bad. They got the property. I saw your email, the one in Arizona. I like that one. I love it. 70,000, 80,000 turned into an Airbnb camp. I like it a lot. No way I'm touching Airbnb at the 52-week high. I feel you. I think that's why we're talking about options for earnings plays. So honestly, I wouldn't even I think the options may even be a trap on Airbnb. The only thing I like about it is that, like, again, the calls are jacked up and then the puts are cheap. So we know that there's something cheaper there, but other than that, I mean, it's, you should wait till afterwards. But I'm thinking Airbnb has at least $20 both ways after the report. Workers' strike is affecting grain shipments from Argentina port of Rosario. Closed on my house in Arizona. Let's go, baby. Arizona's nice. Say, man, get cheap properties too. I'm gonna make a video. I looked at a property the other day because I kept forgetting about this house. And then because it wasn't getting, and the tenant's a dickhead, honestly. But I just looked at the fucking comp. I got a comp on one of my small properties, and it's disgusting. I was mind blowing. So I'm gonna make a small property video for you, but definitely get out there. Where do you send a property? You can email it to me. I mean, let me know what's up if you're selling it or what the plan is. Again, if you want to sell it, email me it, and I'll just tell you what I think it's worth. That's usually a good place to start. Otherwise, if you're trying to buy it, I could always give you my feedback. It's easier for me. The best way is something you could email me where I could respond to you on stream. That's usually the best, most productive way. What has cheap properties? Everywhere. That's it. How old are you, Sammy? Tell me your age. I need to know your age because I have a theory. I don't know what it is, but I do know what it is. You're 33. Yeah, you're kind of young. Because I feel like it's the young kids who think that there's no such thing as cheap houses. Shit, bro. You just got to move to Ohio. You got to move to Idaho. Have you ever thought about living in Kansas City? Big Mike? I can hook you up with Big Mike. I got Midwest Finest out in Flint and all the other areas. But there's cheap-ass houses, bro. There's cheap-ass houses. Idaho, hell of expensive. I'm saying, it's there. It's there, man. You gotta be willing to live in the boonies. Yeah, you gotta move where that's seriously. So, I even remember, bro, even in California, there was places that were cheaper in California, and I bought them all up. That's what I did. I've been telling you that for a decade. There was places where 50 minutes, 30 minutes outside of LA, San Diego, it was considered the boonies. It was the cheap-ass houses that were 100 grand, 200 grand. Now they're all going for $1 million. It's the same thing. I agree with David 100%. If you are young right now, or you are mid-age, whatever you want to call it, and you are looking for that real estate opportunity, and you got to move out to where the housing is cheap and go find the cheap housing and take it. But if you want a $10 smoothie, you know what I'm saying? You want sold out movie theaters, you want a beach, you want all these nice things. It will cost you, but there's a abundance of affordable housing in the United States below the price of $250,000, which means it's less than a couple $1,000, not even $2,000 a month, I think, for a mortgage. But I'm talking $100,000 houses. Oh, the data. Where is it? Dallas Fed, -20. So Fed it's actually very low, but better than the peak low of -29. Honestly, bonds didn't move too much off of it. I see Meta keep selling off, and then Airbnb's going red. Yeah, 2 minutes later. It didn't cause anything. So just watch the watch list. I'll take my title at the end of the week. Like I'm telling you, nothing matters except for PMIs, non-farms, and what the 10-year does. Besides the earnings, that's it. So you could react how you need to. You make your options. I don't make... Well, I'll go with shares sometimes. The news plays are few and far between. I will tell you this, though. In a weird way, being a little bit late to the news has had a benefit on the plays. So I feel like if you're too early on the news sometimes, it hurts you. If you get it on the sweet spot after there's like been a mini algo reaction, it's good. But for the most part, I'd be going with shares more so than not. So options, you can run them here and there, but Twist, TWST, whoa, this thing's dying. Twist Bioscience, what is this? TWST? It's down another $1. It's not loading. Thorborn, surrender shares. No, not seeing anything. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a big flush. I printed the whole low ticker. It could be data. It just looks like a little biotech one. Mersana, I have not looked into. I don't know anything about that. Twist is an ARC play, really? It's interesting. Again, Meta's been selling off here for somewhat of the whole morning. God bless our veterans. Amen. Microsoft's coming down. Yeah, shares great. I'm surprised a lot of you guys are trading shares. I'm very impressed. And again, the long term, that's going to be nice. We're going to be stacking up cash for a little bit. By the end of this week, you're going to have a lot of big earnings. So we will see where our long term is at. This is all either the getting us ready for cushion, or it's about to clap us. Biogen, Delta, PH on the high, SPYs below VWAP, kind of coming down. That TWST still dropping. And I keep it all separate. Man, shares, long-term options, separate them. Tell them. Do I buy multifamily? Yeah. Do I buy everything? Honestly, though, it's even then. I mean, I feel like I've bought in less than I did last year. But I'm still very hesitant. Like, I like a lot of things, but I'm just all about the prices, dude. I'll buy anything if it's cheap enough. Even to this day, even though I'm telling you to look at, again, it's just like the long term. I'm very vigilant. The same thing I am doing with the stock market is exactly what I'm doing with real estate. Where again, I'm looking for the value, and I'm going for the value there. I do keep getting outbid, yeah, 100%. But at the same time, I have gotten a couple too. But it's just I'm very, very specific on what I want and the prices. All I buy is single family. I only buy, multifamily if I'm buying apartment complexes or multiple, but it's all single family. I don't buy commercial. I'm not really in commercial. I have 4 commercial deals right now on my table, and I like all of them. But I'm only willing to buy them at 50% cheaper. They're all distressed already. They're already discounted 30%. And I don't want them unless they're way cheaper. That's not my field. But residential, any piece of residential I've picked up has not hurt me at all. Knock on wood, finger to the sky, to God be the glory. But it just residential, I've been telling you that for a while, and I do believe it. And I think that's kind of the broader trend of where it's at. Multifamilies apply to me as that's residential. So 4 units, same thing. Just anything people could live in, not stuff to rent in, commercial, commercial leasing. It's just not. I do think there's great opportunities. Don't get it twisted, but I just think a lot more safety in residential. U.S. natural gas liquids production rises by 3,000 barrels a day in May. SoFi Noto says deposits are critical in driving profit. So do they have? Biogen, EXEI, or what is that? Snapchat? Dude, Snapchat's up 6. That's actually crazy now. Where is it? We're halfway. So you're about $1 away from earnings. And then Disney kind of wants 89. Yeah, 88.60. It's doing good for now. Earnings are always this choppy. Again, last week, you had a crash course in earnings. Just all the back and forth, the events. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? It's just like it was all earnings. And then you see even now, even for the yen, all right, nobody gives a shit. Everybody is really focused on earnings and just waiting for the next step. So I would just get that out the way. Again, Apple, Amazon are Thursday, but, we're really going to find out. But like I'm telling you, earnings, PMI, CPI, and then let's just see what happens with the 2-year and the 10-year, because that's the main theme right now. It's just, does the 10-year after this week, after earnings, after non-farms, after PMIs, after all of this stuff, do the yields go above 4% on the 10-year? You know what I'm saying? Does the 2-year snap above 5? That's going to change it all. That's what all money is on, especially if we're not reacting to Bank of Japan yet. I definitely think that's where we're at with it. Disney, he's moving. You got houses, you know, the great houses in major cities. You want that commission? Amen. That's how you do it. You could even manage it for him too, even being an agent. That's the crazy part. So if you do, you might be the plug, especially if you find the location. Pump It Up is very close. Yeah. I don't know. We've already given it to you at 4,600, but we'll see. Russia court rejects Kremlin critic Vladimir Kara-Murza's appeal over jail sentence. My TD's up, but I haven't tried. I haven't tried to do anything with it. And then Disney, dude, we're up $2 a share on Disney now. So give us that's what I said. It's a good starting spot, but we need more. The yen, I think it's huge. I think people's reaction in a weird, I think I should average down on it. I feel like this is kind of the misdirection, but then again, everybody, nothing happened. The little bit of intervention over the weekend, but everybody is even, again, I said on the watch list, the people who are wrong about it even happening, everyone's saying that it's getting to the point that the first reaction, the shock, helped batten it down and make it where it didn't have this crazy negative reaction so far. But I just think it takes time. Someone's been selling AMD. They got earnings coming up, but they are a little bit lower comparatively. Yeah, Nvidia's holding. They are. That's why I bought it again. And Nvidia's up is up at 3-4% higher than where what's it called, trading AMD from the last earnings. Disney keeps going. Roku's still moving. So we'll see if we get $89 on Disney. And then 90's the next level. Goldman's on the high. Roku calmed down a little bit. Goldman and financials are starting to move. XLF. Nvidia puts, where are they? 470. I like every major $25 level. 475, 450, 500. AMD. I'm already out of it, but I still like to play. Just remember they report what, in 2 days or tomorrow? Walmart on the low. Interesting. Staples are down 0.4. SoFi says guidance still assumes a modest recession. NATO says net charge-offs down sequentially. I put Noto. I meant SoFi. His comments are helping. So none of this stuff Teladoc guy's saying, I mean, it looks like it's going out. Yeah, Teladoc's running up here. Fat spread on the option, but once again, your options are up. SoFi comments done on CNBC. GoodRx is up 20. Roku chilled out. A lot of runners. The smaller caps, 50-50 in terms of what's actually launching, but you have a lot of smaller just killers here today. You could use YCL as the instrument for trading the yen. Yeah, that's exactly why it was created. So again, YCL is just the ETF that holds yen positions. The Teledaki, and I like Teledank. Teledoc's still going. There's SoFi. Nikolai now is on the high. And then there's GM. now Qualcomm, now USO. So a lot of things are running into the high, even industries. They're literally breaking into new highs as we're working into the opening candle. I mean, you're a couple points away from hitting a new high yourself here. Have fun with you. Having fun. See you at 120 months, baby. Hey, man, shout out to Law Term, too. That's what I'm talking about. 2030, baby. 2030. Oh, there's Teladoc. So, contracts coming back up. Let's see where we're at. So, the highest they went was 93. They're chilling at 90. So, again, these are the free contracts. We already made them free. We're good to go. Well, yeah, Teladoc, I'm glad that's still running. Yallah, habibi. Tilray's decent. There was something with weed stocks today, and then again they were saying, what's it called? Psychedelic stocks have been the worst, even though people are still trying to study and get it legalized. GDRX is another killer. I think the S&P will dip again eventually, but it's just not. I mean, we're playing a weird game between the economy and the central banks, but I mean, I hope you are all well aware of the situation we're in right now, in the sense that it's either you get your soft landing, which I heavily doubt. Again, let me say that again. I heavily doubt any soft landing narrative. I think that's bullshit, and I think history has shown us many times soft landings aren't real. But hey, I was hopeful for the Tooth Fairy and Santa at other times in my life. However, we don't know if inflation is reaccelerating or not. We don't know if inflation is coming down. Is this disinflation? Is it deflation? Or is this a reacceleration of inflation? And that is all going to take some time. So I do think SPY will eventually come down, but I do not believe in I don't believe in a soft landing. That's it. Am I going to fight the market? No. I'm mostly long-term. I own a lot of assets. I have a lot of equity. I will stack up a little bit of cash, but I recognize that this opportunity offers a great opportunity for diversification. But that being said, if you'd like any idea of where I stand, I don't believe in a soft landing. And that I could say very simply to you. You know what I'm saying? Is like, there's no question about, I just don't believe in a soft landing. I don't think that happens. So that's where I'm at with it. But in the meantime, however long that takes to materialize, I'm not trying to put a time frame on it. And I'm totally okay with markets going up, and I would benefit off of it. Why not? Because it just, let me ask you a better question. Why? Why would you believe in a soft landing? When it just will show me where that has occurred. There's one time it remotely occurred in the 90s, but even then I would argue we're in a much different scenario. But for the most part, you don't really get soft landings. It never happened. Isn't this soft landing almost achieved? Kind of, but it's also it's like this is where we're kind of into the final stretch. So they've put down the wheels, they've made the descent, but again, as far as landing safely, it's that final stretch that really matters. Any type of landing. I forgot. That is something to keep in mind. The elections are right around the corner. And then this year is doing what it was supposed to. But I think it's just, in the meantime, though, even if I don't believe in a soft landing, I'm not going to fight what the effects of thinking a soft landing does. So that's just unfortunately where we are. I think diversification is the answer. Like I've been saying for the last couple weeks here, just think beyond just this year. And no matter what, I don't think the answer is going to be as easy as we want to make it. And it's the real answer will be how you perform, and that's going to be as a result, I think, of diversifying over these next years. I think we're going to watch a couple months here, a couple months there, a couple months look like this, a couple months look like that, but it's just all about the Benjamins, baby. US SEC charges Hex founder with misappropriating funds, saying Disney and Netflix, like, are they separate news, or are we talking the same? Reminds me of when people feel when stocks go up and go down. Yeah. That's part of it. So that's what the Michael Gapin guy was saying of Bank of America. And just like this is what the feeling you get even into the soft landing, you are going to get like people are going to feel very optimistic. It's happened every single time. Stocks tend to lead the economy. I hear that and I feel, but it cannot realize into it. But this is the fucked up shit I kept saying last week. What if it does realize into it, though? What if we pre-order the rally and then everything comes into fruition like Elon's Cybertrucks? So that's the point of why I'm just like, we don't know what's going to happen. We got to stay flexible. We got to have, we got to be open to what could happen and what won't happen. But it's like, if you don't know any of those answers, it's like diversification is how we're going to make it through. And just take a cue from the Fed in the pace that they are operating on. Hut and Mara, they're running up there. Disney about to go to 89 now. On the yen play for 25 right now. Like 25 G's or 25 shares. But either way, this is when you're supposed to be buying. This is a better chance to buy it now when it's lower versus when we're there. 25 shares are you? Well, you're good. You're good. That would go with history, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Yeah, I agree, but like at the same time, I'm just going to be diversified. That's it. So it's like, even if I'm saying if I'm saying I do not, I believe there is no such thing as a soft landing the same way that I believe Jesus Christ died on the cross for my sins. So whether you think I'm a loony nut job or not, that is up to you. But no matter what, I'm going to heaven. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because even if I'm wrong about the soft landing, I'm not exiting 90% of my long term. I still have a long term, and I'm going to put myself in a win-win no matter what. So that's kind of how I'm getting to it. It's like, you could have your opinion. You could be, I'm agnostic of what market price will do. I just do not believe in a soft landing. And then we'll see. But if I'm wrong, I'm not going to make it to where I'm wrong. I have to pay for it. I would like it where every instance we get a little bit of either more or less depending on how it plays out. And that's word to the diversification. Solar coin crypto's going crazy right now. Something happened there. Again, last 5-7 minutes. Coin ripping up here to 99. Mara, Hut. I think Bitcoin futures might be going nuts here too. And Spies is staying chilled. Oh, that's weird. Whoa. Bitcoin's not even moving. So Bitcoin futures aren't even moving, and now these crypto plays, they are all going nuts. And then Solar is all getting a candle. Enphase, Max N, First Solar. If we are wrong, our LT should go up. If we are right, there should be big discounts. There should be. And then at the same time, too, if we are right, though, your long-term, you should have a little bit more cash. You see what I'm saying? And then if we are right, your growth should be cheaper, but your value should defend you. If we are right, and maybe it takes 3 years to develop, 2 years, your dividends should pay you more than the time you are waiting. So it's like there should be 1 or 2 points to put up on the board for every point that goes against us. And that's where I'm trying to say that's how we want to be. And then here's the best part. The idea is to not get caught with your pants down. You see what I'm saying? Whether bullish, bearish, one way or the not, we're not going to get caught out totally missing something. And it just, we're going to have a little bit of everything to bring to the table. Grab high. Well, crypto's going nuts, and then I'm waiting for the crypto, the Bitcoin candle to come up then. BTC having con. What? Oh, shit. When is it, though? Isn't it July 24? Or is it June? Because that is crazy. Because having we shouldn't be talking about it. But then again, it is almost 2024. Holy shit. April? Because it's close, actually. Damn. Netflix. 3M's coming up. Oh, or no, that was M&M on the high. I'm like, what is that? Fourth time above VWAP today. Just holding. It's right at the opening candle. SPY barely green. Dow barely green. NASDAQ up just under a quarter. KRE dumping. Yeah, regionals are selling off. Good call on that. Bank is even coming down. BABA's ripping. Yeah, BABA coming up to 102. Google's waking up now also. And then Meta still down. Snap is still up. There's Microsoft. Airbnb came down. Teladoc chilled out. Yeah, Baba's the one breaking out. The big one reporting after hours is who? We have a lot. There's just everything. AMD. Or no, excuse me, Arista. Arista today, then Zoom Info, then Car, and then Yum China. I think Arista's big, though. ANET. And then tomorrow morning, Uber, Norwegian, Pfizer, Caterpillar, EPD, Merck, JetBlue, SunPower, Altrio, and Allegra. Zoom Info is pretty big. They move a lot. Tupperware's still going. Jeez, still at $4 now again. My goodness. Yeah, Baba's killing it. We have 11% on Baba. 101. Tupperware, Netflix is on the high. Dude, Tupperware is insane. What's the other one? Roku? Yeah, they're not even up the same way anymore. Who's the other one? Fubo, Palantir. I think Carvana, Coin. Yeah, I think Tupperware is the only one still holding up there. Teladoc. SPY's climbing up here one more time. We talked about SoFi, not SYM as much. Again, SoFi. Just what's it called? SoFi is just earnings. They beat, and then we have the random play. We got to do something with that. Tupperware is earnings tomorrow. Yeah. Again, we have Altria and Uber tomorrow. So your long term, that's what I'm saying. You guys realize it. Enjoy your long term while it lasts, because after this week, a lot is going to change. So again, I think you're going to get Uber, PayPal. Is Redfin this week? MBW's next week. Then you're going to get Airbnb. So these are three bigger names here that have done a lot this year. So just keep that in mind. Today is the day for honestly, it's doing a lot better. SEC charges Hex. Again, I had that for you a little bit ago. Something about Pulse X. It's on the wire here. You should be able to see it. I rolled the Uber into the $60 calls. So we took a loss on there, but then I was able to get more money back for the $60 calls. So I guaranteed me another pretty much like $15 a share. So we agreed to sell our Uber shares at $60, which would be just under 100% total profit. And then now we have 51%, and then the amount of covered call premium is 10% the size of our whole position, which brings us to a 62% gain right now on Uber. Again, Uber was a monster. That's been a subtle dominant name in the long term. Pretty much we've made more on Uber now than I think Abivai, not including the drip. You can roll over until the premiums go down. It's just like refinancing. So pretty much I can keep rolling over all the way until it finally like where now I can't roll over for the same amount of money. Yeah, we've talked. The Beto dividend thing is weird. We've discussed it in the past. It's real. It's legit. It's supposed to like change and there's certain things, but You know, if you were able to pull it off and get lucky, you do walk away with it. Bro, Baba, bonds are catching a bid. SPY at VWAP. Disney's still doing great. So now we have more than $2 a share on that. Dash 100. Didn't they have news here? Again, Baba's at the high. EVLO, MNSO on the high. Dash is just staying chilled right here. I'd watch banks. Remember, it wasn't too long ago. Regionals were just getting murdered. ANET, and then I think on semi was in the morning. I have 8 shares and I get it monthly. So, like, how long have you held it for? How much have you received? Roku again. He wants that J&J? Oh, J&K. Junk. J&J still on the low. The SPY's trying to hold. Bond still catching some. Nvidia down. Roku, what time is it? 11 o'clock. Wow, 30 minutes till Euro close, so we're kind of moving through the day. Welcome to Monday of nothing, still holding this level for the last 2 weeks. This is the last day of July. 14 million by hour number 2 almost. We're a little bit shy. Interesting. Tesla poking its head up. Yeah, Tesla's back to green. And even Disney, that thing's been on fire all day today. We could actually say it's up, so we'll see if that holds. And then Baba too, that's another good day. Bank of America raises Ford's price target to 23 from 22. Yeah, Baba, Disney, those are holding up. Tupperware still going now, 416. Hour and a half of holding cash open level. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Like the video. Good morning and welcome to earnings. This week is going to wrap up with an answer on the yields, I hope. But I will be right back. God bless you and good morning, Chad.
A judge ruled that they basically couldn't use a unit to settle some litigation about cancer litigation, which basically means that 100,000 cases remaining that J&J is going to continue to have to deal with and really create an overhang for the stock, according to some analysts. So watch that as it kind of weighs on the Dow, for example. I'm just looking at the 210, and basically this is just my way to talk about the BOJ. So if you have the BOJ exiting or expanding its band when it comes to yields, but then today coming into the market and buying some, so kind of tamping down that yield rise we've seen over the last few days. And you can see that maybe echoed a little bit in other asset classes, particularly dollar yen, the dollar up by 0.6%, the yen pressured again. So it just begs the question, are we really going to see the unwind of short yen, long JGB? Are we really going to see the money come out of other assets and back into Japan? That's a key risk for broader markets, particularly in the U.S. and the bond market. But, Guy, are we really going to get there, I think, is the question for those assets.
Absolutely. And what happens next in terms of the inflation narrative is going to be key in all of this. Today you get data out of the Eurozone, points to sticky core inflation. Headline comes down a little bit. In fact, they cross over. And the question we're now asking is, are we now going to see a gentle glide path from here? Can we price in a soft landing? Rates come lower. Let's take a look at this chart here. This is the core number here. So we've kind of leveled off. We've plateaued a bit. What happens next is absolutely critical. The German 2-year below March highs, despite the sticky inflation, which is fascinating as well. How is the market thinking about what it needs to price next, and whether or not the ECB is going to deliver a September hike, I think is absolutely critical. I think we're at a point of real difficulty for markets. And it is August. We're going into August, so there's a kind of that issue as well. But we're at a really difficult point, I think, Alex, of understanding what happens next. The market is increasingly believing that we can deliver this soft landing. Mm-hmm. The question is it priced?
Well, right, and also, can we paint that broad stroke through all different regions? Is the UK, Europe, and the US the same? Is a soft landing a base case? Is that the same question for all those different regions, particularly as we head into the BOE on Thursday, which I think is also quite interesting. As we know, the UK is having some issues that are idiosyncratic, particularly when it comes then.
The Bank of England. The Bank of England. Chatadonia. 25 minutes till the Euro close. Hope you're ready for it. Bookings on the high. Apple's still going. SPY is not moved for an hour and a half. So let's go, man. MPW under 10. Oh, no. It's the first time in a while. Hot dog. 995, 995. Looking for 994, 994. So, again, their earnings is next week. I think it was supposed to be this week. So we'll see if it holds 10 or this will be the range. There's the rest of real estate. Are we pumping Yell? I'm not. Again, I think people are buying the bankruptcy. Just be careful. Airbnb. Not doing as good as the other travel place. Yeah, Yale's up 112%. I mean, it's the same thing you've seen every time. Company goes bankrupt. Everybody in retail buys it up as everybody shorts the bankrupt company, and then it survived. I mean, do you guys remember what happened with Bed Bath & Beyond? Like, you guys do not remember. Like, dude, the memory is crazy. You guys don't remember Bed Bath & Beyond, and then we even hit a couple of those plays, and then it died again, and then it started moving. Like, it was like in the middle of going BK, switching tickers. Every single day it would shoot up until eventually, like, it wouldn't trade. Everybody lost their money. Like, it was literally every single day people would buy it, they would be on it, and then boom, everyone just got clapped. And then before you know it, everything gets sold off. So to whoever bought it. So that's kind of what it is. There's an opportunity to flip it, but it's like a real game of Russian roulette, I guess, is the best way to describe it. So Bond's trying to move. Airbnb green. He'll need a little bit more. Again, Marriott, Hilton, Hyatt, they're all doing good. And then even Booking too. Disney to 89. Wow. Well, there you have it. It's above 88, so we could say it's higher. And then that's it. And then, wow. I haven't heard it dying today. See. The yen is rebounding. I think I just give one more day for today. If it drops big tomorrow, I'll probably buy it. But, I mean, I'm already eyeing it now, though. But I just think just time. But first reaction from Friday is bearish. I don't believe it, but that is what we're getting. Again, everyone's kind of acting like, oh, yeah, it was expected. But it wasn't. You got the $8 October puts on MPW. Keep in mind earnings. Again, I didn't look at the premiums. I think I did a couple weeks ago. Let's see. The puts are still good. If you got them the other day, they're nice. And the calls are actually clapped now, too. I didn't like the calls, but the puts are kind of decent. They've already ran up, though. So now, oof. Yeah, they're charging you to insure MPW. Again, earnings next week, August 8th. The Zen V, am I? I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think I sold out of Zen V. I have BSGM still, and then I'm in the BioMarin, and then BioMarin has earnings. Trade options. Check out the tutorial. It's called How to Find 1,000% Options. I think that's a great one. Great one to start with. All right. See if it holds. Again, Disney at 89. It was a very, very beautiful day. CRM's going up. They had a downgrade in the morning. Tupperware is flying. That's all day. There's a couple of random runners there. Not even random ones. You know them all. Palantir, Roku. Those are excited. Roku's coming back up. Tupperware 443. That is insane. Tupperware could be the next GameStop. I don't know, but people like them. Yeah, so far it's working. Why is maybe hard to borrow? So you might need approval. I haven't tried. Again, we've watched Tupperware the last couple days. I haven't even tried to get involved with it just because after we saw it was already up like 300%. Clove Disney news. I don't see any unless you guys see some. Oh, wait. Walt Disney gains after former. It's the old news from the morning. Again, it was Bob Iger. Former Disney executives return as advisors to Chief Bob Iger. Home Depot's good, and they've been down a lot, but I don't know about the overall trends. Remember, everyone was like worried about them like just 2 quarters ago. Netflix is coming up there again. Disney, Netflix, SPY still holding. Nvidia pop. Watch AMD. They were underperforming. SYM, the earnings from earlier, that's killing it. Yeah, RXRX is killing it too. Pins or GDRX. Netflix is going up there, and Disney just melting up. Roku is back, I think. It's about to be. See if any of the travel names come up, though. I think that's a little slow. Dash and Uber haven't moved in a while, but they're holding their gains. Ford's up. MPW, what's happening? Nothing. Again, I mean, we just enjoyed a nice run up to 1060. So, like I said, it's going to be slow, but it's the same shit, bro. Again, just every day, everyone asks me why Disney's failing. I wouldn't buy it there. I wouldn't buy it there. Today it is up. Same thing here. We had a squeeze for 2 weeks in a row on MPW. First 3 days down. Earnings is all that matters. So again, where this stock is going to end up breaking a low or ripping, that's going to depend on Disney earnings. Same thing with MPW next week. Everybody feels a certain way. There's nothing new to react to. Everybody is going to react once the earnings come out. So in the meantime, just don't let just don't let the earnings moves kind of throw you off too much. However, if you're in a pre-earnings play and it does start to move crazy and you're kind of like, all right, I don't want to play it anymore, just make your move and walk away. That's also fine to do. But just in general, just keep in mind some of these wicked moves. I'm in long-term on that. I'm out of any MPW flip. Disney, I have flip and long-term, so I'm ready to get out of that one. The wheat stuff, I need to check. We were talking about it Friday. I want to get greedy on wheat in the sense like I only want it if it's dirt cheap. So it's at 660. This is a way better price. So yeah, I think right here you could get in at like the 650s. Otherwise, I think it bounces at 630, 620, like to a T. The yen news just follow up. People saying it was expected, which is hilarious. Then also so far in the last like 72 hours, the impacts by the Bank of Japan stepping in, it's kind of highlighting nothing really has changed, but that's because the pressure hasn't really changed. So as long as the pressure is low, it looks like nothing happened, but pretty much what I'm waiting for is pressure to pick up. J&J pop. Is that PayPal on the high? Yeah, J&J's working its way up again. They had bad bankruptcy news stuff today. So a very, very big piece of news for them. Oh, excuse me. Does the market in the month of August have negative returns? I believe it's 50-50, but August is where it does start to get a little shaky. But July is your best month, and that's what we're finishing out now. Again, since 2007, I don't think we've had a negative July, and that trend is going to continue after we close here today, but that's about it. Still playing in the yen, yes. It's blessed. Wait, I feel blessed. Netflix, Disney. Again, we're still in all of those plays as well. Why did MPW get clapped? I think just getting ready for earnings. Again, next week is your earnings. You have a lot of shit going on with bonds, and I think now, speak now or forever hold your peace. I think so. Whatever you're seeing with MPW, apply that. That's what I was trying to tell you guys with your long term. Just look at your long term right now. You have a lot of companies reporting this week. So if your stock ran up and is yet to report, all of your gains are not guaranteed. Are you guys aware of that? So if your stock goes up $20 into earnings, it means nothing. If you want to keep that $20, you sell out now. Otherwise, that's kind of the whole logic here. So there's a lot of companies that have just had pre-earnings run-ups. We have not gotten their reports yet. And when we do, that's what's going to make the real move, and that's what people are responding to now. Disney's going up. Microsoft with a Chicle. Same thing with the SPY. So you're coming down a little lower here now. Interesting. Overperformers, red candles, some of them. And then underperformers are still going up. Palanta earnings run, yeah. I keep hearing Ford. I mean, I have some Ford shares at a lower price, but there's been a lot of debate in terms of how their last earnings was. It was both like good and bad, but everyone's still kind of arguing about it. Disney to 100? Man, you guys are crazy. So let's just get to 90. Again, it's the same thing. Just because Disney's dropping at 85 does not mean it goes to 50. And just because it's up $2 does not mean it goes to 100. You're more likely going to be in $95 to $85 range. So this was the last earnings. I think this is more realistic than not. Anything higher or lower, I think everybody starts to get dramatic. The dumb DeSantis article, which, see, that's what I like about you guys having the wires. Like, you could see stuff before I do sometimes. DeSantis calls for finding normal trade ties with China. What else is there? No ETRN. I think Disney is going to bring back their dividend. They announced it at the beginning of the year. They said by third quarter, so they didn't give a guarantee towards it, but for the most part, we should be getting our dividend. That's why I was even saying, in a weird way, I don't know if the market is accurately pricing that in, but then again, there could be a delay. Disney's dividend was low. It's not going to be a big one. It'll probably be lower than 2%, and then they do it semi-annually. So it's like once every 6 months. So it kind of sucks for dividend reinvestment. Pin C on the high. I think we have Yum China after the bell. And then y'all remember ANET. Oh, ANET got murdered because of the what's it called? ANET got murdered because of Microsoft. I forgot. Disney could get clapped before earnings. I mean, that's just what it was going through. But just going to move around, just depending on how the sympathies play, other reports, and everybody leading into the economy here. Ooh, that one's almost there. Boo. Oh, I try to order 5,500 contracts. Damn. Maybe that's a sign. I almost fat fingered 500 contracts. I just put it in the wrong order form. It's a sign you got fingers. That's cool. That's cool with me. Bob Iger came out of retirement. Oxy's on the high. I swear everyone hated Disneyland. You're fucking telling me, bro? Stop it. I don't want to deal with this. It's every time. That's it. Honestly, I wouldn't even be excited today if it wasn't above here. So we're lucky we even got above 88. But even then, it's wild. Again, just wait till it goes down. It's gonna be the same thing, just like the MPW, all that. Wait until it goes above 10. It will be good. It will be good. But just in general, too, though. I mean, the last couple days, especially in earnings, I hope you guys use it as like a lesson to just like don't get so emotional. And you see the back and forth, and like we see a lot of movement, but just knowing the movements are real and knowing it's just kind of a setup leading into something else. That's kind of the best way I could put it. But I did make a play. So it's not a recommendation as far as the play. The play is you guys are still behind on the likes, so I'll know what we're talking about here. Okay, not a recommendation. Thank you. Yeah, still playing the yen. KC wheat harvest worst in over 50 years. Damn. And wheat's still getting murdered. Disney's still going up. Tupperware one more time. Great play. Smash the like. It's always good, man. It's always good. Why not? Why not? 5,500 contracts. Like the video. That's what we need. 5,500 of like the video. Someone did say the the Apple rumor earlier, but I haven't heard it as much today. There was news. Again, the Bob Iger team and bringing back everybody. That had people excited for the most part. You're coming down here again. Disney is moving up here. Rita's on the high. Team on the high too. What's that other one? TTD, the trade desk, and then team. You knew Disney's doing buybacks, probably. Do they still have some left? I think they might have raised their amount too. Earning names go for all of the big ones, all of the travel ones. The only problem with earnings run-ups is that we are in the third week now. So after Netflix, Tesla, Meta, all of those companies, a lot of names have either ran or not. Like we got lucky with Teladoc, that one, that the premiums didn't move. So that's, if I could show you the difference of any play we've made, it's like go look at the Teladocs for when we made that. That premium was lower. If you go look at any other option right now, all of the pre-earnings run-ups kind of have like one direction or not. Again, like Airbnb, the puts are cheap, the calls are expensive. So you're going to have to kind of pick. So if there is pre-earnings run-ups, I think it's kind of more defined as the whichever option isn't up. Other than that, though, a lot of things have already moved now that we're kind of 3 weeks into it. So I just made a play right now for earnings. I made a small $50 one, but we'll go over that on the watch list if we don't hit our likes. The play for next week, I don't know. Rates, we got to find out. Once we find out the rates, that I think 4% on the 10-year or not, That's what's going to what will define everything. And then there's Disney. Symbiotic up. Yeah, they killed it on earnings. Symbiotic, and then there's two more. SYM. QS is still up. What's the other one? Roku, and then Tupperware. Those are your runners. Oh, SoFi as well. And then DraftKings. Tup has been nonstop. Again, if we didn't see it so cheap and run up, but I saw you, man. It's 52% even on the day. Tupperware is about to break out and hit another high right here. Any big downside plays you like? Just bonds. I like the downside plays that go up. So again, I like kind of just bonds and yen. I think that gets you enough. We'll see with any earnings black swans, but for the most part, the bar is has been set very, very low. Am I selling Disney anytime soon? Not for the long term. I'm gonna long term my ass away. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just live in long term la la land. So it's gonna be great, but that's my only plans. We'll see. Again, we have till what? When is Disney earnings? I think even till next week on the earnings play. Yeah, we have till August 9th. So we might. Oh shit! Why'd I open that? We might be able to finesse it. Amazon, or no, Hyzon, HYZN on the high. I think Disney will surprise everyone with good news. Well, listen, I think it's just crazy, though. You guys can't talk like this when it's up. I need you to talk like this when it's down. But that's the whole point, is that you just be careful of following the narrative of the day when it's so extreme in one direction. So I don't know what's going to happen with Disney. Again, everyone's been very bearish coming into the earnings, but if you haven't noticed the fuckery of every day on Disney so far, I mean, I encourage you to open your eyes on it, because it just literally it gets pumped when it's going up, and then it gets bashed when it's going down, and then everybody's making their moves around there. So just be cautious. You ever trade on margin to get more dividend? No. Because, again, depending on the margin rate, you might end up spending more. Euro close is 3 minutes, right around the corner. Have not done much. You're on the lower end of the day. Honestly, Dow and Russell are the only thing up by double digits, 0.1%. So we'll see how it plays here. You compound faster, but agrees on margin. Well, yeah, but I mean, I would never pay 10% to get back 5%. So just remember, if you're at one of these brokerages, I mean, they're charging you an arm and a leg on margin interest. So usually, I believe the average rate right now on margin is about 13 to 14%. So you have to really be making more than 4% a month on Divvy for that to make. The only one it would make sense was MPW, is if you bought on margin, you bought MPW. So if you got a 14% dividend and they charged you at 12, then you're good. Again, Robinhood, if it's 8%, then you'll be good. But you just have to make sure your dividend goes above the price of the interest that you're paying. And then bonds, again, Euro close here in about 45 seconds. Yeah, it's annualized. So, but then again, so is your dividend. So, quite frankly, I think they work out the same because if you're going to hold the dividend till the end of the year, that's where you get your full percentage, and then you could break it down by a quarter. So even then, even if you're at 13% a month interest rate, that's like 3-4% a month or a quarter. Excuse me. So then that means your dividend, if it has a 8% yearly, that pays out 2% a quarter. Bill is 0.3 a month. No, Bill is like high fives a year. But that's very good. Again, even get 0.3 in a month is phenomenal. It's only going to keep going higher too. I swear I saw F-350s all weekend. I tell you, it was like the second day of working on that song. I was listening to it, and then like I would watch F-350s drive by, and I would get inspired. It was so hype. Like there was one, I was in a shopping center, and the song was playing, and an F-350 drove by me, and then the next car behind that F-350 was an F-350. I was hyped. Governor hints at replacing Fed Powell if elected president. What? Who? DeSantis? What? DeSayin? He's coming after I don't know. I feel like I take Powell over DeSayin. I was never in the DeSantos club or whatever, but like, what the fuck? That's good though. He's smart. He's running out of marketing dollars. You need to fucking take one out of Elizabeth Warren's book. Go after the most popular Fed chair in the world. I like it. You just saved $20 million by bashing Powell. That's it. That's the first time I said anything about DeSantos, whatever the fuck his name is. That's it. That's the first time I've been like, what the hell? So that's worth it. I say you got some good advertisements there. I don't even know. I don't even know if I like Powell or not, but like only I could bully him because I love him so much. Does that make sense? So like Elizabeth Warren, get the hell out of here. DeSatan, get out of here. I ain't going, no, only I could talk about Powell. That's it. I'm not going to, I've watched him every single day. I've studied him. I've been, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I've developed a real long-seated relationship with Jerome. That's why it bothers me when they start going after him. Mornings, I just found out my fiance is pregnant. Wow. Long term. Go make one for the unborn child right now. That's crazy. You're going to tell him when he gets born, be like, you had a long term 9 months before you were alive. Son, that's it. Be like, you have no excuse to fail in life. And then he might end up doing drugs, though, if you put too much pressure on him. But still, you know what I'm saying? But SPY's dropping now. We got a little bit of a cheek lay. We're coming back down. Welcome to Euro Close. 2 minutes in, we're already selling off. Yeah. Clifford woke up here in the morning. Remember, Coinbase was moving earlier. We did not get anything. 4,580, still very high. Again, closer to 4,600 than further away. Could be the bond auction. I think there was some earlier. You should see results, though. If it is, yeah, it is bond. Again, bond auction results just came in front of you. 3 month and 6 month. That shouldn't be that serious, though. Again, shorter term auctions, Fed. Who's short in Bud Light? Didn't it? What's it called? That one beer company went down 7% today on guidance. Who was it? It was one of those beer companies. Heineken, yeah. No, Heineken. Heineken's down 7% today. No, Sam. I took that loss. That was a tax loss. I don't know if it came back or not. Heineken cut. And then MPW, I think wait till earnings. That's it. Wait till earnings. Do not buy MPW if it's trading above $8 flat. If not, take your 30% plus dividend and wait till earnings. And then after their earnings, we could talk about what price, because after that earnings, it's all going to change. once we get the everything else. How can you call him Satan, but Biden promotes agendas that are biblically satanic? Because just DeSantis and Satan are like 2 letters off, so that's the reason why I say it. It's funny. Again, I don't really talk about them too much. That's the first DeSantos headline that I've seen. And again, it's just like when I call it the S&P or the Satan 500, some humoristic ways, again, when they refer to my God as Sky Daddy, maybe this is my fatal flaw, but I can't help but laugh. So I do have to say the things as I say them. But yeah, so I think Satan is a hilarious characterization. if Biden rhymed with Satan, it would be even funnier and ironic, but it doesn't. All I could do is this one, huh? What about this one? Fuck it. No one says shit when I do this, huh? Yeah, I'm better at this one, though. But Biden, Smiden, lion rhymes with Biden. How the fuck? How does it even rhyme? Biden, hiding, riding. You're riding Biden? Hi, fuck hell. Anyways, I gotta get going here. See you later. I think riding Biden is the only thing that rhymes. Y'all were just like discussing it. I'm still thinking of Biden rhymes. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I'm like, wait a minute. I think only riding Biden works. That's it, man. I'm sorry. Airbnb, I think, I don't know. Check the watch list. I really don't know. I don't want to go check now. I put it on the watch list yesterday. You will remember when Under Armour is 7.5. That could be a deep value play. So if you like Under Armour, take it, my man. But I have not worn Under Armour since I was in middle school. And even then it was expensive then. And now it's cheaper. So I don't think they're bad, but I think you could get a little bit better of value. But then again, it's like if you really believe it, there's a lot of apparel names in the bargain bin. Like this looks like a bargain bin. Again, you got to believe in Under Armour at that point. It's you got the value, you got the price in your favor. So it's just a question of opportunity cost and then risk. But me personally, I just don't use Under Armour. I feel like Under Armour, though, they have good gear, like, for, like, kids and, like, athletics, like, like sports teams. I feel like my little nephew, I feel like he have Under Armour baseball gloves. Other than that, I'm trying to think of the last Under Armour. They got good socks, too. So, again, it's in the value. It's in the bargain bin, but you got to, like, really believe in it. And if that's, again, just taking a look around, remember, there's only a couple names that are underperforming. That's one of them. So if you like it, it's maybe keep it just small and just keep in mind, smaller entries could, that way you could protect yourself and still get a little bit and then buy it at extreme value. That's how I wanted Lyft at $8. Wow, where is Under Armour? I did shoots for Under Armour. See, so I'm again. If y'all running with it, then that's on you, bro. That's on you. Maybe you lift at 8. I liked it there. I was just in my cash thing, and then I think I went after Disney, but that one was a good one. Uber is great too. Uber is shockingly very good in our portfolio. I feel like Uber hasn't gotten the credit it deserved. Like, bro, our latest pickups of Uber, even on Colt Sister, remember, we stacked up Uber on Colt Sister. That's her best position, and it's the biggest one, and it's up. But Uber was like a low-key behemoth, man. He came to play. If you got extra cash, would you pay down mortgage or invest in stock? Which one do you like more? I don't know. I think maybe either stock or cash. I don't know. If you're paying down your mortgage, I wouldn't pay down too much of your mortgage until you could refinance at a better rate, unless your rates are lower. Otherwise, even then, I would just do the bi-weekly, maybe add $100 principal. Other than that, though, maybe either stocks or just collect interest on the cash. Squat time. Is it? Let's get the body moving. Chatadonia. Happy Monday. Adobe's up. Again, they had to upgrade in some AI stuff, and SPY's a little lower. We're about 10 minutes off a Euro close, but Chatadonia. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't know why I just told you all of that. I meant to tell you to move your body, okay? And get the body moving. Do some sit-ups. That's it. Do anything, man. Just do anything. Just sit-ups, stand-ups, legs, push-ups. Relax your eyeballs. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. You know, feel it. Make it feel good. Relax the jaw, legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. You are not riding a dolphin. Why are your legs wrapped behind your computer chair? Some of you are kicking your nuts right now with your left leg tucked in and your right leg sticking out while you lean towards the mouse. You just straight wrecking your spine like you hate him, like your spine owes you child support and you just caught him this morning. So you're like, let me twist you because you did not pay me money. Otherwise, sit your ass up straight, bro. Why? What did your body do to you? He's been with you your whole life. Your spine has been right by your side. He's gotten your back. And now what are you doing to him while you're trying to trade? You just mangling him. You're like, hey, I wonder if I could twist it like a piece of licorice or something. Like, you know, like one of those pipe cleaners. Like you like twisting it around and like trying to make a shape. Like, bro, just sit up straight, please. Okay? Your body thanks you. Okay? Thank you. Not personal. I'm just being honest with you. I didn't want to. I'm just like, your spine don't deserve that. He ain't do shit to you, bro. Like, honestly, it's kind of ungrateful of your ass to just like, he's your homie all day. He has your back. And you just fucking him up so you can make $20 on an option. Like, it's not even worth it. Trust me. Just like sit up straight, relax a little bit. I'm doing curls while telling you this now. So thank you, spine, because my spine's helping me stand up straight for all of this, you know? My friend owns this, and it's something you might be interested in. I didn't see what you said, but if it's not a house, I'm probably not interested in it. But if it is a house, you can email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Of course, he's doing the birthday, baby. That's another one. I said doing the worm. I said birthday. Benny, baby. Happy birthday. Hard. I told you, Chad. It's about to get crazy. From August till the end of September, Chad, all of your Chads are about to start having birthdays. That's Benny Beats, baby. You may have heard of him. He's bullish and he's not from Chicago, but now he's bullish on his birthday. Oh, my goodness. On a Monday, too. Stop it. Oh, yes, he's bullish. Oh, hey, Benny, you're bullish. But, baby, I'm not from Chicago. Amen. Bro, we got a lot of birthdays coming up, man. Yours is this Sunday. Dude, we have so many. So happy birthday to all of y'all. Y'all let me know. I'll turn up with y'all, man, every single day. But let's go. I can't believe. Just get ready, though. Get ready. So happy birthday and happy future birthdays. It should be a lot of fun. But make sure every birthday means you should have a long term with 10% saved. Amen? Amen. Amen. Another year for the long term. Why can't you get the Diamonds Are Forever song on Spotify? Because Jay-Z is a greedy bastard. So Kanye got the beat and created it, but Jay-Z owns the beat to Diamonds, and he's very strict on where it could go. The only place that beat could be released is YouTube, because YouTube has an agreement with him and guarantees him all royalties from it. So every other place won't even let you put it on there. You can't even put that beat up on SoundCloud, even if you wanted. It's kind of wild. End phase price target cut to 210 from 240 at Truist. Maintained at buy. The yen. PHILO, why do you keep asking me that, sir? Again, I like your name and everything, but after 4 times of that question and me answering it, because everybody else, I would ignore it, but now I'm going to start ignoring you, because that's really weird that you asked that 4 times now. Thank you. I think they do. You can get it on title. Forever. I've not checked my email yet today, so you're going to have to give me some time. You want him to ask again? That sucks. That just led to your ban. See, man, you play too much, man. You don't want to play too much. Good morning. I hope you have a good rest of the week, though. Get a long term. You can make a new account to rejoin the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever advocate your brother gets banned. That's not a good sign. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you do that to him? I was just talking to him, you know, talking to the other guy, and that's it. Next one, you're permanently banned, sir. If you already got one. That was for the Twitch. They said, I love Twitch. Your performance the last couple weeks has blessed you. You know that? I love you, Chad. I love you. In Twitch, oh my goodness. Some of you were about to get some. That's it. Don't play the whole joking game afterwards. That never works out. That's it. That's all I'm saying, though. If you guys weren't on point last week, Twitch, 4 or 5 of you would have been gone real quick. Oh, you know what I'm saying? But good work last week. So that's why I'm saying the more you work harder, it'll reflect well on your resume. You know what I'm saying? So amen. Amen. I only had to time out one of them. But that's why I was like, come on, man. Don't. Ooh, you just saw what happened to the YouTube guy. Why would you bust that out? You know exactly what was going to happen. That's why I was like, oh, man. But it's okay. You there, baby. You there. You in the game. Get the long term. Hey, keep it up, Twitch. Keep it up. What DAW and what's DAW? I use Logic, if that's what you mean, for my country music. Apple could bring ESPN to iPhones on rumored partnership. Uh-oh. I don't see that on here. If that's circulating, be careful. Yeah, a couple of Chads are posting a rumor right now. Watch out. Disney rumor, but then again, anytime Disney is up, there is a rumor. It's an iMore article. Walter, he did that on Friday, bro. Remember last Thursday, Walter posted another. He posted another like or like a what's? It's all opinion articles. So yeah, this is the story. I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. I think the Bob Iger stuff is driving it, but it's not even loading. Sketchy source. It's just an opinion article. So if I bought another rental, can I write off the $15K with my company? If your company is real estate related, you could write off purchasing another property. But if your company is a food company, that's not a qualified or eligible write-off. So again, talk with your tax professional, but assuming your business is a real estate registered business with your Secretary of State, then yes, you can. Yeah. So again, watch out for that. The Disney, you got a Disney opinion article. You may have ESPN on your iPhone already. Yeah, wait, doesn't that already exist? Bristol Meyer. They could be decent. I forgot. Who do they own? Not Olivier. What's it called? L'Oreal? Or L'Oreal's a France company. Because that's the only thing. If they have L'Oreal, I like Bristol Meyer. If they don't, I'm not a fan. SPY trying to come up. You guys keep posting Teladoc. Teladoc at 30, actually. So is this another high? Almost. Last time we hit as high as 30.29 or 30.33. So the options are coming back up again. I think they were as high as $1. Makes sense, though. There you go. You're good to go, baby. Elf, I think it's up there. That's it. All of those are the plays we buy when the market actually, like, if there's a real big recession or turn down, I'm going for Ulta. That's the play I really, really want. Yeah, don't look at Teladoc, let it run, I feel. And then Disney's still up. Again, that little opinion rumor. I'm surprised it didn't move it, but then I'm actually happy it didn't. Someone asked my favorite artist, and I said Uncle Answers. They listen, they're like, that's fire. Amen. Nah. Just tell him that that guy has a nephew who does country, and that it's on the way. You know, I almost got that for you guys. I almost got that. J&J, January. I don't like the time, but I like the idea. Again, J&J, they just sold off on that court stuff. I think you might get a bounce, but I don't know how I feel about buying a J&J Leap per se. Otherwise, I'd rather go with shares, but then it's like I would wait till J&J comes down a little bit more. I bump cribs all the way to work today. Let's go. Michiganders do love that country music. I got a good one, bro. I got to go. Just get ready, man. I'm hyped. I might move to Nashville. Well, you never know if this stuff takes off. You know, I can't control it. And then Disney at $89. MPW back above 10. Disney stopped at the 200-day. Microsoft's coming a little lower. Even the SPY bond stayed chill. The shape of the market just looks a little inverse from here. Other than that, we've barely done anything. SPY and Dow are up 0.03. NASDAQ 0.08. Russell 0.86. And then the VIX is even up. But we're not really doing anything. Even Apple with a candle. Again, Disney starting to come down a little bit from the top. Or at least just slowing down after hitting a new high. I forgot Baba's doing good. Even bank plays are coming up. AMD, the child support. What I got out of that one. So again, if you average down too, like my one average down got me out of it. But even from the one, it should be like $2. Honestly, AMD shouldn't be that bad. But they report tomorrow after the bell, so it's just the timing. And you're not running out of the earnings run or the premium. Snapchat. That's our best performer on the day. Disney came back. I mean, long term still working, but it's an awkwardly slow day. We barely moved all day today. So even just looking at the shape, bonds, dollar, everything else, even the yen, it's just like this is a tiny ass move. 0.01, 0.02. S&P and Dow going red right now. NASDAQ is trailing right behind. Russell is the only thing holding on here. NEO giving up. Regionals are about to sell off. But NEO is about to sell. JP Morgan, they gave up like 1%. Breaking red. Move more pre-market than the day. Hit a new low and then come back up. That what happened last week? Or was our low on Thursday? Yeah, Thursdays is when the market's been going crazy lately. But last Thursday was when it all happened. I don't even think. Monday we did nothing. You slowly edged up. Tuesday you melted up. Wednesday you did nothing with a pop. And then Wednesday was even the Fed. That's crazy. So right now too, to give you an idea where you're trading now, we're like barely at the top end of the Fed candle from last Wednesday. So 4580, 4579. The low of the day is 4578.52. TLT's climbing up. Tamago, August. The Bears are back. Well, we'll see. It is August, though. That is where I think it gets interesting. What's that other one? We had Roku, Palantir. What was it? Roku, Palantir, Tupperware. I feel like there was 2 or 3 more other ones. I'm still in box. I'm down like $50 on it. But yeah, and then there's all these little runners here today. Fubo. They got earnings, but they're still up. QuantumScape, Carvana, SoFi. Yeah. So again, a lot of these small runners there just to go through a checkup. I threw up the bat call. You guys answered it. There's a lot of these ones. So don't forget that. Coin was going nuts earlier, but no reaction on Bitcoin. Usually Bitcoin follows along, which I thought was weird. IGI. DJ On. We need to check Baba too. So a lot of small cap runners. I'm shorting CarMax. I think their earnings were good. Didn't they already have it? It's better than not. Just that company should be dead, but it's not dying. So CarMax or Carvana, it just reminds me of Redfin. That's it. Like, you have to realize it got dangerously close to going bankrupt. If anything, Carvana was closer to going bankrupt than Redfin. And then it got really, really bad. They were working with all of these lenders to, again, it was like MPW even, where they were working with lenders and making agreements and doing all of this stuff, but they just didn't fail. So everybody thought they were going to die, and they didn't. So that's where it's there. So do I think their earnings are good? No. But in the context that they are no longer, having to negotiate with creditors and are getting extensions on the thing that's going to hurt them, that's the stuff that's good for them. But everything else, I'm not really a big fan of it. But just like picture Redfin. Like, I don't know if you guys realize when we bought Redfin, do you guys understand what was happening with them? So when we bought Redfin at $3, it was like right here. Redfin was getting like sold off massively last year. It was because after these earnings, everybody was looking at the company and they had a bunch of debt. And based on their revenue, how much debt they had, the houses that they owned, and whether or not people didn't know how much money they were going to get back for the houses they bought. Again, costs are up, revenues lower. It looked like they had a certain amount of runway. So pretty much when we bought Redfin, they only had like a year and a half of money left at that pace, maybe a little less, before they went bankrupt. And then what happened? 2 quarters later, they pay down debt, the situation turns around, stock is up even if things don't get that much better. So in the case of Redfin, it's like Carvana, but Carvana was really close to going bankrupt. Carvana had creditors knocking on their door. They were already negotiating the deal. Redfin was talking about it. Redfin, you could have just saw the numbers on the paper, but Redfin was never like, oh, we're working with creditors. No, Redfin eventually paid off their debt, and that's what helped lift the stock here, because once they paid off $300 million of that debt, things started to change a little bit. But in the other case, Carvana, they were really close to the BK, solved that problem, and then now on these earnings, it's like the earnings aren't phenomenal, but it's like this company was almost dead, and it's not. So investors are going to take that as a W. Roku's at top. That one's been a crazy one. We talked about the yen on and off. I think we're probably going to keep doing that. Main thing is people are kind of trying to play it off today, and they're saying it was kind of all expected, no big bond moves. I think the play's still in play right now. I think it's a better time to buy it now than when it was up. Otherwise, though, I'd give it another 24, 48 hours. But so far, it's down around like 2%, 2.5% since everything started, or I believe 2.3%. Redfin got the money by selling their houses. So they had houses that people thought they were going to lose money on. They ended up not losing as much, and then they took all of that profit, paid off all of their debt. So then their debt went from like 300 or 600 million to, I believe, around zero. All of the equity was maintained now in the company, and then whatever they're getting off their revenue and all of that. So they're just doing good in that sense. But they paid down. It was like over half of the debt, And that it just changed it. Like when we bought the company, it had a value of like $2 billion, but most of it was debt. Even that like $10 though, it shifted where you had the same valuation, but it's shifted to 1.5 billion of equity and 500 million of debt versus mostly debt. So it was a good fundamental turnaround. Again, whether you like the company or not, if you look at the filings from here to here, it was definitely a nice change. C Limited, is that STD? I don't think I've seen people talk about that one, but I don't think or no, that's S, right? Or C's. We've looked at it. I haven't played it though. I don't want to say anything without looking into it more. If anything, I'd be going for the earnings here. Yeah, SE. But isn't SE, are they related to TXN? Because TXN got murdered. Redfin. I don't know if Redfin, do I think Redfin should go to $50 or $60? I don't care about that. I don't like, everybody wants to squeeze on some of these names. But I just didn't want to I just didn't think Redfin was going anywhere. That's all. Like, I don't care. We did enough. We bought it so cheap that it doesn't even matter. But it's just like, that's my belief. It's just that Redfin, I just think Redfin is key to the real estate industry in the future. I just don't think Redfin's going anywhere. But as far as like, be very careful trying to put a price on them, because again, just how they've operated it's been a shit show. Like if you think Uber has burned a lot of cash, like Redfin is just as bad, if maybe worse. I don't know. They just never touch that much, but it's not like it's like an efficient money operation. So as far as value, I don't know where it's going to go. I think Redfin will always have value in terms of real estate. So, that's why I'm just like, I'm not saying it's going to go to 50, 60, none of that. I just think Redfin will always have a value as an acquisition or in and of itself, especially as low as $3. I think it'll always be in the game. You're just going off technicals. Maybe that's why people like the technicals, because then if the technicals are like Redfin back to 60, I see the appeal. That would get me hyped. Nikolai, Tesla, everything seems like it's moving. Teladoc profits are hold. So go back to when we made that play the day after. There's a watch list on the main channel. You could see exactly what we did in the plan outlined for Teladoc, because that was a great play. How is Redfin different than EXPI? EXPI is a brokerage. Redfin is like part broker, part like service. So again, they have like, it's not necessarily like Redfin's not trying to hire as many agents. They do that internally, but it's just like the service of finding homes. And then all of the leads they generate, that's where I think it's different. One is a service provider for real estate in many elements, where like EXPI is a brokerage with a very good team behind it. Just again, I think EXP agents, we have a bunch of them. I just know they do really good. But I don't think it's like Redfin is like to find houses. I don't like any crypto mining place. This is where people hate me for it. But I wouldn't buy any crypto miner ever. I would just buy crypto. I would just go buy a Bitcoin and make your life easier, especially if there's a halvening coming up in the next 6 months. Don't even waste your time with any of the miners. Can they go up and down? Sure they can, but they could also go bankrupt. So just go buy crypto, go buy your actual Bitcoin, and that's it. I wouldn't deal with anything. Crypto miners. I hate crypto mine. That's it. It's just like, if I bought a company related to crypto instead of crypto, when I first learned about crypto, I would have made a lot less money. That's all I know is that anytime I've discovered something, if I went for the ETF, I made less money on it. So if I try to find, you know, the company, the ETF. It's like you go straight to the source, especially in crypto. I mean, Redfin, should I sell? That's up to you. That's all. I mean, again, if it's long-term, make your decision. If it's not, make your decision. But at this point, Redfin, it's done great for us. It was a very small deposit. It went up 300%. It now holds his own spot in the portfolio. I'm going to let him do its thing. But a lot of people, I think they were talking selling out Redfin at 100%. You know, I think a lot of Chads got Redfin for the long term. And then for some reason, Redfin went up. And then I think a lot of Chads sold it. And then some just forgot about it. And then they see where it's at. But hopefully, like, you know, questions of should I sell? I hope you guys made these decisions before asking me. You know, again, because if it comes to the long term, I mean, you should know where I stand. It's just, I don't want to sell anything. Coinbase launched Base. Oh, I've heard of Base Coin. You guys have told me about that. That was me. There's a lot of people. There was a lot. I remember because everyone was asking me. They're like, Josh, are you going to sell out of Redfin? And I said, listen, if it goes up 100% in like a couple of weeks, yeah, I'm down. I'm down to take the money and go for something. But then eventually it went up like 70, then came down, and then popped a month later. But then I know a lot of people, they were just, you know, a lot of people saw the gain. It was up 100% really quick, a little bit more. Everyone was like, I'm out. And then I said, I'm going to sell covered calls. And then that's where I'm at today on it. But it just, if it's long-term, it's long-term. Like, you know, I think you guys have had multiple years of this. Some names will go up, some will go down. Again, some will be down for a while and then come up. So, I mean, it's crazy. Our worst plays of last year. So the two plays that I bought last year that did not go up as much was Uber and Airbnb. So out of any plays in 2022, my plays that lost were Airbnb and Uber, right? Today, those are the best plays right now. Again, Uber, Airbnb, they're up now, added to anything else. So it's just like you never really know how it's going to play out. That's why just if it's in the long term, I hope you, 1 year it might be good, 1 year it might be bad, but the idea is to have a longer plan with it. So pretty much I bought Airbnb and Uber in 2022 and they went down. I bought Uber at $125. It closed at $80 on the year. Airbnb. I bought Uber at $25. It was down at like $22. It kept going lower. That was for 2022. Every other play I bought in 2022 went up. Redfin, Meta. I had a lot of good pickups in 2022, believe it or not. JP Morgan, we had at 116. Again, I believe even UWMC for the year, but that was 2021, but that's even break even. But it's just like my plays I was down on, they have gone up right now. So it's like the thing I thought my only plays I missed on, those are actually up now just 3-4 months later. So that's why I'm saying it's like long term here, you're going to have your pickups, but it's like I'm not buying something unless I hope I want to hold it. It may go up for a little, it may go down, it may look like the worst play, but like realistically, you won't ever know until there's enough time there. Tupperware, I have no idea why it's squeezing. I wish I could tell you. I think, don't they have earnings coming up tomorrow? Is it email? I don't know. I haven't looked at my email. So I don't know what happened. I'm glad I didn't yet because everybody's been telling. They're like, Josh, go to the email. But I'm like, I don't know what set everyone off today, but I have not checked. So I'll try to check during middle of the day when things slow down here. Maybe around like 10. If not, you're going to have to bear with me. August 9th. TUP is still going. It's August 9th for their earnings. Bro, Teladoc is there. So that keeps running. Grandma keeping Tupperware alive. I forgot what they went through, but it ran up way too much. But now people are getting really excited with it. SoFi. Okta. How long is the long term? 10 years minimum. I think after 10 years is when you could judge things. 10 years is where you could plant a tree. 10 years later is when you should say, okay, I want to eat the fruit now. Let me start picking this tree. Let me determine what was a good plant, what was a bad plant. And that's the way I look at it. It's just 10 years from now, we'll know what the real truth was. You know, you're going to find out, oh, that was legit. That wasn't legit. Oh, it's like, this is what really happened. It's just time. Time exposes everything. So, quite frankly, that's why I even keep junk in my portfolio sometimes, even if it comes down, even it's like I'll never buy it, because, like, you don't know. 10 years from now, you really do not know what will be good, what will not be good. But that's why I give it time, and time plus money and letting it work, and, you know, not rushing to jump to conclusions to make decisions and categorizing stuff. It will give you a good long-term approach that may be very, well, not may, it should be very fruitful to you. Starting the pre-licensing. Let's go, baby. So, yeah, link up with the guys on Wednesday, too. They'll walk you through it. You can message Tyler and Trey. And, I mean, even before you even get your license, they could have you, like, ready to go, bro. So, good work. Eat the fruit, replant it, yeah, and just let it compound. I'm excited, man. Dividends, we're slowly increasing it. Again, we're increasing our dividends. The dividends naturally increase. Like I'm telling you, there's some stocks you could look at. Your drip is going up 45% without you realizing it. So, you know, 10 years from now, it's going to be great to see, you know, some of the results of where we've been, and just to be able to, you know, make a judgment and say, okay, 10 years now, what was good, what was bad? And then after 10 years, it's like, that's enough time to get a real good response. The Redfin covered call was $15. Call you during the COVID days. Go work. What do you think? A sell-off tomorrow, new month, and then today's green due to the end? That could be possible. Again, I think as we get into August, things will get shooken up. But as far as the market and where we end this week, I said it on the watch list yesterday, I think it's going to come down to the ISM data, the non-farms, and then ultimately how do the data and earnings push bonds, because right now it's either 10-year rips across 4 or it doesn't, and then same thing with the 2-year at 5. So I think that is going to be the real big driver here on the day. People are finally bullish on oil. It's weird. Oil is a 2 standard deviation move. But you are right. People are bullish on oil all of a sudden. CPI is in 2 weeks, but we'll see by then. It should be lower, but we don't know yet. Is this disinflation, deflation, or is it inflation reaccelerating? This is still something everybody is asking themselves. It's really, really weird. Excellent. I'm still in my Oxy, and they have earnings, so we're going to find out what happens. Based on gas prices, CPI, it could. It's not going to make it shoot up like to the crazy numbers, but yeah, it will. I mean, dude, I told you yesterday, I noticed it for the first time. I remember everybody in the chat was like, I remember there was like 2 months ago, there was like a little pop in gas prices. We noticed it a little bit, but yesterday I filled up my gas tank. That was the first time I was like, what the hell is happening? It was at $6 in California. So I do think gas prices, and go look at RBA futures, like /RBA, I think it's already at 3. I think nation average, yeah, it just came down. On Friday, it was almost at 3. But if this goes to 3, we're fucked. Nationwide gas prices at $3, that's not. XLE. It's killer. So ever since the, even if you look at the daily here on even gas prices, but ever since that Saudi stuff, it's been about here was the Saudi stuff. You had the pop, and then they brought it lower 2 more times, and then it went. This is what I'm saying is going to happen with the yen. The yen, as well as wheat, I think is going to look like this. I think you're going to do a retest to the bottom, and then it's just going to go nuts with it. But literally, this is a 2 standard deviation move. This was the Saudi stuff right before. AZ's been following Cali. Yesterday was 397. I think it just might be a little cheaper on the back end. I remember when Arizona was cheaper. I was told that it didn't. Now it's expensive, but I mean, gas at certain areas here is like $6, like solid. The video puts that guy testifying on Biden. Is it the guy they wouldn't let testify? Then Origin came back down. Disney's still killing it. Tupperware, Spies catching a candle. Bonds are like gently working their way up, like very, very subtly. X Arrow, that was the Pumper Sandler one. I remember Pumper, they got Wayfair and then Sweet Greens today. These were the Pumper Sandler upgrades this morning. SNMP resumed trading. Microsoft asked UK regulator to reconsider rejection of Activision deal. When do you think they refilled the strategic petroleum reserve? I don't know. I mean, whatever they did worked in the last year, but we haven't saw the consequences, it looks like. And maybe that's why we're watching oil now too, but we don't know. We're going to find. I doubt they will. I think it's more likely that the SPR goes negative or it goes empty before we refill it. So at this point, I mean, we can't even afford another shock. So it's like if gas shoots up to $100 a barrel and Biden wants to unleash gasoline, they have like 2 more tries left. And even at that point, the size would be dramatically lower than anything. But then again, you know, the last year has showed us all of these sanctions and price controls. It had the impact of keeping it stable, whether it was manipulated or not. That the manipulation worked is all I'm saying. Yeah, GDRX, that was still going. And then bonds are hitting a high. Maybe the SPY catches up with it. But SPY still below VWAP. The 10-year is hitting its first high of the day, a.k.a. yields going lower. Is that $6 per gallon or liter? You pay $1.50 a liter, so $6.75 per pounds per. Yeah, that's gallon. So you spend the same amount. You spend a little bit more than me. GDRX popping again at the high. Panasonic, there was something, L3 Harris. I don't know if you saw something scanned by on Panasonic. Let me find it. I saw it on another one too. Panasonic Holdings will liquidate subsidiary Panasonic Liquid Crystal Display that produces LCD panels. So there is something that just came out on Panasonic. Maybe check Vizio. I don't know. Redfin covered call. Do you need to roll it over? Is that a rollover or is that just straight up? If that's straight up, that's the one. I like that a lot. I'm going to roll over to the 25s for 2025 for my rollover. But if you bought the shares when I did, that's guaranteeing you like what? 800% profit? Then it probably pays you enough premium for like 50% of what you paid for the shares. So the cover, if you got the calls when I did, or Redfin, and then you even have the covered calls, but you haven't even rolled any over, you should be getting a hand over fist. Tech popping. Warner Bros. Japan apologizes over offensive Barbenheimer meme. What's the meme? Did they take it down? What did they do? It's going to be a Summer to Remember Barbie movie. Is this no helpful? Did they take it down? I think they took it down. Damn. SEDG. Oh, yeah, we had that other play earlier. DoorDash I like, but DoorDash, it's trippy. It's expensive, and it could get rug pulled, and then you could be down like $10, $15 a share for a while. That's the only thing. SYM on the high, NOVIX, ENVX. AMD's trying to work his way up. 3 big candles. Check the other chip makers, too. Again, even Intel's trying to work some up here for the long term. So long term, right now, if you are just starting your long term, the one thing I have said is, because I don't want people to get FOMO, and even though I want people to get the long term, I mean, you should go with names that you know and use. That's a great place to start. You could watch the video in the description, but also, too, with how much things have ran this year, I would be looking to go for the value place. I'd be going for the things that are not hitting a new high on the year, and you want to go for the names like Disney, God, what's another one? 3M, but even then they moved up. There's just certain names that are still kind of trading below. Walgreens, anything, Verizon, and some are doing better than worse. You're going to have to determine how it's at, but there's some names that are trading, behind the market, and that's where I'm slowly starting to add for long terms, and that's why I think you could build one. You could go with a couple of premium names you like that are up, like Apple or DoorDash. Start with smaller amounts and then work your way into the other stuff. But overall, I'd be starting my long term right now with the things that have not gotten expensive. If you gotta have the FANG, I think you should wait. So if you were telling me I have to buy something very expensive, I would tell you to wait. But if that is your prerogative, as long as you have more than one deposit available and are going to buy again in the next 6 to 12 months on the same stock, chances are you'll be able to balance that play out. But you don't have to have anything. You could operate however you need to and just act the wisest. Carvana is running 3.7. SPY is going to try to come up here. This chat is going to change so many people's lives. It is. I'm very excited, man. And I'm very proud of you guys. I'm glad that you guys are even trading shares instead of the options so that you don't jeopardize anything else. But there's a lot of long terms, and the long terms are compounding, and that's it. I mean, you guys have, in a weird way, this was already a big rotation. That was a big opportunity for shares to go one area and then change hands. So if you're still holding on tight, I mean, you're in the game, baby. So let's go. Proud of you, baby. Hey, man, teamwork makes the dream work. Let's talk to me in 2030. Just buy me a house, baby. Let's see what happens. There's a lot of trader Giga Chads here. There is, but I just hope they get long terms. That's all. Because that's all. Even if you're a trading Giga Chad now, I know how it always plays out. Get a long term. No matter what you think you are, where you think you're at, no matter what, get you a damn long term, and you will thank me later. Always. My weekend was great. I got heartburn, though. I got heartburn yesterday, so I kind of need to poop a little bit. Other than that, it was great. I got a lot of work done. I got some creative stuff. What was it? I had a funny story. It'll come back to me. Mikey Goldman believes signs of capitulation are starting to emerge. Prime brokerage report. Long short hedge funds on track to experience in July the worst monthly alpha drawdown since May 2022. Long short hedge funds experienced 9 consecutive days of negative short returns prior to July 28th, the longest streak since January 17th. Hedge funds de-risking in July has been mostly driven by short covering. Hedge funds de-risk in July at close to record levels for the last decade. Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage Report. That's crazy. So this has still been borderline all short covering. And then they're saying this is just, bro, this is another one everybody's losing again. So the whole long short hedge funds, I need to check the CTAs. Remember when the CTAs went negative at the beginning of the year? So pretty much even from last May 22, you're getting blown out. Again, the hedge funds had 9 days in a row of negative returns. So that's where, you know, your little 9 days of straight going up. That was on the... So in a weird way, hedge funds are losing more than retail right now. That's the irony. So if you're getting blown up on the trades, you're losing with the hedge funds. And then if you're holding long term, the hedge funds are just giving you money in the long term, essentially. Smart money is been raw. I don't, honestly, hot take, I don't think there's anything, I don't think we know who's smart anymore. I don't think smart money exists. At this point, I think you have institutions and you have people who are closest to the decisions, but this whole notion of smart money, even the smart guys are idiots. We don't know anymore. I think that's kind of just been the degradation of society, is that you don't know what the smart move is. Low key. Like, I don't think there is smart money. There's insiders and not. But right now, at this point, I just think it's, you don't even know. Because, again, you guys don't, like, if Bill Ackman took $1 billion loss on Netflix before it went up 100%. We could go down the list of all of this. So I wouldn't even I wouldn't even try to chalk it up to that. Meta's on the low. The preview for the dumb money, the GameStop, I think a while ago. Again, hedge fund de-risking in July, mainly by short covering. That Goldman Prime report came out. 927. I'm surprised more hedge funds didn't blow up. Back in my day, if hedge funds did that bad for a week, they would go bankrupt. But then I guess they would risk more. Disney 88. Melvin and Credit Suisse did. Hedge funds will blow up by Q4. Well, it's saying that's crazy though. They took 9 days of straight losses. So those little streaks we were getting on the S&P and Dow is on the backs of hedge funds losing 9 consecutive days in a row in July. That's actually nuts. You think there's another housing bubble? I mean, no, not anymore. Like, it was looking shaky for a little bit when everything was crashing and rates were higher, but nah, not anymore. There's not enough houses. Back to square one. That's it. We had high interest rates for about a year and a half, a year. Real estate did calm down, but now it's just like there's just not enough houses. That's all. It's just when it's all said and done, even people want to move, bro. Believe me, I would love to even sell a bunch of houses that I have, but it just doesn't even make sense. Nobody's selling because you can't find anything. The interest rates, and then the available supply is just still lower. I don't know how long the housing inventory will take to normalize, because this is what it was like in 2018, unfortunately. Yeah, we still do have high interest rates. I agree. High interest rates are bringing down the prices. So it's like real estate has came down. Do you guys not, like, do you realize that? So, like, naturally, real estate is down right now. The reason why you're not getting houses for cheap is that there's just simply not enough. So it's not, are the rates having an impact? Oh, my goodness, they are. Believe me, that's what we've witnessed for the last year. The rates are having a real impact. However, it doesn't change the dynamic that there's only 5 houses in a neighborhood to choose from depending on where we're looking at. So even if the rates are high, you're slowing down people and you're pricing other people out, and it's slowing some things down. But just the fact of the matter is there is not enough inventory because not as many people are selling their houses. That's the real key. You don't have sellers. Again, you have to think, anybody who bought a house in the last couple of years, they're not going to sell again. And then even if they wanted to, a lot of things have to happen for them to want to sell, get their money back, and then where are they going to move to? So I think it's just supply and demand. No, I just think there's low supply. You're back to square one in real estate. This is what happened in 2018, 2019, is that it's just inventory. It's a weird phenomena because even though rates are high and like things should be slow and they are slowing down, it's just, what do you do when there's just not enough houses available? Like that's the problem. You're not having people go to sell their homes. So whatever house hits, there's a buyer for it, even if it may not be worth that much. It's just supply and demand. There's so many people demanding, give me a house, give me a house, give me a house. I don't care. I need to live here for other reasons. Give me the house. And then just every year there's just more and more population lining up. And you have a graduating class of high school hitting the markets before when there's way more graduates than there are houses that are finishing completion. If unemployment goes up, then houses should start to come down. But until unemployment rises, the inventory is going to just keep fighting back on anything with real estate. So some kind of fresh out of college with a mountain of student loans, entry-level salary when he could afford a house. What kind could he afford? He could afford anywhere that's not California, New York, or Austin, Texas. Everywhere else, have fun. You didn't want to live in Portland anyway. I don't know if you're going to want to live in Washington. It's hot in Arizona and New Mexico, but I could get you a $100,000 condo there, $150,000. You got a townhouse. You anywhere in Florida. You want to live in Tallahassee? No, you could live in Illinois. I don't know if you want, but I could get you a cheap house in Chicago easily. I was looking at a $20,000 there the other day. You might get shot. But all I'm saying, though, some of you guys graduating, you could go get you a cheap house, get you a starting K, $50K a year job, $90K. You're good to go, bro. You're good to go. You could find a cheap house anywhere. Y'all just want to be bougie. Bop, 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 bop. Chicago. That's it. Just get you a bulletproof vest and go buy a $50,000 house. Just call it a day. Call it a day. Let's see. Carvana's going crazy. Carvana. What's the other one? Roku. He was low-key running. But yeah. Yeah, bro. That's crazy. I already looked. I'm just typing in Phoenix, bro. $190,000 house. 240. That's a townhouse. I don't know if this is, but there's cheap houses, dude. These are all, again, I know this may sound like a lot, but like, bro, there's definitely supply. Again, anywhere we look. But again, you're gonna have to live in the fucking desert. You could, But then at the same time, I'm shocked. Those ain't cheap. Well, I mean, what are you looking for then? Tell me your price range. Tell me your price range, and I'll tell you where you can move to. Because it seems like whatever answer you are given, you want to insist that you cannot. So tell me, Samuel, what price? Say your price, and I'll find it for you. Don't Bob Barker me with the dollar either. So 150. So that's all right. 150. Anywhere in the world? What job do you want to work? Is there any job you have? Like 150? Oh my gosh. There you go. You got 130 for a condo, 145. You want to live in, is desert too bad? Here, let me get you somewhere else. What's a better place? Home type. I got you Idaho. I got you land with acres for like 100. Again, this is Idaho, so this is a little different. This is where all the Cali people going to. But you got 139 for a crib with land. These all have like 0.3, 0.4 an acre. I got you 148. Great starter home. Again, it's not going to be California. You ain't going to be that fly, but that's a beautiful home for 148,000. You get some land. It's in a hot real estate area. I'm searching very, very broad, but these aren't taking me long. Anywhere in America except the main cities, houses are cheap, or they're at least cheaper or more affordable. If you want to get caught up in the words, this is all I'm trying to explain to you. Even then, that brings it with FHA payment. That means your down payment to get that house would be $5,000, and you're going to be spending $1,100 a month to own it. You're sending him out of the grid anywhere. That's what all I'm saying, though, is that the prevailing logic is that there's none of these houses, and some of you should probably buy these cheap houses, rent them out, and go rent wherever you want. Or if you're young, moving, and you have the flexibility to go live where the houses are cheap, you could go start a life and make some good places there, and then rent it out whenever you want to leave or go anywhere else. Again, or you could buy a cheap house and then rent your house wherever you want to live, and then you got both. And you have to drive 40 miles to the store. Yeah, but again, if you play this game with anything, then just start picking where you want to live and stop saying don't blame it on the price. That's all. You guys have expensive taste. Do you not realize that? Being next to shopping centers, that's all nice stuff. All of that costs money. All of these are not entitlements. These are privileges to a location that all have a price. So I feel you're like, oh, I got to drive. Well, yeah, that's why people chose other things. So it's like, are you going to complain about the price of insurance, gas, or the house? But the point is, you could look around. I think all of those are in budget, though. There's no opportunities in the middle of nowhere. That's what most people say, but like most places where those properties are cheap, the opportunities heavily outweigh it. Again, in Indiana, there's a bunch of Boeing factories. Most of my tenants work for Boeing. These guys have a $100,000 house and they're making $200,000 a year, $100,000 a year, and their living costs are super, super low. Again, certain places in the Dakotas, they look like the middle of nowhere. They are ripe for oil and energy jobs. Again, the places like Reno have turned into Tesla factories. Like, I'm telling you, you would be surprised. Even Victorville has turned into a hub for shipping. So all of these thoughts, I understand where you guys come from, but I encourage you to look at the reality of how America is built and what does exist there, and do not adopt a belief without you forming it, without looking yourself. So if someone tells you things are too expensive, I hope you've looked at all the availabilities before determining that option will not be for you. Binance operations deemed unlawful by Nigeria's SEC. Investors cautioned on risk. Baidu's coming up. Yeah, the Nigerian SEC. Next thing to move the dollar, probably Bank of England this week, but then all the other data. Nigeria has actually been calm. That currency has been going nuts, and all we've seen is them reacting with no other currency getting dragged into it. Only thing that's gone crazy since the Naira started weakening has been oil. QS still holding. Here's Nvidia, Disney. Disney came back down, but still above 88.70. I live in the Midwest city. House prices are up, but it's still affordable. Yeah, I just like them on. I get it though, but you know, like I'm just saying it personally, like for real. If my family wasn't born here, like, or if my family wasn't in California and I wasn't born here, like that's it. Like if my mom was not in California, I would leave. I would not be here. I would, especially if I was young. And you mean to tell me if I grew up in this environment working at a damn Starbucks, Costco, I didn't have what I have, I would not be living in California. I'm living in fucking Ohio. I'm buying one of those cheap houses, and I'll still be trading. I'll work wherever I can to get a job, but it's like I wouldn't live in California, you know, especially if I was trying to find my first. I wouldn't stay in a place that I thought I couldn't get a house and live there for the last 2 to 3 years complaining about it. I would have just fucking packed up and moved and bought the shitty house already and then started doing something. But it just like that's where I'm saying is like, you know, there's if I was young trying to build right now and I saw the price of real estate and that was the journey I wanted to do, I wouldn't sit around waiting. I would go to where those houses are and I would build around there. That's what people do. Again, even in California, dude, before like the Inland Empire, I was buying all of Inland Empire. Go check my videos. And Inland Empire was dirt cheap. No one wanted to be there. I was taking my homies from China and I was going in and we were buying 10, 15 houses at a time because I said this is a place in California for 200 grand, 300 grand. I said, watch, it's not going to exist anymore. But now you look around America, I'm mind blowing that you could still live in a house for 100 grand in America. I don't think you guys get it. You're telling me it's all expensive. And in my mind, I'm like in 10, 15 years from now, I don't think it's going to exist. In my mind, I'm still shocked. You could buy a piece of land with a structure in America for less than 150. That it still exists at 150 grand, $200,000. That's insane to me, considering everything that's happened, the amount of, and where it's going from here. It's like, yeah, there's the middle of nowhere places, but you're watching a phenomena. So that's why it's like, if I was in that situation, I'm moving to where the cheap houses are. You know, it's not a game of I can't afford it. It's a game of what can I afford, and let's start looking out there and see what we could build around. You know, but eat the bullet, eat some dog shit for a couple of years is gonna, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna walk away with it. With now you have financial security. Now you have your setup. Now you have what you want, where you could go to wherever you need, and it feels good. You know what I'm saying? Make you want to buy 2 houses? Hey man, I mean, I hope I make you look for a cheap one though. You know what I'm saying? I hope I get, that's all I need. I need you to just start looking at what I just told you is real. It's just like there's all these different houses and you know, you may not understand what's available there till you look yourself. I live in New Orleans. The house is under 200K. Will get you shot in 2 months. All right, what's option number 2? You see what I'm saying? Everybody just like, y'all trying to end the conversation with one sentence, but it's like, okay, what's next to New Orleans then? What's around you? Where can you not get shot? How much does it cost? Isn't New Orleans right next to Texas? Isn't it right next to Alabama, Mississippi? Isn't there like 4 other states right next to you? And aren't there like highway driving distances? It's like there's so many more places that it's like, okay, if you've run into your first problem, ask yourself the next question, and that's what I'm saying is like maybe look around for the opportunities and what actually exists and what doesn't. My father's listening. Email me the address, bro. trainingfraternity@gmail.com. Don't let you stop you from doing what you want. Amen. Amen. That's good. That's how we start Monday. Now we just need a long-term talk, baby. I got the real estate talk for you. Remind you to be a landowner alongside everything else. I'm glad you guys own the land. Amen. It's your God-given right, so you better take it. But we just talk long-term now, too. Mm-hmm. ChatGPT it. Origin average 440. I'm looking for pre-earnings flip, but I bought it. It was already up 4%. Chevron says temporary operational issues. I own thy dwelling. Hey, you guys got a lot of Louisiana in here, huh? Modular homes, just be careful. So I had a deal there. It's just modular homes, make sure you own the land, but they come with their own set of work. When I was younger, I was commuting 2 or 3 hours one way. You have to sacrifice if you want your dreams to come down. And now you're showing love every day, baby. That's great. That's amazing. 2 to 3 hours. No, for real, though. Like, I know a lot of people who commute, and I know a lot of people, like, initially their first house they bought, that was the compromise. So I remember, like, literally. So even then, and I'm glad, my own sister, I told her the same thing I tell all of you. I have multiple sisters. One of them waits. I offered all of them the same deal. I said, if you want to get a house, I will help you, and I think you should. My idea, I wanted to help my sisters get houses. You know why? Because if I could get them a house early, 10 years from now, they ain't going to ask me for shit, and I'm not responsible for them. That's my line of logic. I invest in helping them out now. I don't ever have to deal with them in the future. So my one sister did do it, and she ended up, I helped her out with her house. I said, run it, but guess what the caveat was? She has to drive 45 minutes to work. My own sister, but guess what? She owns her house now. And that's all. That's what I said you could go wait 3 years from now, never own anything and play the game all you want. You could spend half of the down payment, more than that, on renting, or you have a family, go live in here now, build it, and once you're ready to go, we're going to rent that house out, and then you're going to find whatever else you want. So, honestly, it's good to go. Multiply that commute by your life expectancy. I know, but multiply that by poverty, and then multiply it by sitting around for 3 years doing nothing, okay? This is all temporary. We're not telling you to live and commute for the next 17 years of your life. I'm saying some of you are young and can make excellent financial decisions if you're willing to eat dog shit for 24 to 36 months and get over it. Otherwise, all of the fancy people are just on the internet complaining, renting, and doing all this, and everyone's like, ah. But it's like, yo, bro, just come on. Run it. Eat shit for a few years and then reap the rewards. That's all it comes down to. I'll do whatever it takes. It's not even like, it's asking for a little bit of compromise. That's all. It's just like anything in life. But working smart has to be part of that equation. It is. This is the smart move. That's what I'm saying. It's genius to go right now while everybody is still complaining that it's unaffordable. Like, some of you should really take a serious thought and ask yourself where you can and cannot live and why, and what is available there. And you might watch a whole different. You may have a door in front of you that would be a lot better, and it just get out of your comfort zone. Is really what it comes down to. And then SPY slowly been working its way down. What does your salary need to be to afford San Diego? If you're not sharing, it has to be high. I think your San Diego, if you're not sharing any living situation, I think you need to make like $90,000 a year, maybe 120. But if you could share a room, San Diego has a lot of cheap housing in that sense. So like if you're willing to share a room with somebody, split like a 2-bedroom, you know what I'm saying? I think you could manage on 60 to 80, if not less, if you're sharing living. San Diego metaverse, you still just need the bare minimum if you need like a dwelling with electricity. I think Disney is very likely to pay dividends. I think they already announced it. I think it's going to be announced at this quarter. I think worst case they announce it at the next one, but I do believe of getting ahead of it and preparing. I think they should be announcing it. Volume's decent. $23 million, and we're at hour 3, 4 almost. I made $38 an hour in West Virginia. Wife made the same. Live like the king of hillbilly hell. Yeah, West Virginia is cheap. I think West Virginia is the cheapest real estate in the United States. That's fire, though. So what did you do after? So then you lived there. They're like, see, it sounds like you're online with it, though. And then I'm sure you did it for a little bit and then moved on. I don't know why everybody younger, they're like, why would I do that and be stuck for the rest of my life? Josh, I'm like, it's temporary, sir. Okay? Temporary. Everything just temporary, Chad. Temporary. I don't know why West Virginia is cheap. I think it's the weather and like where it's at and then some of the economic stuff, but West Virginia has been mad cheap for a while. The youth can't perceive the future. No, they can. It's the same thing we went through when we were younger, and we used to look at like all the McDonald's celebrities and Olympians. You know what I'm saying? We all wanted to be like famous, and you would see the star, but like we knew like, oh, that's not our life. I just feel like the new generation, they're just getting a much heavier taste of it, where they're just showing all of the nice fancy things. They're like, this is what you should have. This is what life is like. But that's just like not the reality, but they're holding on to it a lot more, if that makes sense. Where just like everyone's like, it's too expensive. It's too expensive to live in bougie shit. I agree. But it's not with the other stuff. But like you're not getting marketed to and advertised to make, you know, temporary small decisions to build into something. It's like, no, you're going to just act stupid on the internet, get 1 million followers, and then live in LA tomorrow. It's like the youth is really holding on to that idea, and they want their standards are higher is the best way to put it. They expect a higher standard of what they're going to get out of life and certain things. But then as far as like how to go about it, that is the standard there is a lot lower. So that's why I think that, but little by little, And I say all of it like I do because I have faith in the young generation, because a lot of them, I'm seeing them do it. That's all I'm saying, is that some of the young guys are getting it. It's clicking. It's not like these guys, just like how they thought we were lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, just how they thought we would never get it, and the boomers thought, oh, you're never going to, like, it's like, no, they got a couple, and they slowly starts clicking for them. So that's all it is. It's just like, you got to, like, there's a difference between reality and the fantasy life, and it's like, you have opportunities. You just got to be willing to chase after it and eat a little bit of shit for a little, and you'll be good to go. Look at the picture. Elon worse. He wore a I Love Canada shirt. I don't have any Lockheed defense stocks in the long term, no. Didn't they drop afterwards? Was that LMT or is that RTX? That one was interesting. The governor in West Virginia is sewed up. It's corrupt. Hard for poor and new cool communities to thrive there. I would say I thought it was like weather stuff and a lot of things over the years, but West Virginia for like a decade has consistently been the cheapest real estate in America, I'm pretty sure. We have a big long term with a lot of different names. So let me go to the bathroom and then I'll get them up for you. So then I could just keep them up there, you know? Maybe.
Spotify, iHeart, and
All
as
right,
I said,
follow me on Instagram,
Bloomberg.com. From here
I love
in
you.
San Francisco,
God bless you.
this is Bloomberg Technology.
Unless it goes away. It might go away, bro. Never mind. Yeah.
The summer
Nissan.
sales event is going.
At Nissan Gardena. I love this ad. I get this ad every morning.
Bask in the warmth.
She sounds so hyped.
2023 Nissan Altima SV.
You get an SV, bro, for $274.
Celebrate summer and
You can celebrate Rogue 330, bro. Nissan of Mission Hills, Gardena, bro. Every morning, this chick just hyping me up. Every day, I'm like, woo! Nissan SV, bro. I'm never like. That's why I hope my energy gets you excited, because this girl just talking about Nissans, and I'm like hyped. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you guys get hyped too when I get hyped, because that's fun. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, here's the long term. I'll keep this up during the bathroom break. I'm waiting for them to come back, but I don't know if you could see it all. Would it be better on the website? It's just too big. I think latest one is on the YouTube thing when I update. There's just a lot of names. Out of state real estate for the first time buyer. I mean, ideally for your first house, you're going to want it closer. So the rule is like 60 miles max or 30 miles. But then again, I do think there's a lot of out of state opportunity. That's still not going to fit, bro. So there's just all these plays, but I don't know if you could see them all. Oh, there you go. This is the small account. This is the $15,000 one. So here are all the names. And then this is the big one. I still don't think you could get all of it. Meta is dumping. $20, I was about to buy my house. Now I want to make now you're good to go, bro. That's all you got to do. Keep building. All right, let me go pee. Is this it? I hope. Is it? Oh, these are weird commercials. North Carolina, I've heard a lot of good things there. Got a lot of Colt out there. Even South Carolina, too. What about the small account? They say once you usually, so I think like 9 out of 10 comments that result in like I'm just joking end up banned, because that's not like I just take it at face value when people act like that, if that makes sense. But I don't know what you're implying, but here is your small account and your long. I'm going to switch to the long one when I go P. All righty. Now it's here.
Welcome to Bloomberg ETF IQ.
I'll be right
I'm
back.
Katie Greifeld.
Follow me
And
on
I'm Shonali
Instagram at the
Bassick,
Trading
in for
Show.
Matt Miller today.
Goodbye.
Katie, I hear we're going to talk about bonds. We're going to talk about ETFs a little bit.
We're bringing fixed income to the ETF wrapper.
can't even see it.
It's going to be fantastic.
I'm excited to be the bond girls today. Let's get to the biggest stories right now in the more than $10 trillion global ETF industry, because BlackRock and Vanguard, they've always been the big dogs of the ETF world, but some other names are starting to gain some ground.
Plus, we're going to speak to the firm behind the world's first buffer ETFs. We're going to discuss one fund just launched with 100% downside protection.
Here, we're also going to have some fun on this Monday. We're going to take a look at the Vice ETF. Holds gaming, alcohol, cannabis-type companies. You were going to wish it were a Friday night.
There we go. But it's Monday, which means that Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence here with us now, taking a look at the flows. Eric, what do you got?
Thank you, Katie. Shonali. The flows are interesting. The trend that we've been seeing from treasuries into U.S. equities is definitely alive and well. But look at the top, IJH. Most people don't know that one. That is a mid-cap ETF. And then go right down to number 9, RSP. That's an equal weighted. I think those are two peas in a pod. This is a way to buy the market, but without that mega cap exposure that's been carrying the market. A lot of people are interested in sort of selling off some of that, but yet they want equities. You also got some general equity ETFs on here. XLE also, that's a bid. That's interesting. Energy hasn't seen a bid in a while. Let's look at the outflows. And as I said earlier, you're going to see a lot of treasuries on here. Europe at the top, though. Europe really not having a good summer. But you go down here, you see GLD, TLH, and then you've got down there SHV, GOVT. Those used to be leading the inflows for the first part of the year. So again, let's take this theme of what we call the FOMO drought ending and look at that. This is U.S. equity ETFs minus U.S. fixed income ETFs. And again, fixed income had taken in more. Equities, this is what we call the FOMO drought. Equities were outperforming, but nobody cared. Why? Because you can get a pretty good yield in bond ETFs and cash. But as equities start outperforming and putting up numbers double digits, 20%, 30%, people couldn't take it. They're like, 4% isn't going to cut it. I want to get into equities. And bam, U.S. equities have now passed fixed income inflows where they usually are. And that's a big trend we're seeing all year. So, Shonali, Katie, people definitely want equities, although you can see some of them are now wanting it without the mega cap.
Well, we're going to discuss whether this is people want equities, they don't want fixed income, or they just want equities more than fixed income. We have the perfect guest joining our conversation right now, Joanna Gallegos. She is the co-founder of Bond Blocks, joining us on set. It's great to see you again.
Nice to see you guys.
Let's talk about some of those trends, because we've been waiting for that line to flip on that chart for a while now. It finally has. When it comes to fixed income and your fixed income focused lineup, are you seeing appetite shift around?
Yes, we are. And so the way we came about the fixed income opportunity in 2022 and 2023 is to launch suites of products that cut up the market and the exposures of fixed income. So for exactly these markets, you're able to move around in the opportunities in fixed income. And so one of the interesting trades that we're starting to see, and I think it's reflective of exactly what Eric was talking about, is that yes, there are people that have been using the short end of the curve for the yields that are in the 6-month and 1-year space. It's a very nice risk-free, duration-free space to play in. But there's been a shift in July where flows into treasury products have slowed down dramatically. And what you are seeing, though, is you're seeing they're moving into different products across the curve. So we're seeing interest in the middle of the curve, which could be indicative that people are closer to absorbing that this is the end of the rate hike cycle. And next year, the market's anticipating rate declines. And that middle of the curve, 2-year, is a great way to play that right now.
It's amazing that we're talking so much about treasuries. They're kind of the most volatile and most talked about part of the market, about $100 billion in sales coming in the next couple weeks, really. How do you think about the investor inclination to take on more duration than that 2-year as you're talking about?
Yeah, so I think it's a spectrum of how people's views are developing. So obviously, if you feel that there is something coming, that the market is going to really see a downturn, you would probably trade much further out on the curve in treasuries towards 10 and 20-year. there. But I think what people are really responding to, again, is that middle of the curve where there's a line of sight to 2024 and the end of 2023. At Bond Blocks, we don't see a recession coming in 2023. Yet the yields are still at historic highs, and you're benefiting from a lot of categories that can compete with some of these equity returns.
So I bring up one of your ETFs probably like every fourth show. It's XCCC.
Yes.
It's got the most junk in it by far.
Yep.
And it's all triple C's. The yield on this, last I checked, is 13%. That is pretty juicy, considering long-dated treasuries and cash is about 4%. And even HYG is 8%.
Dang, son. All right, Chattadonia. They said FOMO drought. Beijing suspends some subway and rail lines amid heavy rain. And yeah, GSK, they just had a drug come out, some cancer thing. I'm surprised it's not moving as much. Pop. You missed the first half. You didn't miss much. I mean, we started off, it was pretty much a dying hype out of the Japan stuff. Nothing there. People getting ready for earnings. You had a little bit of China stuff in the morning, but we were chilling. The data all came in a little bit lower. I think PMI or the Chicago stuff and then Richmond manufacturing both came in lower, but not really enough to move it. Bonds are covered and not much has happened. Space and Loom, I don't know. I think, didn't Space have news recently about like having everything up and launched and all that? Space and Loom. Joby's on the high. Wasn't Archer? No, ACHR. Yeah, Archer Aviation. They had an upgrade in the morning. Codelco and Rio Tinto to explore for copper in Chile project. Citadel taps Goldman Russoff as chief legal officer. Rio, yeah. Space has earnings. I think that's what he was saying. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot. And there's a lot of names even on that picture that just don't show up. So double check. And there's a couple of companies that were supposed to report this week that are going to be next week. I'm holding bank still. I think, again, that play was good. We're still up on it. It went up a lot more, but it's just been pretty much fluctuating $2 every other day. Real estate loves you, baby. Amen. We just had some good real estate calls. Some good discussion. And then it's 10, bro. That's it. The day is... This Monday is slowly working its way by. It's amazing. It's amazing. Banks, I don't know why KRE sold off. I think other big banks were doing good. There was something on Bank of America this morning. And then SoFi, they did good. If anything related to regionals, it could be that. Let me see. Let's see if there's a banking recap. Some U.S. optimism. Maybe starting to thaw. Technology, midday. We do only have 4 months now. Yeah, GDRX upgraded at TD. Newer acquired by Francisco. Wayfair 5.4. Amazon up. Meta's down. Just a lot of upgrades. Let's see. Bakes. In your top stories, another busy micro. NASDAQ set for 5th straight month of gains in July. Despite inflation and peak Fed narrative, rates are higher in July. Goolsbee says nothing off or on the table for September rate decision. Goolsbee says nothing off the table. Earnings beat rates running 3 to 4% above average. Those that do beat have underperformed, with Goldman noting underperformance greater than almost any time during the past 18 years. That seems to fit with the higher bar in Q2 earnings, along with broader of the market strength. Sales beats running 5 points below average, playing in a disinflation traction dynamic. Guidance is a bright spot, with Bank of America noting the 3-month guidance ratio is 1.1 versus 0.8 historical, and firms' corporate sentiment scores are on track for the biggest year-over-year improvement since fourth quarter 21. This fits with the soft landing messaging emanating from companies across a range of industries. Multiple firms have flagged stabilization in earnings revisions, with the S&P down less than 1%. That was a crazy fun fact. Did you guys get that? And then market bounced a little bit off the bottom there. I don't know if you guys heard that. So literally, the companies that beat have underperformed to the biggest scale in the last 18 years. So in the last 18 years, you haven't seen companies beat on earnings and then underperform like they have this quarter. So that means the ones that the underperformance isn't what what's it called? Wait, however, those that do beat. Yeah. So pretty much you only want to play the ones that have not beat. Crazy. So in the last 18 years, if you did good, this was your lowest return for doing good in the last 18 years. So the companies that did good underperformed the market. So usually if you did good, you would outperform the market. And this time, this is the lowest or the biggest underperformance in 18 years, where the companies that beat, those are the ones actually lagging behind so far 3 weeks into earnings. Can you show the DOM chart for Redfin and give your analysis? And I don't want to use a DOM chart. I don't know what you're saying. Is it day of the month? Otherwise, I get really confused with acronyms. I'm only familiar with WWJD. Ever since that, I just stopped. I started just like typing it out. Codelco, we already had that news. Meta's flushing still. I love it all day. We're still in earnings mode because all throughout the day, every time you get a low, you get an upside. Anytime there was upside, we start going lower. So playing back and forth. High ticker has been more active over the last 5 minutes. PayPal is at 76 in the morning. That was great. We'll just see, and then everything needs to actually hold up. Order flow? Or are you saying days on market? Like real estate, like how many houses? But even then, I mean, I haven't correlated days on market to the Redfin chart. What we were talking about with Redfin earlier was just the price level at $3. Nikolai? My goodness. Futu's on the high. I'm 15 cents away from my strike on Leaps. I sold with 14 months left. What are the odds of getting assigned? You probably won't. It might, depending on how much it goes in the money. But usually when there's less time, you'll get assigned. But I would just hold till then. Hold till you get assigned, or hold till you could roll over to another one. Because remember, if you could go 3, 6, 7 months without getting exercised, new contracts will be created. You'll most likely be able to roll over and quote unquote refinance. A googly woogly. Microsoft staying chill. Yeah, I'm surprised Googly hasn't moved more. I think it was still a little aggressive. XPO Logistics on the low. And then CLB. XPO kind of selling off, down 3.5. But Google's been relatively chill. Yeah, Chile State Copper Company, Codelco, to explore copper deposit in northern Chile with Rio Tinto. SNMP halted and unhalted. Price target, Truist, Raise, SoFi. That's it. Leaps for Dutch Bros. I still haven't been there. What time is it right now? 10:14. The day is almost over. The day is almost over. Can we get 400 more likes? Oh yeah, that's great. 400 likes, it'll unlock stuff. Otherwise, everything will get unlocked every day at 4 p.m. on the watch list. You know, it's just like playing Candy Crush. That's it. You only get a certain amount of moves. If you share it with a friend, you get an extra move, you know. But everything will be unlocked at 4 p.m. on the watch list if it does not get unlocked by middle of the day. 4 p.m. Pacific time. Tesla came back up. Remember, they were red earlier. We'll have all the crazy ones. Teladoc, not bad. Airbnb on Thursday. Love the video, Chads. Like the video. 10 months, baby. Happy birthday, Najee. Oh, my goodness. Amen. Najee, Benny, the whole gang. Or not. God bless you. It's not my birthday, but thank ya. Amen. Amen. Dutch Bros hack. Tell them it's your birthday. They'll give you your drink for. They don't verify it. They're just like, okay, there you go. I still have not been to Dutch Bros. Yeah, Airbnb still down on the day. Again, Booking was hitting a 52-week high. They came back down. Expedia got a price upgrade. Pee Wee Herman passed away. Is that true? I heard you guys saying that, but I don't even know how I feel about Pee Wee Herman. Because when I was younger, I thought Pee Wee Herman was like funny. And then when I was older, I found out that he worked for Balenciaga. Or I meant he was just, never mind. But yeah, he's dead. Pee Wee Herman dies at 70. Paul Rubens, actor best known as Pee Wee Herman. I've been on the road. Have we made any plays? I think we only made 2 plays today, but nothing on Unity and PayPal. But you got to encourage everybody to like the video, because even if we did, I wouldn't have told you. So unfortunately, it was fruitless. Unless you're going to have a political light campaign. We're going to have to wait till Watchlist. Fubo keeps going. That's another one. So again, there's been like 5 or 7 of these like little small cap names, even decent names like Roku, that have been going up no matter what. But Fubo, they report here, I guess, Thursday, Friday? And then SPY's coming down like 5, 6, 7 candles. A little bit lower. SDC. Smile Direct Club. Yeah, damn, they're up 21. They're getting a candle. Good call on that. Arvin on the high. B-Bio. But SPY is about to hit a new low right now. Nah, nothing for the deposit. I mean, I like Disney, but then Disney's up 4% now today. But no, we're probably just gonna chill. I like where we're at. I just think we have a lot. We'll see what happens with earnings, and then we just go there. This Airbnb money is hot. I should have listened to you and joined the party 2 years. No, man, it's crashing. It's crashed. No, Bobby, it's crashing. Okay, Bobby, the people on the internet know more, Bobby. How dare you get out there in the field and spot the industry trends and notice it through local. It's crashing, Bobby. Airbnb is it's crashing. It's a sinking ship. It's a sinking ship of Airbnb. My goodness. But yeah, I'm just holding my next deposit. But yeah, look, keep it up, bro. You're killing it out there. I love what you're doing, Bobby. I like the work. You out there, bro. You out there. Yalla. Yalla. Real estate is crashing. All of it. But even then, the Airbnb, I love the Airbnb one. At first, like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. It was kind of annoying. It really was. But then it's like, now it hits. Like, I love it. Like, it fucking hits so hard. I'm like, yo, the biggest base case of Airbnb failing is if every motherfucker sold their house. I'm taking that one to the moon. I'm going home now. That's it. I cannot feel any type of way towards that rumor anymore. I'm like, this is absolutely just like, this is crazy. This is worse than the Hershey's article saying Mr. Beast is going to take out Hershey's. I want real estate to crash for my own selfish reasons. I know, and the Lord is here telling you that you need to humble yourself, move to Ohio, and stop wishing harm on everybody, and then just work and grind and sacrifice for a little so you could have the entitlement to the success you deserve. So it's good. You're getting pushed in the right directions. Yes, the Lord, I would say. Yeah. Is coin having, like, real coin or not? They managed to get through the hotel. Yeah, do you know what the conclusion is? The whole hotel smear campaign on Airbnb, the conclusion is that Airbnb is crashing if everybody sells their property. I love it. Yeah, you can't think of a funnier conclusion. You know, it's not like if 10%, it's not like if 5%, it's not like, oh, we better worry. It's like, no. What happens if all 500,000 hosts in one area all sell at the same time? We have a problem. Whoa. Real estate crash, empty houses was good for Airbnb. It was 2008 all over. Yeah, bring 2008 first, and then we could talk about Airbnb. But just again, I mean, if you haven't looked into the data, just most assumptions are that statistically, it's a very wild assumption that 100% of hosts will be going bankrupt or that they will be listing their property. So we'll find out in a week. Again, I hope the earnings reflects it all, but no matter what happens in 3 months or in 2 weeks, I doubt you are going to see financial. I think you are going to get data that makes Hilton look smaller than Airbnb, but I don't think you're going to see signs of a crash, and we'll find out. What do you think has been the biggest sacrifice you've made in life? Probably my belief in the Lord and everything that has came with it and didn't come with it. I'm slowly starting to realize that the cult has become a big sacrifice. I've put in a lot of time. I'm very committed to what I do, hence waking up every single morning, which I'm excited about. It gets me excited. Other than that, and then anything else I did financially to, again, even growing up, starting off early, I was always working and doing a lot of things. Some of you have traveled the world more than I have. So, people say it all the time. I have a lot of money. You have a lot of travel experience. So however you value it, it's up to you. But I did a lot of things that I chose to work, and I chose to save, and I chose to do certain things even the last couple of years, while others chose other stuff. So we'll see where that leads. But at the end of the day, though, don't ever underestimate. You'll probably make your biggest sacrifice with your beliefs, because that's what I've noticed, though, too. Say it before, I'll say it again. Coach changed my life, baby. Amen. Me too. Me too, my friend. Me too. Yeah, I can't go out drinking and traveling. It's true. But it's nice, though. I like it. That's why, too, though. Like, I could go drink and do stuff, but then it's the same thing. It's kind of the PHILO we got to talk about. It relates to commitment, because that's it. I could go get fucked up on Sundays, but I'm not going to wake up on Monday. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what is more important to you? Is it how I feel personally, or is it waking up there? So no matter what, for the last couple of years, I have put the stream almost above everything. So Regardless of what comes out of it, though, for me personally, I like committing like that. Otherwise, it's foo-foo. So, amen. I recommend you do an IRA, yeah, especially if you can. Especially early, young, definitely. Consistency and persistency are my best traits and everything. It's good. It's a good one to have because no matter what, though, it's always respected. So it's good. It's like fail everywhere, be weak on the other stuff, but having consistency and persistence, very good. The Lord respects it too. Those are principles. The gods of the world all respect it. You know that? I could take you almost every religious text. Every god in the world respects consistency and persistence. And there's not one belief in any culture that tells you that it's not. So that should tell you something. Have you ever thought you're saving this money for the long term? How about if you don't reach 50 or 60 and enjoy it? I have thought about that naturally, but even then, no matter everything you're doing today is bigger than you. I hope you know that. That's even when I was saying on that video at the watch list, some of you guys are crying over here now. You may have a kid who makes more money than you 30 years from now. But everything's for the future. That's why I donate to charity. That's why I have a will. That's why I try to spread as much knowledge to you guys as I can, leave you with the long term and lessons to make sure you're owning property, because I don't know when I will be here or not. But at the end of the day, if we don't reach it there, it's just hopefully whatever you did lives on but beyond you. That's it. So I hope everything from charities to the properties I leave and the things I've outlined for people, I hope it lives on and it is bigger than me, because that's why we're here. But that's the whole point. It's like I've made that choice. I don't think you realize it. That's why it's like you want to commit to something. You want to be a part. It's like, oh, what if you do all of this? Like, bro, what if I believe in Jesus and heaven is fake? Oh, my gosh. What happens if I save up and I say I'm going to be financial free and then I die at 30 years old and I never get to experience all of the stuff I sacrifice? Every single one of us face this dilemma. So that's why. Amor fati, but I hope you make your decision. You're gonna be faced with this at every level, but I just hope you make your decision for it so that you are able to be consistent and know what you are working for and why you're working for something. It won't matter because then you'll be dead. But yeah, but that belief will hedge whatever happens. So if you're right, then nothing happens and I die and nothing happens, then yeah, nothing happens. But if you're wrong, you just took the worst bet in history. 100%. Real believers gamble. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I was born to YOLO. Then why would you take the bad bet? You're not born to YOLO. You just take really low odd probability bets and don't care if the odds are in your favor or not. So I think you like excitement, but I wouldn't necessarily call it anything with gamble. Yeah, real believers gamble, dog. Hell yeah. Heaven yeah. I hate that argument. What's his name? It's that one thing. Plato's whatever. I forgot the name of it. The dilemma. I know, I forgot. I'm blanking. I just told you guys this like a month ago. Not Plato's allegory. Pascal's wager. There it is. I heard what you said. Real believers gamble. That just hit. Well, especially I'm speaking of Pascal's wager. Okay, do not go to Las Vegas and say, I gave my life to Christ, so now I'm putting it all on black. I'll be like, what? That's crazy. Can you tax write off a G-Wagon? That depends. So you guys know you could tax write off anything, technically speaking. Whether it'll be qualified and stick, that's up to the IRS. So remember, if you're not familiar with how taxes work, every year you make money and the government says, we want you to add it up and tell us how much you got left and then tell us how much you owe. But then all the while, the government's like, we kind of know how much you made. So they're just waiting to see what you put up there. So you could write off literally anything. You know that? So like you could write off, like you could eat a piece of chicken and say, this chicken led to my poop and I spent 17 hours in the bathroom. And you could write, let's say a piece of chicken led, you could write off 100% of your income by buying a piece of chicken. Now, when it hits the books and goes to the IRS, will that hold? Will that be qualified? That's where you run into problems. So any vehicle, you can write it off, but is it a qualified write-off? Is it legitimate? Is it legal? Or would it lead to you not getting audited? I don't know. And let me just tell you right now, the whole, the Section 179 shit, you guys, guess what? It's dead. Section 179 is over. No, you could still do it. Oh, no. 100%, you could still do it. But that's like Audit Me 101 now. So it's all ran by computers and AI. So there's much more scrutiny on Section 179 since I've made you that YouTube video 4 years ago. So everybody knows about it now. All of the Biden IRS stuff and the AI, it just like, that's just it. So if you're not accurately doing Section 179, I'm telling you, more people have gotten in trouble with it and more people are going to get in trouble with it than you've probably heard of. So unless you're real legit with it and have talked about it with your financial professional or tax person, I would honestly stay away from Section 179 now. It's not as appealable as it once was because just so many people know about it, and it led to a lot of people wrongfully taking advantage of it. And then now the IRS is just like, it's easy crackdown, and that's most people there are getting in trouble if that's the case. In other words, if you're doing taxes, just be legit about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. It's like, if you saw the YouTube video, it's one thing, but like, hopefully you talk with your tax person and just make sure it makes sense. Make sure you're writing off a vehicle. Like, you can't write, if you have a company that makes $50,000 a year, you can't be writing off G-Wagons. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where people are getting in trouble, is like these guys. And then if you took out a PPP loan, fucking idiots. It's like, you know, you have people taking out fucking government bailout loans, making less than $100,000, trying to write off a $200,000 vehicle as equipment. It's just not, it's like, and then that happened thousands of times. It's just, it doesn't work anymore in that sense. So just make sure it makes sense with the dollar amount, the type of vehicle. You have to have another car, or if it has to be used as a real business, a business expense. 170. It's still a deduction. I'm just telling you, if you do not do it accurately, you will get audited. That's it. Just Section 179 is not. It's the easiest place. Bro. How can I find a bunch of millennials who are cheating on taxes? I don't even work for the government, and I could find it easily. I could clap so many people. If all the people who improperly did Section 179 to try to write off certain vehicles, you could get, do you know how many audits are going to be from there? So it's just like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's over, but the chances are, if you're not doing it properly, you will get in trouble. And most people don't do it properly. So like I'm saying, my man's asking me, can I write off a G-Wagon? If you're not using it for primarily business, if you do not have a company bringing in, X amount of money where it coordinates, again, if even just like what you do in your company, there's like zero use for it. Like, even if it's like, who knows what your industry is, maybe a car won't even make sense, then no, you can't. The play, no play today. I haven't made one. We still have the old ones. Just Teledoc. I made another play today, but we didn't hit the likes. So we'll unlock it at 4. In what circumstance is it considered reasonable to have a 200,000 G-Wagon as a business expense? I mean, it's a car. It's a physical car. It's a utility vehicle. You could haul shit. Have you seen Whistling Diesel? He uses his G-Wagon exactly, and I'm sure he writes it all off, and he can, because he has depreciated the shit out of the car. So if I showed you my G-Wagon, mine, it works. You know why? I put so many miles on my G-Wagon. You know how many times I've pulled up with a G-Wagon to fucking Home Depot and all of this, and I give the keys to Lending Tips, and you drive the shit out of them. You use them. They actually make a lot of sense. And then if you're doing a business where you're making a couple $100,000 or anything over $1 million, if you had a $200,000 car equipment, that makes sense in terms of the ratios. So you could have picked anything. A Honda or a Dodge Ram would do the same as a G-Wagon, but it just, you have the flexibility to choose what you want. So, like, if that was a car or not, but it's just like, does it make sense with the revenue of the company, and then is it used there? And then another good one is, like, is there multiple cars? So, like, that's the easiest way to know how you're using it. If you're saying this is a business car, and then you only have one vehicle in your whole life, the IRS is going to tell you that doesn't make any sense. You drive it home. You see what I'm saying? I have multiple cars. So I have different cars for different businesses, and then I have a personal car for Josh. So then that way, any other car that's not my personal car is a business car. So it's like stuff like that where it's set up. But you could justify, what's it called? You could justify a $200,000 SUV if you actually use it. And hopefully the tax write-off makes sense. Where most people come into the issue is that they don't make enough money to write that off. People are trying to write off a car that costs more than their entire yearly revenue. That is usually where it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you'd think it'd be a red flag, but there's just a lot of people who do it. Maybe the AI might change it. That's what we're going to find out. But you have enough history where you'll be like, yeah, G-Wagon seems like a red flag, but there's just a lot of people who have done it. But some instances you can, and if it didn't, like, if that shit couldn't tow, it might be more questionable. Yeah, you could depreciate cattle. You could depreciate fences. What else? You could depreciate a lot of shit. You could depreciate almost anything. Yeah, tools. Sneakers, if it's your company. That's what you guys got to realize. SYF, Synchrony is getting clapped. Wife, if you put her on as an employee. Stop playing with me. I can tell you the answer to all of this. You guys are even joking around on some stuff. It's not a joke with taxes. Yeah, you could even, again, if your wife is an employee, you put her on salary depending on where and what tasks she has or what you have her do. You could write off a lot of that. But it all depends on your business. So whoever's the guy who's like shoes, it depends. You can't write off personal, I look good shoes. Like some clothes you can write off for work attire. However, let's say you had a company that you formulated as a apparel industry, right? Or an apparel company and you're flipping shit. You could write off shoes now. You could depreciate shoes, and when you buy shoes, you could deduct that and say, oh, I bought this much inventory this year. This is how much I have in inventory. So yeah, you don't have to have a sneaker store. It could be apparel. But as long as it's your industry, then you'll get qualified, write-offs and benefits related to that. But you have to have, yeah, exactly, normal and useful in the course of that business and industry. But it has to make sense. And then they compare you to the average people. You know that. That's how the IRS and that's how their service, that's how they audit you. They're going to go look and they're say, okay, well, you're a sneaker business, right? Or you're saying apparel. But they're like, nobody in apparel spends $10,000 a year at restaurants. Right? Audit that guy. Or they're going to say, wait a minute, why did you spend $15,000 at Target? That doesn't make sense for apparel. People at apparel, they're spending money at Nike. They're spending money with retailers and doing certain things. So yes, this is exactly why you should consult a tax professional. Everything, I'm just spitballing it to you, telling you on a bunch of different things. So hopefully you look into that all. Oh, bro. Dude, I walked by a nice Margaritaville in San Diego. I didn't know Margaritaville. Bro, they got a Margaritaville in downtown in Gaslamp. Like on the roof. It looked dope. I was so shocked. I was like, what's happening here? I was like, wait, I thought it was my other restaurant that I liked. And then I was like, what? Even my girlfriend started laughing. She was like, bro, it's a Margaritaville. And I was like, what? It's crazy. I didn't know. It looked popping. It looked like it really, like it was a good location. It had good designs. I was like, why is this Margaritaville kind of look dope? I heard some billionaire helped them upgrade a lot of their locations. Maybe dude, what if that's why we couldn't find the funds? All of the funds were rerouted directly to Margaritaville. So SBF could just he's just like, nah, man, I think this is the restaurant of the future. Like this whole time you think SBF cares about crypto and AI? Nah, this guy's like, Margaritaville's the future. He's like, we got to invest in these margarita smoothie machines. We could have it with bots. He's like, this is where people are going to spend their time. This is where communities will be built at Margaritaville. So that's what he was doing. He was siphoning off $9 billion to route it into an investment to make Margaritaville the restaurant it deserves to be. You know? That's what I'm talking. Bigger than Chipotle. It's going to have the amazing growth. He's like, man, these frozen alcoholic beverages are not, people don't understand how good they are. They're vegan too? No way. Oh, man. How the hell you let a vegan rob the third world? It's the best line ever. Best line ever. That's crazy. I can't forget when all of that story broke out. Everyone's like, bro, they all live in the same house together. It's hella weird. Would any of you do that? Would you live with Sam Bankman? Like before he got caught? You know what I'm saying? If like this weird like vegan billionaire dude, right? And he's like, this is my girlfriend. And she's like, and then he's like, come live in our $40 million penthouse with her. Would you do it? And he was like, it's a great opportunity. He's like, you ever heard of this Parkinson's drug, bro? It keeps you awake. Just slap this patch on your fucking arm, bro. Nah, blow is way overrated. Try this shit. It's called Epsom. What? I thought that makes you shit. I don't, like, you know, would you do it? Because, like, he was on top of the world, bro. He's like, yeah, we charter jets to get our FedEx packages. You want some? Nah. He's like, here, try this ephedrine-free hydroxy cut. You're like, what the fuck? But would you? I might be down. I would have considered it, but I would have been like, nah, this isn't weird. I would have been freaked out. You know what nobody asked? This is what I'll tell you. Imagine that house, right? Here, look at like a picture Sam living in this little thing, right? And then he got his little weird girlfriend, and then all these little weird dudes all living together, whatever rumors you've heard or not, right? I want you to imagine it. Everybody imagine it. Come on. Imagine, think about it, visualize it. You see the house, the view, the ocean, all the nice fancy furniture, a lot of weird drugs that people don't usually use unless you're a weird nerd like that. You know what I'm saying? You're imagining it, right? Yeah, you got your Vision Pros on? Great. So listen, there's one part of that scenario none of us thought about. Are you ready? I'm about to blow your mind. And that would be the real, like, and I know it, and I know it's hella weird. Are you ready? You could imagine that whole place. Just tell me this. Tell me what it smelled like. I rest my case. I guarantee you that was the red flag. Besides Margaritaville. Exactly. What does it smell like? Uh-huh. Yeah. See, we haven't thought about that. Yeah, bro. That house is probably crazy. Yeah, I bet you could have walked in and been like, oh, this is a good Nah, there's something's up in here. There's something up in here. So, like Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament. That's what I'm saying. Weird, bro. But we'll see Sam later. Quiznos. Damn, they closed. Quiznos used to be dope, and they closed it. And Subway, we didn't know they had all those secrets going on. I think SBF is gonna make a comeback. Nobody cares anymore, man. That's it. They don't want to be like, nah, I think he has a shot. That's it. People just want money. That's it. As long as there's a coin right behind him that goes up and down, I think Sam's gonna get one more shot, and then he'll scam everybody again, and we're gonna be like, come on, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I swear Sam is gonna come back, scam everybody again, and we're gonna look at everybody like, how the fuck you just get scammed off of the guy who just scammed? But then we're gonna be like, well, I guess that's the story of everything. So, all right. The Fed Senior Loan Survey, it should be important. Last time we had it, people were freaking out because of the banking stuff, but coming into today, not really anybody cares, but it has info. It should be, just all depends on the context. And this to go sideways. Well, I have something for you in the meantime. Board up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for PHILO. It is time. I got a little one. It's just a mini one. It's a little bit of a continuation from Friday's PHILO. which I hope you guys got. I don't know. I don't know if it was just me, but I really liked Friday's PHILO because I was out there all day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, bro. Anytime I had to deal with anything, if it was already a lesson that I've dealt with, I said, nope, I'm not going. I said, I determined the lesson. I was like, I ain't doing that. I want to focus on this, bro. I was just straight determining my lessons, bro. So I really hope you guys got Friday's PHILO. It's very important. Just don't ever forget whether you believe in God or the world as a guide. I don't know. But the teacher does not determine the lesson. The student determines the lesson. That's what we were talking about. That's why I don't know if you feel stuck or whatever you're going through, if you understand this, is very important. Because when you're ready to learn the thing, when you're ready to get to that point, the thing you were ready to learn, you will be interested and you will discover it. That's the whole concept. So I was saying something there. It was like interest. Your interest determines your action, right? If you are interested in something, the more you are interested in it, the more likely you are going to act on it and get into it. Again, we were all talking about how interest determines the subject, right? That is, whatever you're interested in, that's going to be the subject of the lesson. So we kept talking about it, and that's why I love it, because as one big part of interest, it relates to what you are giving up. And oh man, it's great. X says Elon Musk to lead product and engineering teams. Reuters. Interesting. LAC and Fastly on the high. So here it is. But we were talking about that subject. Again, interest determines it. The more you give of something, the more likely you're going to get it. This sounds, very, 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 very cliche, more or less. But now, what I want to talk about is a big part of interest. This is that part 2 I wanted to discuss. And what it is actually, before I give you the answer of part 2, let me ask you this, if you've heard this story before. So there's a story, right? There's a story, an ancient story, and it goes like this. There was a landowner, and he had 3 people who work for him. And he had to go for a trip. And before he left, he gave each of them an amount of money. He gave one guy 5 pieces of gold, another guy 2 pieces, and another guy 1 piece. And he said, I'm going to be gone for some time. Take care of this and do something with it for me. You know what I'm saying? And then he came back randomly and he asked them what they did with it. And he said, one guy was like, I doubled it. The other guy said he doubled it. And then another guy said, oh, I buried it. I was too scared. You're a ruthless. You ever heard that? That sound familiar? You've heard this one. You should, maybe. Just depends. Should be familiar, right? Well, cool. There's a line in there. And this is a quote by Jesus, technically, because it's in red in the Bible. And it says, and he's like, he who has been given a lot will be given much more. And those who have even been given little, what little they've been given will be taken from them. Very intense verse if you think about it. So, what is that about? What do you think he's talking about? If you've been given a lot, you'll be given more. What little you have, if you have a little and you don't use it, even the little will be taken from you. What does that mean? I'm paraphrasing it for you. I'm running it through you very, very, very simple right now. I'm just giving it, again, this is an age-old, if you ever reference the Bible, you may have heard a phrase along these lines. But that's the verse it comes from, the parable of talents. I have told this one before, but I haven't told you it with this interpretation. That's why it's mind-blowing. Again, maybe when you're ready to see it, you will. That's what happens to me at different times. But, dude, what is he talking about? This whole, if you have a lot of it and you use it, more will be given to you. And then if you have a little of something and you don't use it, even more will be taken from you. My brother, that is talking about commitment. I heard somebody say that, and it blew my mind, because it falls right back into this interest determines it. We think he's talking about money or whatever. He's like, you got to work. The parable of the talents. It's all about the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection, right? You think he's talking about greed and money? No. He's talking about commitment. If you have little commitment, little interest, even what little knowledge and info you have will be taken from you. If you do not even take your little commitment and use it, you won't even learn anything from the world. There's nothing to be revealed to you. But if you have commitment, the more you commit, the more you're in. Again, you think you know something about the stock market? Really commit and get interested. Watch what you start to, what gets revealed. Again, in life, in money, and it's all of that. But it's saying, if you have little commitment now, even the littlest you have will be, that's it. Watch. It's not talking items. It's not talking money. It's not talking what you were born with. It's talking about your interest level. So I've read that verse 1,000 times and never thought about commitment, and never thought that, wow, the more that I commit, I get more commitment out in my life. Or wow, the times where actually I have showed little commitment or interest, I didn't learn anything, or that I didn't understand what was happening at that. And then you're right, the little interest I showed, even then I lost whatever about it because there was little interest. So, Chad, I hope you like these last two PHILOs, because like I'm telling you, you determine the lesson. Your interest will determine the subject. And how interested you are, that relates to that commitment. But like, that's why I like this lesson. That's why I was saying earlier, man, honestly, Chad, for real, God respects principle. I've always said that. You think God is a respecter of man? No, he loves all men equally. That's why you're no better than anybody else. But God respects principle. Principle is followed. That's how it is. Gravity is a principle, or law of gravity, I guess. But this is something I'm bringing up about it because like we were just talking about it. If I ever did, this is the one thing, this is why I'm like, wow, okay, some things make sense. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes I get a lot of life, sometimes I don't. But man, one thing that it makes it very simple for me is commitment. Because that's what I've realized. At times, you guys, I'm not the best person in the world. Do I think I've done things perfectly? No. I think I've fell short. Am I, like, honestly, there's times where I don't even think I'm qualified to even give you PHILO. Like, why? Who am I? Let alone anything else. It's like there's so many things. Anytime I've ever had doubt or anything, if there's one thing I could always fall back on, it is that God respects principle, and I know the commitment and consistency. Even if I do 9 things wrong, there is one thing right I could still lean on and build around. Always. I hope you take it from there and don't ever use that again. For me, I see that as not as, okay, well then do 9 things wrong, only focus on one good. No. But I hope you see what I'm getting at in the sense of like, dude, even then, this is a big, big thing of all of it. How much we are willing to commit. It's one thing to do everything wrong, right? It's one thing to fall short. It's one thing to let your ego get in the way, to let the things you've dealt with get in the way, whatever. It's all of that, but it's like, just what about the commitment though? And I hope you're not wavering on where your interest is. Because if you're not controlling how you commit and what you're interested in, that is what is going to get you plateaued. That is where we stop learning, stop growing, stop getting revealed to stuff. So, Chad, I hope you recognize how important commitment is going to be to your interest in learning from here. And literally, your commitment and interest go hand in hand. People don't show interest in things they don't commit to. People don't commit in things that they don't have interest in. Again, the difference that separates all of you, who's listening right now. That's the beauty. You know why I'm clapping? Because what I just said is outlined in all of you listening right now. Some of you are committed. Some of you are not. Some of you learned a lot from what I just said. Some of you got nothing. My friend, the student determines the lesson. There's a difference between the crowd and the interested parties. So some of you are interested and you are committed, but some people will not be. So I hope you guys take this as what it is. And I hope as you go through every day, I hope this PHILO reminds you, as it reminds me, that the moment I want to do, anytime I'm about to do something, I'm just asking myself, what's the lesson? And then I'm like, I already learned this. So for real, if some of y'all, if your lesson was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you dealing with the same thing, trying to just remind yourself. Say, I am the student. I determine the lesson. I faced this lesson in 2018, man. Why am I repeating it now? I'm choosing to do the lesson again. And then ask yourself what you're committed to. Seriously, what are you committed to? Because that is where your interest is. And whatever you are interested in now, if you are interested in success, the lesson is success. You are more interested in failure, the lesson will be failure. But we could go on so many levels. But for real, both of these PHILOs, I hope this is something you could take with you every minute of the day. And I hope you are asking yourself, are you on a new lesson or are you repeating the same one? Because you get to choose, my friend. You get to choose. So, Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you're ready. But that one's your philosophy. Take that to the bank. But, oh yeah, that's your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. Amen, amen, bro. It's real. Keep chanting. I mean, finger to the sky, bro. That's it. It's good, bro. I hope you guys get it. And like, I don't know. It's something very practical, and that's why I like it, man. And like I said, bro, I'm very committed, and I love being here. And I know at the end of the day, though, it's just like for real. Having that interest is something I believe in. There's a reason, and I want to learn more. And I want to learn more about here and people and the market and a lot of things. But without that commitment, there's nothing to show me. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, it's crazy. But and then it's very empowering knowing you determine the lessons, my friend. Amen, amen. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Or no, maybe I'll get you some uncle. You need uncle. Give him some uncle. You gotta say, give him some uncle. Get post uncle, then I'll go pee, and then I'll be right back.
Depot on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price is going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with thought of faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, ride that. Yeah.
Flexing out, Pluto.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna ride that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Kenny was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of canting. Pull up to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, it's the same old J. You smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah. That. Pull up in a bed body, y'all put the top back. Hit me with it. Expedia is going up. I was like, is Airbnb popping? And that's it. If Airbnb, I'm just saying, bro, if that hits like 200, I'm not even going to stream, okay? That's it. I'm just going to go live one day and I'm just going to play that song, not for 7 hours. So you better pray Airbnb crashes, okay? That's all. And you know? And everybody, and I wrote all of your names down too. Anybody who ever looked at Airbnb wrong, if you promulgated any, I wrote your name down, everything. I'm gonna remember all of it, dog. I'm just saying, you know. So that's it. But if that goes after this quarter, that's it. You ain't all you gonna hear is, hey, ready get a Airbnb, ready for the scenery, and maybe live this season like that's all. That's all. So No, I'm just kidding, man. It's okay. It's been too long. Like I ain't that petty. It's fine. I'm actually happy. I don't think y'all realize it's been like 2 years of you shitting on me with Airbnb. That's what you got to realize. So now I'm like, hey, it's back up. I'm like, that's fair. It's been 2 years now. So before you know it, you've had like a solid like 24 months to just attack. So that's why it's like, if you didn't take that moment, now it's like you got to take turns. So, This day was a nothing burger. Oh, yeah. I'm just chilling, bro. Either way, my long term's good. If Airbnb goes up at this point, you had a chance to get it cheaper. We'll see. But Amor Fati. Try to put them on. Man, what did he say? He said they doubted that, but it's Amor Fati. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm still in the game like a screaming out outlet. Oh, you know, that's what he was literally saying, I think, on the song, Airbnb. Amen. Amen. Just keep it like a mountain. I'm gonna say, oh yeah, you love Airbnb gassing. I forgot about that. I forgot about that, Birdie. Yeah, BioMarin, I don't know. You either take $2 a share loss, decent loss if you don't want to hold earnings. Otherwise, you play the earnings. But I don't know. It's gonna be risky. It could either run up crazy or it's just gonna die. It has to do with that brain drug and how much they made. Hard landing comes, those that missed out. I agree. Again, I mean, I only bought, my lowest purchase was $125. You know, when Airbnb drops, I buy the other stuff. So again, I mean, it was all fun and games, and you know, but you know, I was buying everything else while Airbnb was down, and now Airbnb is coming back up, and then all of the stuff we bought at the low is up too. But it just all depends. But if there is certain things, I don't think Airbnb was going to stay up forever in that sense. It could even come down after this earnings. We're going to find out. You know, I'm not saying it's a guaranteed home run right now. I'm saying it's been a long time of trying to figure out what Airbnb is really worth. But at different times, and depending on the market is, you know, different valuations will speak to us. Is the MPW play dead? Depends how you're looking at it, I guess. So we made a last MPW play was the flip. We got out of that, but then I still have the what's it called?
We still have the long-term shares. Dad, send your shares to me. I'm excited for their earnings, though. This earnings is going to be make it or break it. I think every earnings, it's still like a very slow 12-month show-me story. But, MPW has been quiet. Like, we haven't heard from MPW since, like, June, I think, or May. Still in BSGM. That one sucks. It's holding, but, yeah, I'm down on that. Let's see. It hit 90. It hit like 84. If MPW dividend is cut to 28, share price will probably plummet. So other people cut their dividend. It'd be very concerning if they did, especially even by like 1 penny. But then again, I feel like management knows, though. There's a lot of people who just want the divvy. So, but then at the same time, lowering the divvy would be a very smart play for them if they could, why would you pay 15%? But then again, if things do recover faster, then maybe they don't need to think about it more, but we'll find out. But that's why these next quarters will be key. Remember last quarter, guaranteeing the dividend for another 3 months. That was enough for 20% on the stock. Humana. SPD or SDRL. Musa on the high. Yeah, JP earnings are near the low. Humana, I haven't looked into Humana. Did they have it today or are they tomorrow? MPW not cutting dividend. I mean, it's not on the table in the same way. They have talked about it, but they have other options to exhaust. But it's like, obviously, it's going to come up in the question. Would you sell if they lowered dividend? I don't know. If they cut it completely, I would. But if they lowered it, I mean, Wall Street has been very favorable to dividend cuts if they're prudent. So that's what I'm saying is, like, in a weird way, I think if MPW cut their dividend, I think it might drop, but then it would rocket up. But for the most part, I'm not a fan of dividend cuts. That's usually my parachute. So we'll have to see. Yeah, they can't cut it if they're completely. They'll lower it, and that would make the most sense. But it would have to equate to a lower FFO and everything else. I'm long on MPW. Yeah, I have it for the long term. I think it's a great value play at $8 and below. Anything above, I wouldn't really chase it. So I'm like a straight high yield credit buyer on MPW. I bought it at very high yield. I think lower prices are where you win. And even though there's risk, the lower prices, I think, account for that. Yes. So I'm timing you out for the second one because I answered it the first time. So it's not like I'm too much of an asshole, but I'm still holding BSGM. But now you're timed out because you didn't want to listen to me the first time. It's hella rude, dog. You just walked up to me and you were like, hey, Josh, do you still have this play? And then you proceeded to put headphones in your ear and then ignore me. And then you come back to me 4 minutes later to ask me the same question. That's just like, come on, man. Yell is running because you announce a bankruptcy and the traders buy it up. AMD's on the high ticker now. So even outpacing NVIDIA. Intel's on the low. The Disney still chilling up here. Friendly UAV online. Enemy AC-130 inbound. We'll get him again next time. Cover me, I'm reloading. Long term. Steve Grassip bought AMD. I don't know this grasshopper, man. Disney earnings is in 2 weeks. And then a lot of earnings this week. After this week, it slows down, but it's like 50%, I believe. TMF is just more volatile, so I think it'll hold like a UVXY. So I think TMF, you'll get the volatility, but just understand if it takes too long and if yields sit in a range, it will lose a little bit of its oomph. Always reloading the long term. Volume's not too bad, I guess, but it's not like crazy. Where are we at? 30 million. Okay, by hour like 4, it's kind of bad. Comparatively, we might do 53 though. You'll do volume like these last couple days. Remember, we're just like melting up and holding, still in this weird earnings, not earnings, react to earnings, don't react to earnings mode. Excited for deposit. Yalla. Yeah, Basha. Longest days of nazing is boring, Habibi. No, mish mishkela, Habibi. You expect a lot. It's relaxing, not boring. It's relaxing, you know? Very, very good. It's very, very good. My bread and butter in the market, long-term in real estate with a little bit of side of spicy speculation. That's all, you know? And then, but anything long-term, like again, I've had very good speculative plays, but they hit because I held them long-term, whether it's Meta or Bitcoin or anything. But honestly, I mean, I think hands down, I think all of you should be able to notice the long-term. I mean, it's not cool. It's not sexy. It's slow, but it works. But it's actually great. How spicy? Well, that just depends. Just depends. QQQ. Yes, Paul Rubin passed away. Long term. It's great. And then again, we just need more years. Just put more time, more years, the dividends grow, everything is great. S&P, 4% of companies beat earnings so far, Bank of America says. Man, I wish I had it to the law term and a key. I was going to put all of the money in after the earnings when I was just waiting. You guys suck, bro. The damn Airbnb bears. You guys, you were supposed to bring it back down to $80, bro. That's it. 85 was the level. I remember I waited. I think we bought other stuff. Last time Airbnb was like hitting like $89. I think we were just going for different names. I think I went either for Netflix or all. But like, dude, I thought it was I was like, okay, boom. Came back down. It was still up like 50% at the year on 100 or 20%. I thought it was going to go to 80 and I was just going to throw all of the cash in there. And I said, boom, that's it. Low guidance that quarter. Let them sell it off. Let them keep fucking telling you it's crashing. But no, it wants to go up another 50%. No, I bought Meta. I bought July. I think it would have been whatever I bought July and then October. October I picked up Meta instead, and then July I picked something else up too, I think. Let's see. Oh, I bought JP Morgan instead at 116. So, not bad. See, and then again, I had the Uber because I was already coming off of it. Remember, I already bought Airbnb at 124. So then 2 months later, it's lower. But then I was like, okay, we're going to be buying JP Morgan. And then we got O and Meta and everything else. Apple supplier Foxconn plans 500 million component plan in India. Some Foxconn news. Apple's going up on that 500 million component plan in India. Apple is moving. Foxconn. Yeah, I don't know 3M. I'm putting the next deposit in, Bill. Yeah. See if Apple keeps going. SPY's still working its way down. SPY and Dow are in the red. Russell's the only thing been solidly green today, and then NASDAQ's barely green. Jobs report, we're just looking for unemployment rate, average hourly earnings, and then the overall amount. The thing about the jobs report on Friday is that 200,000 is already an extremely low number. So anything above or below 200, even if it's a big beat, that's still a very, very low number. So we're going to be looking for it. If it does come in lighter and it's supposed to be low, that may start to show a U-turn on the data. We could talk about that. That's what Mr. Gapin was talking about, Michael from Bank of America. But other than that, jobs, unemployment rate, and then average hourly earnings, and then how much above or below 200, just because 200 is the lowest print. And then the question is the follow-up. Whatever happens with jobs, PMI data, anything like that, does it bring the 10-year above 5%? "40 minutes till power hour." SSTK. Shutterstock. Apple just had that Foxconn news, a little bit of movement, but SPY looks like it's going lower, and bonds are chilling. Yeah, Disney's calmed down after run it up. Last report broke the streak of better than expected jobs. Oh, yeah, was it? Because then if it does come in line, though, it is lower. But if it does go back to original, then we're going to be well above 200. But if it comes in line, that's a very cool print. So just keep in mind, too, if anything below 200,000 is a very low number for the non-farm payrolls, especially compared to history. So people would take that as like literally a slowing jobs market rather than not. That should be strongest. It should be, but then people will bring up the data U-turn. Uber is buying 100 Tesla Model Ys for use in Japan 20-ish minutes ago. Mr. Hits from the future. They've asked for Hits. They say, where is he? Where has he gone? And now he shows up and he's telling you got Tesla news on Uber buying 20 minutes ago. So let's see. I'll double check that, but I don't know if you'll get a reaction. Maybe you will. My ears were ringing. I'm back, baby. What's up? Honestly, I don't... Oh, I see one in Asia at 447. I don't have it in English. All I see is something, something, something FOMO. It's actually kind of funny. You guys should see this headline. But watch out for Tesla. I'm going to look there. But look. It just says something, something, symbol, 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 FOMO. I'm like, I know that shit. I know exactly what that says. All right, let's see. But Hits might have it early. Again, you know him. But I'm not seeing that one anywhere. Yeah. So most other places are dry on that. If Hits is right, you'll get a very early run on that. Headline, Tesla to cut some prices of Model Y in Hong Kong. I have that at 11:11. That's like 10 minutes ago. They're saying Model Y to cut prices in Hong Kong. Exxon in discussions with Volkswagen. This is for purchase to use in Japan by Uber. So I'm just trying to see if it's out there, but I'm not seeing it wherever Hits is. So that means he's either early or it's a no reaction. But if you know Hits, I'd go with the former. But there's only one thing that correlates Model Y vehicle pricing around 10, 20 minutes ago. So watch out. Hits might be very early on it. Just keep an eye out for it. Electric. There it is. Yeah. 20 minutes ago, Uber is buying 100 Tesla Model Ys to deploy in Tokyo. Fred Lambert. In 2020, Hertz announced an important effort led by a massive purchase. The country manager for Tesla added, we are focusing on taxi business. Yeah, it looks legit. So I don't think you're getting the reaction. I put out a stream alert. We'll see. But Hits even posted the source there. JPM Divi, did that hit? SPY's coming a little lower. Coinbase says issue fixed. JP Morgan. Oh, he did get a dividend. It sucks. The price keeps going higher, so this is the lowest dividend we've gotten. Well, we've gotten back now 2.5 shares, 2.4 shares of JP Morgan free. Free off divvies. I'll take it. Apple headlines 10:51. Hissing the DeLorean. Sarson. Oh, excuse me. Is today the day to sell Bill? No. I mean, when did you buy it? So if you're holding it, you don't need to do anything. I mean, if you bought it at the beginning of the month, Bill is going to reset and then pay you the dividend. So I'm very, very chill for now. But you don't need to do anything with Bill. Unless I have money I'm going to buy into Bill, but I'm just waiting. Again, we had like money from covered calls. I'm just going to wait to buy back in at the beginning of the month. Uber to purchase 100. We got no real reaction even throughout there. But then again, I think the market, you just need to wake everybody up. Like we said, sometimes when the news, it all just depends how it hits the wire. It's on Twitter. I think it is, and you need someone to hype it up. That's just what I was saying. We saw it a lot a couple weeks ago. Like the difference between like a headline that would get dropped at Bloomberg versus CNBC or like Reuters, like they just all hit different. And like even though one news could be bigger, if it kind of gets talked about like the other one's bigger, you'll watch, very distinct movements. Roku's trying to come back up. Is Uber coming down? AMP on the low? What's that? Ameriprise, they're selling off. They're still in the green here. UNH is on the high. And it's Tesla. I can't believe Uber's almost at 50, bro. That's crazy. Biotech's in Labu. Slow day. We're almost home. Almost home. Hour and a half left. Day's almost gone. Pfizer NIH launches long COVID trials of Paxlovid and other therapies. AAP, we talked about it the other week. I like it. I think it's decent. So I think it's just, the dividend's nice. In a weird way, you're not really going for the dividend as much as you are the growth. I do think there is some downside if things get worse and, again, the margin problems they got going on. But for the most part, I do like it. But I kind of want cash instead right now. Like, that's just kind of my problem. There's some decent stuff, but I do like cash. Especially after having the other 90% in the long term. A trading strategy, long term, and don't lose more than you make. Make more than you lose. That's about it. A mix of news and fundamentals and earnings. What's yours? You have a long term? Ordered some new resist. Oh, bro. Let's go. I found another pair actually the other day. I like Unity. I think the premiums are high though. Yeah, they're good. If you got like clicking shoulders and shit too, do some of those workouts to like the resistance band ones. They do good. Colombia Central Bank keeps interest rates unchanged at 13. You have a long term. It's a great question, is it not? Like, you know, because it's like, because whatever you say before that question sounds dope. But then you need an answer to that question to make it all hit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the first person in the prosecution always sounds correct. And then that's it. But just long term. It's a great question, I'm telling you. Just do you have a long term? Because then sometimes you ever notice how that question just magically goes unanswered? Like I noticed it. I don't know if you know I have ADD or not. I'm able to move on effectively. But it's like, I don't know if you've noticed, but that question, they just don't answer it sometimes. It just go, that's it. Everything else, they'll ask me about this stuff. They will answer everything, but then it goes to that question and just gets glossed over. Oh, man. What a day. The volume is lower. We are just chilling. Happy Monday. Apple and Amazon this week. Oh, hope you're ready. Oof. Apple is Thursday. Bro, I got this like heartburn and it's like attacking me all day today. I like randomly have like a poop throw up attack. I haven't thrown up yet, but I'm like dying off of it. So if I just like randomly get quiet, it's because I'm trying not to burp too loud. There's a lot going on. Ark survival or evolved? No. Antax, I probably need to. No milk. I can't find the Tums. I have one somewhere here, bro. He like ran away. I swear, I had some in this room. And now he ran away. Oh, I didn't check my bathroom. Defer. I don't got shit, bro. I don't got shit. That's it. Well, let me check. Zen V on the high? Yeah, we're about to Zantac. You little prick. Ah, fuck. Why I have ivermectin? What the fuck? Fuck you, that shit don't work. Come on. Yeah. Anyways. Origin, a little move, huh? Oh. I deal with the apple cider. I need to get my ginger shot. Airbnb pricing in 7. That's big. It's already moved up like 20. That's the thing that makes it crazy. Let's see. Oh, no CNBC for you. What's supposed to be near the SLUs, yeah. The senior loan officer survey, but I don't think anybody cares. As long as the banks no bad earnings. I mean, maybe we'll look to see what happened with what's it called? Was it not Wall? Pac W, whoever merged. The price in 7. All right, Chad, give me a second. I need to go find something. I'm dying.
For early 2024. It's a business that has struggled for years, but CEO Larry Culp telling me GE will see its onshore wind and grid business turn a profit in the second half of this year. I guess the downside risk may just be valuation. The stock is up 72% year to date, on pace for its 7th monthly gain in a row, rivaling the gains of big tech stocks like Google and Apple. Another risk analysts say, Tyler, is the weakening that we're seeing in China.
All right. Thank you, Seema. Let's go to Danielle now. What do you think of GE?
So when you look at GE, I love the performance this year. I think that the trend in the short term is bullish, and that looks great, especially if you're already on for this ride. However, it does make it challenging, especially if you want to come in and make a long-term buy here because of the move that it's already had. So when I'm looking at this stock, I would prefer a pullback into about 110 or so. That would give you a much better entry with an edge, especially if you're trying to place some short-term trades along with this trend. So I think, wait for a pullback after this breakaway gap. See if you can get a better entry and trade it up into about 120 or so.
All right, let's move on to Ford then. Downgraded to hold by Jefferies today, lags behind rivals in the EV space. Let's turn to our Phil LeBeau. How low is the bar here, Phil?
You mean how low can the stock go? Is that what you're asking?
Well, maybe has expectations for earnings come down somewhat?
They have. Oh, absolutely. And we'll show you in a little bit how much the analyst estimates, they've brought in their estimates for the second half of this year. Look, when you're talking about this downgrade from Jefferies, it's a couple of things. One, they cut it to hold, and they've also lowered the price target from $17 to $15. So you're not seeing a huge difference in the price target, but it's the fact that they're going to be spending more, and it's going to be a slower ramp when it comes to their EV business. How much more are they spending? Their guidance for how much they're going to spend on EVs this year has gone up $1.5 billion in just 3 months. It's now expected to be over $4.5 billion for the entire year. And that's much greater than they were spending last year. Bottom line is this. Their EV development is coming along at a slower pace. Now, look, they're knocking it out of the park when it comes to internal combustion engine vehicles, as well as to their commercial vehicle division. Gangbusters. There's no argument about how great those businesses are. The EV business not living up to expectations, nor the guidance that they gave not too long ago. And that's why you see a number of analysts much more cautious on Ford.
Danielle, what's the trade on Ford as far as you're concerned?
So when you're looking at Ford, I completely agree as it relates to the EV business, and I do think that's why we're seeing it come down. I don't like the way that it's traded lower post-earnings. Typically, that's not a very positive sign. I think that right here, you can look for it to stick around this level, perhaps trade down into about the $11 price point, where we have a pretty key area of support. I think in this zone, especially with ongoing economic circumstances, we can look for Ford to trade sideways.
Exxon,
however, in the long term, as long as it can hold $11 a share,
lithium.
I think we're still going to see this stock trade higher. I think
Was
that the
that
deal
earlier?
that they made with Tesla surrounding the charging standard is very positive for Ford, and I think ultimately this company will start to rise again when the economy improves.
All right,
Not sure
there
why,
you
but
go.
your stream
Ford,
doesn't
looked
work.
a little stuck in the mud on that chart, but we'll see.
Email
Finally,
me.
let's go to Hasbro, the toy maker.
I'm gonna
up
leave
about
him on here for a
3.5%
second. Hold on.
upgrade.
I'm
Bank of
still
America,
dying.
B of A saying Hasbro
Old news?
should beat
Good work, Jack.
expectations
Good
for
work.
earnings when it reports on Thursday.
Yeah, it looks
High
like that's
hopes
the
for
pop.
Hasbro's new Magic, the Gathering cards. Let's bring in Dom Chu on this one. Everybody's paying attention to Mattel these days with Barbie, but Hasbro.
Oh, absolutely. So if you take a look at the overall picture, Magic the Gathering represents, and I was shocked to hear about this, it is 15% of Hasbro's total revenue and 35% of their pre-tax operating profit. Magic the Gathering.
I wish I thought it was a thing in 1995.
Role-playing game cards. Now,
Damn.
the reason why you have this is because there is a change in sentiment,
That's actually
the analysts
crazy.
over at B of A, around this Magic the Gathering franchise. A lot of it has to
I'll
do
keep
with this
it on.
Lord
Bro,
of the
I'm
Rings
dying right now
co-branding
looking for, like,
franchise that they have
fucking
with Magic the Gathering. So you
Can't
have
ask- I'm-
Lord of the
where the
Rings
fuck is Hunter
cards,
at?
right, to play
Hold
with
on.
Magic the Gathering. They have already got a co-branded one with Doctor Who and that movie franchise and show franchise. So there is a kind of renewed sentiment around this whole Magic the Gathering franchise. And by the way, if you tack on that with some of the more bullish Hollywood stuff that's going on right now, writer's strike and actor's strike aside, Transformers Rise of the Beasts, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse have done pretty well at the box office. They could propel toy sales tied to those franchises as well. So role-playing card games, better box office for certain franchises tied to Hasbro toys, and you have yourself a bullish thesis. So we're getting our geek and our nerd on.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why B of A likes Magic the Gathering and Hasbro.
Righty. Danielle, what do you think? Get your geek on and your nerd.
So when you look at Hasbro, I think there's several reasons to be cautiously optimistic. I like the way that it's gapped higher the last 3 quarters post earnings. However, I will note that this quarter we've seen many companies beat EPS estimates and fall lower. So I would keep that in mind. But when you look at the shorter term trend, we're in a shorter term uptrend. We have some consolidation and we have a market maker expected move of a little bit over $4. When I look at the stock, I have key resistance between 66 and 69. So I think with a bullish move post earnings, if we could break the resistance, this stock could continue its uptrend. But just keep in mind, there is resistance at that zone. So if it fails, I would have a stop below 62.
All right. Very interesting. Danielle, thank you for your insights today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Danielle Shea.
I was going to ask if her kids played Magic the Gathering. I think, maybe the older one. Anyway, coming up, better late than never. Morgan Stanley upgrading shares of Adobe to overweight, saying it's in line for a big boost from AI, despite being a little late to the party. We will speak to the analyst behind the call. Adobe shares up 3%. That's when Power Lunch comes right back.
All right. All righty. All I found was a ginger shop. I think it's working for now. We're good to go. Baba's coming up. Again, you had some Exxon lithium news. I saw the Tesla stuff come across the wire. I didn't know Magic the Gathering was that big. I did not know it was responsible for that much revenue. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, Adobe. I don't know, though. I've been talking Adobe and AI for a long time, and then they had that run-up, but then my only problem with Adobe is after using their stuff, it sucked. It was just hilarious. PacWest draws upgrade to buy from neutral after Bank of California deal. I didn't know, but dude, what do you say? 30% of pre-tax revenue? That's like insane for one game, and it's just like this card game on top of it. That's actually wild. I haven't met anyone that's bought Magic cards in at least 10 years. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I know I got a lot of friends in here who probably play Magic the Gathering. But, like, I don't know anybody in real life who, like, played. I have not encountered a Magic anything. The only Magic I've encountered was, like, Orlando Magic. And then any other Magic was, like, the girl asking me what my horoscope was. I was like, I ain't even into all that. But nobody will admit it. Why not? You guys admit hella weird stuff, especially on the internet. It was like a year ago, everybody used to tell me how they would jack off all the time. So I don't think people are shy to tell me about Magic the Gathering. But... so what do you got? Are you guys, like, I don't know anybody who plays. Like, personally, like, if I bought some cards, like, I don't think I could run a game together locally. You play online? So it's that. Dude, that number is impressive. MTG, Magic the Gathering, Super Nerd here. That's crazy. It's okay. It's a safe space, you guys. It's a safe space. Some of you, all it took was a couple of chats to be like, I play. And now you guys are all coming out together like it's like a movie. And then the one guy's like, I stand up. I play. I play too. It's okay if I play. I play also. And then you guys are like one by one standing up. You're like, I'm in the game. That's cool. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Damn, they got political Magic the Gathering? That's crazy. Yeah. Use my Biden card. Power him up. How do I power him up? I use him one turn. I use 2 turns. 2 turns for Biden. Let me get Pelosi in the middle in there. Let her. Where'd you go? Here, just change. Can we change the rules? Fuck it, I'm going to change the law. I don't care. Fuck it, let the Supreme Court challenge it. Fuck it. It'll take them 9 months before they even tell you it's not constitutional, not lawful, constitutional, but still. Anyways, yeah. It's crazy. Ghazi card? McConnell. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of like... just where my Republicans at? Y'all check on your boy McConnell? You know damn well if that was Biden, y'all would have been asking me like, hey, Josh, did you see McConnell? Hey, Josh, did you see Biden? Dude, he's gone. Yeah, what do you mean? That McConnell thing was top. Like, I would have expected that out of Biden, not out of McConnell. Like, that was uncharacteristic Biden behavior, not out of Biden. So I don't know why I'm surprised that one hasn't got more. Yo, that was wild. Pretty sad. It is very sad. It is very, like, that was just shocking. That was bad. Yeah, that was insane. I don't care who you are. I have so many questions. Tinfoil Hasbro is getting community backlash for oversaturating, and that'll impact earnings. It's just like, remember, all publicity is good publicity. So it's like you may lose some of your core fans who love the game, but, you know, don't forget how many new people, like, everybody talks about it. So again, when was the last time you ever heard me talk about Magic the Gathering? When was the last time you ever heard me talk about Barbie or a nuclear bomb? You know, well, maybe nuclear bomb relates to commodities, but still, you get the idea. But the advertising lately, a lot of these pushes, I mean, it's brought a lot of awareness to a lot of people last week. Argentina ends July with a positive balance, 832 million. I think he'll do 2008 double tops and crash. I don't really do technical, so I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think it's either going to look like some of the other years or it's going to look like 1973, to be exact. And then maybe we go a little bit higher, but maybe it double tops, maybe it goes a little more, maybe it undershoots, who knows, but it's either, I think it comes down to, does it acceleration, do we get a re-acceleration of inflation or not? And are we 1 month into the recovery, or are we still 38, 40 months into inflation? The UWMC is up 1% in the last 10 minutes. What time is it now? 11:46, 15 more minutes till power hour. GDRX, Tupperware is going up again. My goodness, man. UWMC, I'd add it if it dropped like really low, but that whole situation, you know, I'm content holding whatever we do have with it, but new money, I wouldn't throw it until it became really cheap or relative value. It made sense. Peloton, SYM, that's been going crazy since the morning. Matt's got to chill. He's done good. I mean, to the point, as much as I'd want to hate on him, I mean, you know, like, there's other people who struggled way more than UWMC. So, like, if anything, considering the environment UWMC was up against, I think they did very well. You know, again, I don't like his money spending activities and some of the way the company is structured and kind of how they behaved. But when you look at them as like a pure numbers, like, again, market share, like, they did good. They did actually very good in a time where they shouldn't have. And if things get better, they'll do even better. So I like it. Other than that, I'm not, I'd be waiting, though. He's held up a little bit better. They still have the beef between UWMC and Rocket Mortgage. Yeah, we have it in Colt Sister, and I think it's up. Let's see, Colt Sister. We'll log in on a TD. Oh, wait, are you guys am I gonna log in and be like, oh, Josh, your password showed. You guys remember you did that to me for 2 weeks ago for no reason? You guys just like wanted to like just bring paranoia out of me. You know, thankfully I didn't react because I was like, dude, I just got access to the account. So I was like, bro, if you get in, fuck, you know? Like, that's dope. But you guys are assholes, bro. You don't remember? I remember that. You get Powell now. That's what you get, asshole. Yeah, just in case. I'm just going to show you Powell. You just get Powell while I figure this out. Mother effer. All right, here's Colt Sister. I've never logged into Colt Sister. This is crazy. Like on a TD Ameritrade. So here's Colt Sister. Bill, baby. The largest holdings are Bill. Second largest is Uber. She's break even on Disney. But again, yeah, UW. So again, besides Disney, if Disney goes green and if UWMC stays here, everything, everything in Colt Sister is green. Everything. And then you got your Bill, and you get a nice small 12.5% gain. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. UWMC, we've had it in this account. It's gotten some dividend drip too. Just let it sit there. Other than that, we're chilling. I think she still has Sushi Swap. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen what she's up to. Rokuvian? It's like a Roku Rivian. Sushi coin and the neglected long term. I'm glad though it worked. The neglected long term, it still works, bro. It still works. That's all. So I'm like, good for you. Good for you, sister, long term. Nigel, I mean, remember ever since like all the requirements, remember the boosters and then the work requirements, Nigel, eventually it just got cheaper for Nigel to stay at home than go to work. So he just stopped doing safaris. Like, it was crazy. And then he had to, like, they were like, Nigel can't work if he doesn't get a booster. And then Nigel is just like, he believes in certain things as well. He's friends with Uncle. And then, like, it was a long story, but eventually, I mean, it seems like Nigel seems happy. I mean, he seems like he's doing less work and he's making more money. He doesn't even work anymore and he gets paid. It's crazy. Are you trying to say he got lazy? No, I'm saying government incentives over the last 3 years really altered people's behaviors and opinions. And it's simply just that, you know, by changing incentives. Again, at one point he would have to go to work, but then he was getting more for staying at home than doing the tour. You see what I'm saying? He got more off of PPP and unemployment by just staying at home rather than doing the safaris. So that, and then they eventually were like, oh, well, you can't do a safari unless you get something. And then he was like, I'm not doing that. And then we were like, so now it's just, and then I haven't heard from him since. Anytime I brought him up, I can't even search his name. They deleted his Instagram. They took him off YouTube. It's crazy. It just says crazy, actually. So, yeah. He's doing good, though. I think so. I think he's just living his best life. Baba, one more. Uber's going up. WTI almost at 82. Uber, I'm just glad we got our covered calls. I need Airbnb next. Airbnb kind of sucked today, but the puts didn't really go up. He loves the stock animals, but he's not. I mean, again, every time I ask him, he just says, my body, my choice, and then hangs up on me. Every time. And I'm just trying to get him on the stream every time. It's very hard to communicate with him. I think the politics turned him more ideological. Literally, every time I call him, that's exactly what he says. every time. He said, how come it applies for, then he hangs up. And then he's like, if they say it for this, I'm like, dude, just come on, show up. It's fine, just go get it. And he said, no, he said, my body, my choice. Isn't that how it goes? So I don't know, man. Just don't ask me. I've gotten over it. I don't know about you, but yeah. Baba. Did we go past 102 last time? I think this might be another high, yeah. That's it. 104, 105 on Baba. I think $2 from here. GNRC. Generac. There's a lot of weather stuff, but again, First Solar was decent, but then Enphase wasn't so hot. So you could kind of apply that in the renewables and renewable energy stuff. But Generac has other weather trends. Unless it involves abortion and it's not body or his choice. Well, that's fucking convenient. But that's between you and Nigel. I'm just, listen, I'll have the earnings. I'll get you guys the data. You could write him a letter if you'd like to contact him. I don't know if he left you his business card last time. He usually does. Some of you booked him for a birthday party. Yeah. I'm confused. That should be the point. We are talking about an imaginary character. Everybody's like, half of the people are like, what's happening? That's all. I'm just saying, y'all want to go deep into it, man. I'm just I don't know, man. You got to take that up with Nigel himself. It's good, man. Just Nigel, he's a man of the people. That's all I know. That's all I know. Yen is down. Why the bond's not popping? Bond should go down with it, honestly. Or it depends what down we're talking about. But for the most part, I think you got to give it a little bit too. I think U.S. yields we're making our move. So it's like we didn't respond to Japan over the last couple of days. This week might be all about the U.S. yields. And then we'll see what the yen does. Unless Japan wants to freak out and then the currency starts moving. Remember when Josh's electric box was stolen? I do. Still a sad day. I got my deposit. Should I buy Bill? It's up to you. I mean, what's your cash position? So that's a good question to ask yourself because people are asking me what I'm going to do. I'm going to put mine in Bill. But like I got less than 2% in cash. So that means I'm like 98% invested. So for me, I'm going to stack Bill up. There's a couple of value plays that I want. A lot of them are coming up. But other than that, I think with my cash position, everything else I got, growth, value, being invested, I think it makes sense for me to hold. Oh. Bill, I think it might be in 2 days. I think you get one more, or it should reset tomorrow. Yeah, today's the 31st. I'm doing Bill instead of the cash, yeah. Or you could do a money market or whatever else you want, So just depending on your account, you could use Bill or collect the yield. Roku's going up. But yeah, tomorrow Bill should reset. Then Roku, man, 96. Remember, we were talking $100 all day today. It's not arrive. Even Baba, 102.47. Bill anywhere. It's a bond ETF, indeed. The Beto dividend, I mean, get it while it's hot, but it has a lot of volatility. What Addison was saying, how he got like 3, or he's had it for a couple months, and he's just been getting it ever since. So I'm still in the yen. Yeah, I'm contemplating, but I think it's going to take me more time to add another one. But yeah, I'm still in it. I'm down $1,000 now. Roblo, I got old Robo plays, but nothing live on it. What about Doge? I mean, if people are talking Bitcoin halving, I'd start talking Bitcoin, but that's still going to be 6 months. I'm not a fan of the altcoins or the companies as much as I am the actual coins. Starbucks maybe, but I think they've ran a decent amount. Corn. Am I playing ANET earnings? I don't know. The like ratio has not been met, so you'll have to wait till the watch list for that answer. What happened? Beto is just killing it, but Beto pays is like a 50% dividend yield. You know what I'm saying? It's actually crazy. Oh, wait, no, you guys are good. Yeah, see? So if people leave, it balances out. So now you guys have the ratio. I apologize. Yeah, I grabbed an ANET play. So not a recommendation. You'll lose money. It's already went up, actually. I bought it at 60. If you guys liked the video, you would have got it there too. But now it's at 85 on the ask. So I did a next week ANET call. So yeah, I only spent $60 though. I did one. That was my play. Treasury says in April it issued $650 billion net debt, ended quarter with $402 billion cash balance. I still can't believe they refunded everything. Oh, Chad, this bro, Chad, I think I'm getting clapped. I still need I already pooped earlier, but like, Chad, I don't know what's happening here on this Monday. It's power hour. Maybe that's all. Maybe I'm just feeling poopy in the power hour. I'm getting excited. ANET went down as just all cloud stuff recently. Again, Microsoft earnings, as they were guiding lower on everything, they started to started to bring it down. So again, as Microsoft said, they're spending less on cloud infrastructure. ANET got hit. Is emotions? Nah, dude, it's like legitimately feces and acid reflux, I think. I wish it was emotions. If it was emotions, I don't even know how I'd describe it, to be honest with you. Because emotionally, I feel good, but then I'm like, I have to go poop. It's a hard thing to describe. You're eating? Oh, my bad. Are we at Friday's close? U.S. Treasury boosts July quarterly borrowing estimate to $1 trillion. Previous estimate was $733. Savage. Yeah, we're just hanging out here. This is like the top end of last week. We're doing nothing, bro. This is stupid. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's more frustrating, trying to figure out what the market's going to do. We're doing nothing. We're doing absolutely, and it's just holding after. So you have like a big development, then just like, all right, we'll chill up here. So, yeah. Prediction on MPW, Habibi. Why have prediction when you could have a plan? Huh? Yeah, who's with me? Huh? How about this? Huh? You don't need a prediction for earning a stock market. You need a plan. My plan is do nothing, right? And then below $8, buy it. Above $8, don't buy it. And then let the dividend reinvest until we know the story. But no prediction, just plan. The plan is buy if a low 8, no low 8, hold, and then a hold, remain the holding. That's all you do. It's a plan, you know, but the prediction is not. You can't make this, you know. Volume on chat is low. Volume on the market's low too. I think this might be the lowest volume in 2 weeks, depending on how we close out here in the next 50 minutes. So far, at least up until this point all day, SPY is pretty low. SMCI. Do you have a sativa bull for power hour? Do you have a long term? Uber. Yes, sir. I don't believe you. Sorry. 3 years strong. I don't believe you. All I remember from you is sativa bull. I don't remember any long terms from Jose. I've encountered a lot of Jose's. I won't lie, but I don't believe you. I don't believe you. That's it. That's the impression you're leaving me with. SQQ. He'll be good. Don't worry. Little by little. The yellow, we don't, I mean, it's weird. There's been like a lot of events in the last couple days where it's like, oh my gosh, if this happens, this won't be good. And then right after it happens, everyone's like, maybe it's just going to be contained. So people are debating on whether or not it's what's it called? If it's going to affect the broader economy or not. And then it's like, you got to kind of balance it out with what also just happened with the FedEx stuff and the negotiations. Stream skipping. Oh no, someone said it wouldn't work on certain things. They said like their Apple TV. But screenshot me that if you can, if they're still there. But we've had some issues the last couple of days. Usually it's just the chat will cut out. I don't think it happened today. It might have, but you just got to refresh every now and then. IMF over Brazil. Directors welcomed and proposed indirect tax reform and plans. Yeah, Bob is starting to come down. Pets on the high. PetMed Express. GDRX still up. The union deal, average full-time employee makes 40. It's a good big deal for them. It's going to affect wages. That's what everyone keeps talking about. I would say Apple earnings is very important to the health of the market. It'll tell you about the consumer and people. It's both consumer and tech at the same time. The hell is this? We're like slowly working down. Couple names. We'll take turns. And that's it. Some up, some down. Energy. Chilling. $90 billion in buybacks for Apple will skew things. Quite possibly. I think Unity can move a lot, but Unity options are kind of expensive already. That's the only problem. UPS strike still possible? Oh, really? I thought they figured it out, but it seems like they got a good deal. I don't know if they're gonna backtrack on that. Next gen Nintendo could come in 2024. The VIX is technically a put to call ratio of options that are held longer than 30 days out. Disney. VR Mario Kart. Have you seen that Mario Kart? That it's like a toy car, but then you could put it on your TV and turn your house into Mario Kart. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It looks fly. Roblox VR? Yeah, I think so. We heard about that. I think last week. 2023 advisory alert on J&J is being withdrawn. Please ignore. What that means. Roblox doesn't really have any Airbnb hype. There's a little bit, but I don't think they're gonna probably be a customer rather than a seller. What time is it? We got 50 minutes left.
Multiples, and we're just
okay. I'll be right back, chat.
Those as well, really
I need to go to the
broadening
bathroom
out.
again.
I think
Please
if you
hold.
want to return to
Follow
the
me on Instagram at the
4,800,
Trading
which is where
Fraternity.
the peak was
BRB.
in January, tech has to perform and has to perform well in order to get there. But your portfolio can do quite well from here with the other sectors moving higher, with mid cap and small cap getting going, with energy going. The one risk here, of course, is that the economy is strong enough and good enough that we no longer that the Fed stays involved.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's where we go with this. And CPI could be incrementally higher year over year because of base effects. It should be known, may not be well known. So you may not see 3% CPI again as energy moves higher and as you get those basis effects moving forward.
Emily, just pick up right there in terms of whether, in fact, we've declared an all clear on the inflation and growth front before we know, in fact, whether the path is clear.
Yeah, it's all clear for now. And we've gotten this great combination of Goldilocks data, which suggests that disinflation's in the pipeline. You look at Friday's data, core PCE printing at 4.1%. That's the lowest print since 2021. At the same time, you saw consumer confidence starting to rise, and we're seeing respondents indicate they're feeling better about the labor market. Initial claims reaching the lowest level since February of this year. So the data is telling you that while disinflation's here, we've still got growth, and that's great. I think everything fundamentally looks good right now, but remember, expectations were incredibly depressed, whether it was for the economic data or for Q2 earnings. And as Mira mentioned earlier, it's better than feared. I'm having all of us made a bumper sticker that says better than feared, because I think that's the tagline so far this year. We've got to remember that eventually higher rates are going to start to anchor economic growth. They're going to start impacting margins that Mira talked about. I think revenue growth slows. Remember, the cost of capital has gone way up over the last 12 months. That's going to cause companies to need to defend their margins. Once that happens, we're going to see more cracks in the labor market. I don't think we're there yet. I still want to think you want to be invested in stocks, but you want to do it carefully.
Yeah, I mean, Mira, we did see the Fed senior loan officer survey just a little over an hour ago suggest, continued tightening of lending conditions, maybe some fall off in demand of consumer and industrial stocks of loans. But it's almost as if that's made to order, because we go through these periods where nominal GDP seems too hot for the Fed, and that's going to be one of the things that cools us off. Do you think that the Federal Reserve is more than one additional hike away from its destination?
More than one seems like a bit of a stretch, because I do think that we're getting to the place where maybe they have one more left in them. And to Alicia's point, maybe we just start to see inflation accelerate just slightly, but I wouldn't call that a legitimate acceleration. I'd call that a result of base effects. But I think that when you look at the past and you look at how the Fed has reacted to inflation, when they typically stop raising rates is when headline inflation and core inflation is around 3%. Now, we're there with headline inflation. We're not quite there with core, but we still have 2 months until we meet them again to see if we start to make more progress in the subsequent inflation reports on core. And remember, the base effects there will look a little bit more favorable. So I don't worry as much about we need to get to the 2%.
The sleaze is loose. Oh, Chattadonia. Welcome to Power Hour. 45 minutes left. Day has flown by. My goodness. Hymns pop. Where are we at? S&P. NASDAQ's actually break even. Dow break even. And then SPY 2 Actually, SPY's a little red. Oh my goodness. Redfin 1490. It's coming back up. Roku. Robotic markets. Dude, it's a lot of just, this is like the third Monday or Tuesday where now like we're just like legitimately, it's been a month of just slowly melting into the high of the new high of the year. So just like every day you're waking up and either hitting a high or holding near it. You've had your 1 or 2 bad days, and then again there was a lot of short covering too, so that was part of it. Meta, that's been dropping all day. Again, Redfin about to go to 15. Uber was up. SPY near the low of the day. I mean, bonds, everything looks relatively steady. Netflix trying to break out. When will banks give us a decent? Oh, probably never. So they're not entitled to. They're not going to raise it until like people all move it, but they'll probably offer it on secondary products. Oh my goodness. When I first remodeled your house, how was that experience? How so? Because like I haven't really remodeled like a house that I kept. So like I don't think there's a remodel that I've done where I kept the house. So usually if I like remodel it, it's for a flip. And then any of the houses I've like used personally, like I usually get it how I want it, or I try to make it like that. But the first time I realized nobody is like like the first time you do a remodel, you're gonna believe the people when they're like, oh, it's gonna take a month, it's gonna take 2 months, oh, we'll get it done in 2 weeks, oh, this is the budget. Like you'll believe them the first time. Like, so I was very naive in that sense, and then there's a couple of problems. And then your first remodel, it's like one thing usually goes wrong. And like you're faced with the dilemma of like, do you redo it or do you stick with shoddy work? So that's what reminds me of my first flip, my first time remodeling. The remodel, yeah, it's very, very good. Always expect. Well, you could keep it within budget, but like you have to just learn how to work with it. And like LT is 100% right on it. Like LT is very good at making sure people are on time, and really just like LT just like he's very straightforward with people. Like he won't pay them until they do it. He tells them right off the bat. He'll tell them 3 days before. You told me it's done in a week. If it's not done, you get no pay. That's it. But like if that's your first flip, you're not going to talk to your contractor like that. Does that make sense? You're going to be too nervous. Some of you won't even ask for the waiter to get a cup of water. So how are you going to explain? The guy's like, oh, I'll be done in 3 days, Habibi. And like nothing's done. He's like, give me $10,000 by end of week 2. It's like if you don't know, like they will push you around if you don't know. So it's like, again, your first flip, your first remodel, you kind of just go with the flow, but it winds up with more money, deadlines, and then one piece is going to be like the exact opposite of what you expected. Oh, Chad. Please hold. we're good. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. You see it, right? You don't perform, you don't get paid. Yeah, and it's good though. It's just like, because once you learn how it works, you get people on track, and if you get things on the right time, everything works out great. So it helps to know contractors. Yeah, and it helps to have relationships and how to work with people. And that's why it's so important. That's why it's like once you get somebody who does it good, and once you find someone you can work with, it's money. That's it. Like, do you think I'm getting new contractors every time? No, it's the lucky motherfucker that just held it down the first time I used him, and now that's my guy, because now I know when I tell him 2 weeks, he's done, he's ready to go. Like, that's all you got to do. Oh my gosh, why are the bonds dying? Oh. Hey, up the treasury. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, 7. I mean, but why? I don't know why they would sell off, dude. The treasury just raised $500 billion, and we didn't even bat an eye. Like, that's crazy, actually. Like, that, I think that was one of the wildest things this year. Bro, there's not one issue from refunding the treasury. What the hell is $300 million going to do? But maybe the bonds will, if people really start to get, like, we're going to find out, maybe people just start dumping bonds and buying stocks. That's how you know there'll really be no fear. 14. The base on Cribs is out of control. It's good. You don't sound good. You find those trumps. Oh, I'm dying right now. I'm like one burp away from throwing up, but I'm in the game. You know why? Cause it's earnings, baby. But yeah, and I'm waiting. One of these farts gonna turn into a shark. You know what I'm saying too. But that's it. I just got 30 more minutes on the clock, bro. I think we could do it. That's it. Try not to burp. It's kind of my challenge. Last day of August, last day of July. They slowing it down, making sure we get a good green close to the end of the month. I think Qualcomm's on Wednesday or Thursday. Again, I've not been to Cava. That does not sound good right now, especially with this not feeling well. I just picture Cava like a mix between Chipotle and the Middle East, and that sounds wild to me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to deal with it right now. That sounds like explosive diarrhea. No pun intended. What is Cava? Apparently it's like Chipotle. Worst. It was $30. Dang, how did you feel after? I'm starting a business and getting my shipment to get the ball rolling. Nice. What kind of business are you starting, baby? To God be the glory. Amen. Yeah, wait, what is it? What's the business going to be? Man, if you're like, it's cocaine, I'm going to get so mad at you. If you're like, I got my first shipment and thank God, you're like, I'm selling drugs now. I'm like, what? That's it, because most people include the title of the business in there. That's why I'm waiting. I'm like, why did you leave that out? Hold on. Photo shoot rentals. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. I like it. I like it. I like it. Did anybody get that camel milk? That's a good industry too. Some of y'all want to import, export camel milk. I think it's a bigger market than you expected. Bull milk? I haven't looked into that. Camel milk event at OC Fair? Oh, let's go. I needed that. Camel milk would have been good. Right? Introduce camel milk at Starbucks? I'm surprised, Starbucks. I'm surprised. Yeah, bulls don't have milk. That makes a lot of sense. I don't really drink milk, man. I'm a fucking adult. Like, what's wrong with you? I love that joke. I don't agree with it, but I think making fun of adults for drinking milk is kind of funny. Because it's like, why do you drink milk as an adult? Like, you're not a baby. You're not a child. Like what are you doing just sipping milk? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just walking around like you're 30 or something, 40, like, just sipping on fucking cow's milk, dude. Like, what's wrong with you? I'm just kidding. I heard it as a stand-up joke, but I thought it was funny. It's for the peptides, dog. Most importantly, you are not a baby cow. Exactly. Never mind. I do not drink lactose from a beast. Dude, it's a good argument for it as to why it's weird if a human drinks milk as an adult, but hey, I'll just leave it there. My protein powder in, I just drink pre-made proteins, or I put it in water. I know, I'm a sicko. It's okay, we grew up. I told you we used to eat cereal with water when we run out of milk. So, like, putting, like, milk-based things in water, I'm 100% used to. I could actually do it with anything. It's disgusting. And I could complete the cinnamon challenge. Fun fact. So, not only am I used to, like, milk-based water things, I could, like, straight up take a tablespoon of cinnamon and swallow it. Oh, yeah, I can. 100%. I've done it, like, several times. It's a party trick. Trust me. Yeah, fuck, the cinnamon challenge ain't got shit on me, dude. I'll fucking destroy him. Mm-hmm. Peanut butter, I've never tried. I disagree. Hey, man, only one way to find out. $20 for a ticket. $20 for a ticket. You let me know. Mm-hmm. All you no proof motherfuckers. You better start talking. I got my bet. That's it. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. And then all the time, you guys are like, Josh, how did you get money when you were younger? Look at this stupid shit, bro. That's it. I was making a bag as a kid. I was like, I bet you I could eat a whole thing of cinnamon. Look at, I still got like $100 lined up today, bro, and I'm an adult. What do you think was happening when I was a kid? That's it. I just learned to down cinnamon. That's a side hustle right there, bro. Stop playing with me. I sold my hair for seed money. No. That's sad, bro. No, I don't even know where the fuck he went. I told you I saw that old picture and I had a hairline, dude. It was so confusing because I was like, where did it go? It was totally just there. My dad's 80 and has a full head of hair. It's cool, man. You guys won the genetic lottery. I hope it's nice. I don't know what it's like, but I hope it's nice. You know, I hope you guys like wake up and like feel good or something. I don't know. Like, what do you do when you win the genetic lottery? Like, are you aware of it? Like, is that, I don't know. I could wiggle my pupils. Okay. This is getting crazy. Wiggle my pupils. Weird day. Slow day. I only made one earnings play, ANET, but it's up. You guys should have fucking liked the video 4 hours ago, and then it's up 50% now. So, too late now. Like the video next time. Thank you. That's it. Or get everybody to leave. That's it. You kick half the people out not liking the video. You get rid of the freeloaders, or you just like the video. That's it. You see what I'm saying? You either get full participation, or you just clean out anybody who don't deserve to be here. That's all you got to do. That's what happened towards the end of the day. The like ratio worked itself out, but just in the beginning, it's just not. You gotta do something. It's just gonna get hella awkward. Would you rather shrink 6 inches and have a full hairline, or grow 6 inches but have the reverse VR goggle hairstyle? What? Oh, like the horseshoe? Chat's about to get executed. I mean, I wouldn't want that to happen, but I mean, if we needed to have a battle royale to figure it out, by all means necessary. I mean, shit. How bad you want it? You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't play any hypothetical hair height games. You know why? Because I'm short and I don't have a hairline. So, like, no matter any way I play this hypothetical game, I walk home a loser. So, I don't know why you guys like it, but I don't like it. Because that's it. What's the point of fantasizing about hair or height and then you ain't have any of them? Like, well, y'all are crazy, bro. I'm like focusing on the attainable things I could get. I'm like, I don't know if I buy more Airbnb, if I increase the long term by 10%, if I could double up my dividends. I'm like, I could make $500 million in 30 years, but like, I'm not going to be 6 foot. You know what I'm saying? It's fuck. So I don't know. It's on you, man. It's on you. Mm-hmm. Am I holding ANET till release? I'm gonna play that for the earnings. Yeah, it's $60. It's a good play though. I got it. It already went up 50%, so we have a little bit. But $60. If I'm wrong, I lose $60. If it hits, then that's it. You took Propecia. It broke your manhood. 4 months later, never take that. Wait, what? You took some hair shit and then you broke? Would you get taller for 100K? No, I'd take 100K and buy a house in Indiana. Y'all keep missing that part. Fucking. It's exactly what I do in this hypothetical scenario. I say, oh, what if I'm taller? My hair comes back. I don't care. Whatever that 100,000 is, I'm buying a house in Indiana as a rental property, and you should too. Thank you. Not a recommendation. That's it. That's it. WWR? Yeah, ANET did run up a little bit. 28 minutes, you missed the 330. Market on close, 951 million to the sell side. Mute? No. I'm just getting quiet randomly when I have to burp. I have this like weird painful burp all day, and that is going to turn into a throw up. You can Google it. Honestly, for how weird you are in my comments, that's a weird comment to say because you can't Google it. So I don't know, Rohit. You've been weird with me in the past. Random side eye, random involved, but that question pushes us over the edge. I'll wish you well and good luck. Y'all get too weird with some shit. I'm like, I don't know you like that. And that's not even true, too, on top of it. That's why I was kind of disappointing. How do you remember what people have said? I mean, there's a history of it, but like also too, it's pretty easy to remember when people like, you're like, how do you remember the guy who only asks you the same question or is extremely rude to you or always implies this? Like, it's not, you don't even need to be that much of a genius. Every time I see him be like, what's up, asshole? You're going to remember me. Trust me. It's just very, very easy to remember that one guy. Yeah, the Tokyo News Mr. Hitch dropped that earlier. I saw another kind of confirmation on it like 10 minutes later, but didn't move much. There's also XOM lithium news. I'm not in any PayPal earnings play, just the ones we have for the long term. Do we talk about Niger suspending uranium? No, but that stuff every day gets crazy. Why act so hurt? Where's God's grace within you? We're close to the end. Oh, no. If you think I'm not feeling great, you're wrong. Go read Proverbs. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. I'm not playing with nobody no more. That's all. So that's what it is. If you think it's not out of love, if you don't think I would, anybody who comes with respectfulness, is ready to go, does not encourage weird shit or ask people, I will always give you whatever you want, not to mention whatever the long term and any other performance has been. But to assume that I would tolerate a low standard from people and that I'm going to continue to give very, like, again, stuff that has profited a lot of people, that I'm not going to just give it to you for nothing now. If that's the case, if some people act a certain way, and what I ask is you to be the best person you could be on the internet as a random, and that's all we need. We need to show love and call it a day. I mean, getting rid of people who distract. If your messages make me stop throughout the day more than 3 times where I'm going and talking about something and you pull me away from it, that's what I'm remembering, and that's what I'm leading to ban, because then I'm like, that's not productive for anybody. But I'm just saying, it says do not throw your pearls to pigs. That's all. There's committed people and then there's a crowd. Make your choice. I love my committed people, but I'm not going to change my life and go out of my way for a crowd. I'm here for the committed people. So let's run it, baby. Get a long term, save 10%. So that's what it is. Why Indiana? It's cheap, and it's near a lot of places, and I've had a lot of luck there. I've had a lot of good properties in Indiana. That, and just like I said, the tenants, and depending on where they're near, like there's places like Gary, Indiana, I probably wouldn't go there, but there's most, like Indianapolis is a pretty like, you know what I'm saying? It's a pretty solid place, even the capital. Indianapolis, SYM almost, check January. So Indianapolis, I think that's the perfect place to start, because it's both the main city, cheap and expensive all in the same time, and then you could go out into all of the other places. There's no January on SYM? That's weird. And then we have 22 minutes left. So, all right, buying, should I turn drip off? If you don't believe in the company, turn off drip. Otherwise, that's the beauty of drip, is that we don't need to, like, if you have it on drip, you could keep adding into it without trying to get the price and let your dividend reinvestment buy. So although I think MPW is risky, I'm keeping my drip on because it could help speed up my recovery in terms of capital. So the faster we get our dividend, the faster we reinvest it, the bigger the dividends come in. I'm trying to recover that money as soon as possible. But if you are worried about it, then you'll be able to go from there. Lebanon, have you looked there? Yeah. I have a lot. I'm looking a lot in Indianapolis. So again, for where you're asking, I mean, you're asking specifically where I'm looking at, Indianapolis. I don't know how much clearer I can make it, but that's the spot. And then you could, if you know more about the area and the jobs, apply that. But it's a great area. In Illinois, you got to ask the Chicago people, the Illinois people, because I found a couple, but like I don't know much about the area, and it's crazy because you could find cheap houses and really expensive ones. I got the hair, but I'm like, let's go, babe. Amen. Oh, excuse me. Buffalo's decent. Some of them went up a lot. You remember the sector? Just type in the XLs, like XLK, XLY. Put them up on there. I mean, you'll just get used to it. You don't have to memorize it today, but just keep exposing yourself. Take a look at it every day. And like, it's only 12. You'll kind of get like a name recognition before you memorize them all. Any thoughts on BlackBerry? Wasn't there a lot of patent stuff? I feel like they reported earlier. But other than that, I don't know. On Outfront Media, 8% divvy. They do billboards. I've not heard of it. So it might be a value trap, but sounds interesting. EXPI on the high. SPY bouncing off the low. Wisconsin. Yeah, there's like a lot of middle of America. But this is the beauty is like whatever you guys know about these areas, you may know what's more stable than not. I'll just tell you, cheap property with a good job market goes a long way. Again, Indiana, Boeing jobs with $100,000 houses is a great combo. You know what I'm saying? So at one point, like Oregon and Nike used to be fire. You know, you had, again, that's why people are doing Arizona for the chips and all these things. But if there's like cheap property in a place where people are and there's like certain things, that's where you guys are able to capitalize on it. I don't know if people traded this fight. I'm sure somebody did, but it was a very slow day. I have bought many properties without looking at them. Not all the time, but yeah. Palantir got a big upgrade this morning, and they were already running, and they just went crazier. Rental without 20% down, different types of loans, or depending on your equity level in the property. Other than that, you're gonna have to do like 10% down or 5% off of different types of loans. I don't know. I have an UWMC. Oh yeah, they did have a pop and drop. That's what you guys were talking about. ARVN. Where's 3M? Kohler makes faucets and sinks. Yeah, so just see how many people they employ, and if it's like stable, and if there's other stuff there. But if there's good history, if like good jobs market, not crazy, it doesn't have to be a big city, and then the properties are cheap, those are the places that are like just legit. I mean, you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna have problems with it, or at the very least, the properties will appreciate nicely, the rent will be good, and hopefully the tenants, you know, are chill. But usually it's like that. Again, there's some people, they've just been living there for so long, or, they're making so much at their job that their house, it's like it's easy for them to pay it off. Intel, I do not know why they're dropping. The ETF rebalancing? No, I did not hear about that. Ogden, Utah. Utah does have a lot of places there that are cheaper, but then the other parts are really expensive. I think they already completed the rebalancing. That's why I was like, I don't know if there's a ETF one. Man. 15 minutes on the day. A firm big move. Roku. Fubo. God knows, man. There were so many names today. Uber back group plots Massachusetts gig work ballot measure. Uber getting into more politics. They trying to push the momentum. Dash, Lyft, and Uber tagged on that. Check. I think we still haven't even heard from the New York case with Dash last time. Peloton. I missed the Uber. No, I haven't gone over it yet. We're going to probably have to wait. You guys, I'm going to have to miss the previews today. I can't read shit right now. I'm barely just talking. That's it. But no, Uber is tomorrow. I think Uber, here, let me get it to you. Fuck that. I'll just screenshot it for you. You guys know how to read. You know what I'm saying? Right? If you don't, then we're fucked. You know what I'm saying? If you can't read, I'm going to be very disappointed. But if you can read, I don't think we have a problem. We should be able to get through this. Here's the Spark notes. I'll give you two. Yeah, Uber's in the morning. That's why this is important now. So here's the Spark notes here for price history. Just where Uber's at since May 1st. Uber's up 47, S&P 9, XLI 9, pricing in 9.7. Last four quarters, 12, 6, 12, 19. Revenues beaten 12 of the last 17, one in line. EPS 8 of the last 12 quarters. And here is Q2 and Q3 guidance. So mobility 4.7, delivery 3.2, freight 1.1. Next quarter guidance expected 9.5 billion, adjusted EBITDA of 926 million guidance. Are they gonna have a profit? Yeah, they're gonna have a profit this quarter. EPS 3 cents. Wow. So this quarter loss. Uber could surprise if they go to profit, and then they're guiding for a profit next quarter, which is pretty big. SYM still moving. 3 minutes, 2 minutes till the 10-minute rigged. Adjusted EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation. If it's adjusted, that means they make their own adjustments. So like some companies, just depending on how the business operates, if it's like they have certain metrics, they will exclude and add certain things to give you a better idea of the core business. So it's an adjusted earnings. It's based on whatever the criteria the company outlines, but then, that's why there's adjusted and unadjusted, again, or GAAP and non-GAAP. GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. A-net dump. No. Alrighty, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Spies near the low. A-net off the bottom. Where's young Disney? He's just been chilling. We talked about accounting. Did we really? What else did we say accounting-wise? My accountant friend? Would I add Tilray to the long term? Nah, man. I honestly think you'll get more of an investment in your life by just buying an ounce. So if that's the case, if you really wanted to invest in weed, I wouldn't buy the stock, unfortunately. Maybe if they offered like a new member special and gave you like 50% off your shares for first-time members. Other than that, I'm not down. Just, no. But then they're just going to text her phone forever. 20 seconds. Get ready. Oh, the tax write-offs. I feel I was accounting. Yeah, two accounting rants, I guess. Oh, the weird Meta. Meta's been kind of weird all day. Just had that weird sell-off and did its thing, but we will see. Meta, Google held up a little better. Disney had its day. Microsoft kind of did nothing. PHILO is at the high. But then 10-minute rigged, again, off the bottom. So give it a little bit more. Hymns, you guys keep talking about that. Seen a couple posts there. QQ broke out. AMD pop. Jay-Z invested in something called Khalifa. They spun it off and shares went to zero. Really? Today's earnings, pretty much ANET, and that's it. I think there's a couple of others, but I think ANET is a real mover. Everybody else, not so much. $603, $632 to the sell side. Oh yeah, Pfizer, Uber, Merck. Tomorrow morning are the good ones. The ones after hour today, though, kind of suck. Zoom relatively cheap. Kava, how is that thing, dude? 57 on Kava. What did that IPO at? Like 30 after like 20? Every breath you take, I'll be nursing you. I'll be watching you. Every breath I take, every rate cut made, every financial condition tightening had no effect. Man, that's a good song, man. Rig taking off. Uber, again, they're talking about that. Yeah, MO tomorrow in the morning, too. You don't have that much time left. Again, just under 8 minutes here now. Oh, Rivian. Yellow's going bankrupt, and then just like every other company, retail tries to buy it up on the bankrupt short news, and then it runs up. So it's a game of musical chairs. You might make money, but, you know, you should know what you're dealing with. But trying to fucking answer that question is not. It's trying to chase the wind. So that's all it is. Oh, Chad. Mishkela Habibi. I said 1 more minute, final 5. We're right below VWAP. I don't know. You did another one of these days, Habibis. Another one of these days. It's still kind of high, but it's just like once you pull this chart out, it gets frustrating. Nothing has changed. We've just held like a ring. There's like an invisible line in the sand, and then we're waiting for all these events. Four, 5, 7, 9. Oh, 30 seconds. Average on Meta. Good luck. Pcar, Kohu, Cigna. What we've held where we need. We did. That's true. I mean, all movements aside, however it looks, I mean, it's held up everything that says momentum. I mean, if you were going to go up to levels and hold it, it is doing that, and it's doing that quite efficiently. Which I think is the whole point, where it's like, wow, you're that's exactly what you're doing. Meta on the low, Disney trying to get up here. SPY 2 right below VWAP. Bonds, even after that whole little 700 million thing, that changed some things. Not so bad. Not much time remaining, Chatadonia. So listen, softies. So I want to protect your ears in a couple minutes. If I say earmuffs, you're going to want to mute, okay? Because even though I don't feel that good, I still go crazy, okay? You remember that? No, wait, was it I go crazy or is that I get money? I don't know. Anyways, either way, just mute your speakers. If you're sensitive, we're just looking out for you. And get ready to close up the day. You're almost right where you opened up at. I know. Amen. Very kind. But you know what I'm saying? Or is it like, I gets crazy? What's that one that says, I gets crazy? But then one says, I gets money. So now I confuse myself. I confuse myself. Spies at VWAP. Chris on the high. Uber. Disney. Again, a couple of the earnings plays. By tomorrow morning, you're even going to wake up. Again, BioMarin. That's after hours. You guys got to figure that one out there, too. So we're going to see what happens. But Chatadonia, all my softies, you better get those earmuffs on right about now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you're having a wonderful day. We're going to be coming through the aisles with a trash bag here to dispose of any bags. If you're holding on any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 72 degrees and cloudy. Actually looking like a decent day, kind of like the market. Not much happened, not much didn't happen. Still got earnings, and fortunately, we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Cole Rapid Awards program card, please fly down there, flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bring it home. It's time. It's time. All right, that's it, Chad. Not much time remaining. Wrap it up. Bring it home. That's it. That's it. It's all about the earnings tomorrow. Pfizer, Merck, Uber. Everybody go crazy with that, man. They go crazy. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, wrap it up. Finalizer plays. You're going to get the final warning from me in a little bit, but that's it. The day is already over. We didn't move much. The calendar tells you all of it. You should be looking everything about the, the rates and where we go from here. But as of now, you have ran out of time because you have 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap. Oh my God, are we really running into the high? It's time to wrap it up. Shares, options, futures. Remember, you got earnings after the bell. You got some more in the market. Look at the market right now. It's going crazy. You're going to see how it plays out. But Chad, you got to wrap it up. Finalize your play. Speak an hour forever. Hold your peace. You got less than 30 seconds remaining. And then you got 20% of the S&P reporting in the next, who knows, couple hours, couple days, but bring it home. Less than 15, Japan chip equipment disco. You're getting something there. 10 seconds. Oh my gosh. Look at that pop. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Look at that. Oh, right back to open. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go, Chad. Wait, why is it all still going up there? Oh, Chadadonia. Let's go. I need that GG. Don't matter if they made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. Everybody, DJ, all the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers, everybody that held it down. All the stream alerts, not stream alerts, the members. Everybody contributing. God bless you, baby. Good game. We made it. Oh my God. Welcome to earnings. Are you for real? Look at the market. You better be prepared. Good game. You got the long-term GG, baby. Oh my God. Oh, they don't feel me, Chad. That's what I'm talking about. And we made it, baby. We made it. We did it. We made it. It's over, baby. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. I'll see you too, Twitch. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody who held it down. You ready for more earnings? You ready for more long-term? Ready for more saving? Let's go, baby. Stop talking about how you play, baby. Yeah, good game, Lurker.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. Man, my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. All right, Chad. I got good news, bad news. Good news, I love you. And good news, I'm thankful as ever to be here. And thank you for giving me your time today, for real. If you clicked on the video, showed out today, gave me an opportunity, contributed, and didn't even have to deal with anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, to the point, it was just all vibes, you know? It's all vibes, baby. I hope you know I appreciate you. And I'm thankful for all of you who take this as seriously as I do and treat it with the same respect as well. But, oh, wait, I didn't mean to press play. But God bless you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for liking the video, and usually I'd have way more to say to you, but like, I'm pooping in my pants right now, so I'm out, Chad. That's it. I'm leaving. I'm gone. That's it. No games, no nothing. You already know what it is. It's why we're here every single day, and I'm glad y'all could hear this, because this is why we show up. This is why we don't back down. This is why you don't quit, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. All right, Chad. Well, on that note, God bless you. I gotta leave. Yeah, I'm out, bro. I'm out. I'm gone. So I'll see you tonight, hopefully. If you don't get a watch list, that means I'm fully dead. I'll still be on in the morning. Other than that, let's see, and we'll vibe, baby. Amor fati. Good morning, good evening, good night, and I love you. Peace out. Yeah, I gotta go. Josh is shitting everywhere right now. Yeah, Josh is just throwing up and shitting. He can't stop. It's funny. He looked like a whale. He looked like a whale, vomit whale or something, or like a little poop whale. He's like a little poop orca. Anyways, Chad, like the video and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye. Hello.